need you in council chambers. If you're in the building, please make your way. Ms. Missy. morning, everybody. Welcome to City Hall, to Council Chambers, and to a special meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. Today is Monday, May 20th, year is 2002, and this is our special meeting to consider the fiscal year 2002-2003 proposed budget. This will be the first and quite possibly the only meeting to consider the proposed budget. It comes after several weeks of lengthy and quality deliberation by the Budget Committee. Members, before beginning, I just wanted to take a minute to run through what we hope is the process for today. We're going to take as the first order of business, after calling the roll, the public comment period. So members of the public who are here and wish to speak on the budget in general or on a specific item in the proposed budget, we do ask that you fill out a speaker cards and hand those to the sergeant. We will be taking your input and your comments at the beginning of today's meeting. We'll then turn to the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee for a presentation and report of the Budget Committee's deliberations and recommendations to the full council. After he has done so, what we will do is go through the formal report page by page. Members, you probably have all reviewed over the weekend. Each page has a number of recommendations and recommended actions by the Budget and Finance Committee. We will take each page at a time and call sort of specials as we normally do in council meetings. So, for example, if you turn to page 1 of the 17-page document, I will call all the items on page 1 at a time. That would be items 1 through 5, and ask for any specials. So if there's any item on page 1 you wish to hold on the desk for discussion or questions, we will call those items special and then vote on the balance of that page. We will proceed through all 17 pages calling specials, and when we have concluded calling specials, we will go back and consider those items called special one by one. When we have finished going through the items called special, we will at that point in today's meeting entertain any motions that are introduced today relative to the budget and consider those at that time. So now that we do have 10 members present, I would ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Burnson, Galandrick, Garcetti, Gruel, Hahn, Holden, Labange, Miskowski, Pacheco, Perry, Reyes, Ridley Thomas, Weiss, Zine, and Padilla. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We have a one-item agenda today. Again, this is a special meeting of the council to consider the proposed 2002-2003 budget. And as I mentioned, we will begin with public comment for today's meeting. The council calls forward at this time Charlotte Hefty.
Good morning. My name is Charlotte Hefty, and I am a tenant at 15 Rose Avenue in Venice. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the narcotics eviction team, and just want to tell you a brief little bit about my experience with them. About 3 years ago, it was a very scary place. There were prostitutes outside of my front door getting beat. There was gang members carrying guns. It was frightening, terrifying, and the property owner could do nothing because he was terrified as well. And that's when the narcotics eviction team stepped in. And what they did was they provided they became the bad guy, let's just say. And anytime that I actually became property manager at that point, anytime I had to confront any of these guys, I would say, hey, you know, it's not my fault. It's the city that's coming down on you, man. The city is the bad guys. And we have cleaned up this building. It's a beautiful place to live. We're off the program, and I just want to give my wholehearted support to the program because it really, really, really does work. It does work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public here wishing to speak on the proposed budget? I don't have any additional speaker cards, so, oh, I see some hands in the back and some quick writing on speaker cards. If you can come forward at this time, please.
Hello, members of the Los Angeles County Council. My name is Denise Arthur. I am a property owner in the San Fernando area. Over the past 3.5 years, I have had close contact with the narcotic eviction team. NET has been instrumental in assisting landlords in evicting problem tenants for narcotic and gang-related activity. Without their help, innocent children and their families are held hostage by gang members who are selling and using drugs in their neighborhoods. I am grateful for the successful implementation of the laws prohibiting narcotic-related, and gang-related activity in and around residential property by the NET unit. It must be allowed to continue to exist, and this requires continued funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, and if we can please have a completed speaker card for the record, we'd appreciate that. Any other members of the public wishing to be heard on the budget? And seeing no, oh, we got one more.
My name is Trevor Grimm, General Counsel, Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles, and I'm here to speak in favor of net funding and to maintain its the entity the way it is now and not submerge it into a bigger agency. Owners don't want to face drug dealers and dope addicts alone in court, and we come armed with this agency, with their police officer backup. It's slam dunk. These people are on their way out of town. So that's what our interest is. We don't care where they go. We just don't want them in our buildings or in our town. So that's why we urge you to keep the net funding the way it is and the responsiveness the way it is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And sir, if I can please have a completed speaker card when you get a minute. Other members of the public wish to be heard? Then seeing no requests and no waving of hands in the back of chambers, this shall close the public comment period for today's meeting. And I would now turn to the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee for a presentation and overview of the matter for consideration today. Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, for those of you who were here on Friday, I'm going to sound repetitive, but once again, this is really for the benefit of the public who is watching us on Channel 35 or here in attendance in chambers, so please excuse my repetitiveness. First of all, I just want to thank the mayor and the mayor's office and staff for starting us off this year with a strong proposed budget. We know that it totals $4.8 billion, which is about a $45.2 million decrease from last year's budget. But basically, we know under the circumstances that after September 11th and the economy, that we are doing the best we can under those circumstances. The permanent changes in revenue, one that we should all be aware of is the DWP power revenue transfer was increased from 5% to 7% for a net $47 million. We are also going to be building on that today, colleagues, as the committee was asked to this year. As you know, with the test of this current fiscal year, I was asked to be really tough on the departments so we can produce savings during this fiscal year, which would put us in a better position for the upcoming fiscal year. If any of you attended my committee meetings, and as the committee members can share with you, I was very tough on these departments in order to put us in a better shape for this year and also to prepare for next year. I also want to apologize for anyone who took offense or in any way felt slighted by the process. My desire to be clear and challenging each department to find savings was simply in the best interest of the city. I know some individuals at one point felt that maybe they had offended the committee or myself personally, and I can share with you that no one had done such a thing, that we were just simply going through our job of making sure that the city was in good position for this fiscal year. So I want to make sure that we all stay focused on what's important for the city. The overall issues in the new proposed budget, you should know that we were able to increase the reserve fund to $104 million, which was about 3.3% of the general fund revenues. This was accomplished through an estimated additional net revenue of about $45 million, not contained in the mayor's proposed budget. To further strengthen the city's fiscal policy, the committee is recommending that we continue the hiring freeze, that obviously with a special one-time exemption for new positions added in the 2002-2003 budget. The areas that I want to highlight for you colleagues in terms of recommendations of new items that we were funding as a council: neighborhood services and quality of life, on page 2 of your report. Continue funding for the unpaved streets and alley programs at 10 miles annually. This is CLA recommendation number 57. This was not part of the proposed budget, but the committee felt strongly about continuing funding for the unpaved streets and alleys program at 10 miles. A one-time funding for 20 additional miles of sidewalk repair, increasing the number of miles from 98 to 118. That is CLA recommendation number 78. We added funding for the speed hump program, including the evaluation of school sites and installation of other traffic calming measures. That's CLA recommendations 62 and 63. We are funding 3 citywide bulky item pickup patrols, pilot programs. That's CLA recommendation number 59. We did earmark additional funding for the city attorney's office to support neighborhood councils, housing issues, and public works projects. That is CLA recommendation number 71. We also recommended the funding of the printing and mailing of a citywide services directory. That's CLA recommendation number 33. We are funding additional home-delivered meals for seniors. That is CLA recommendation number 23. We are purchasing additional library materials and providing the library with computer aids. That's CLA recommendation number 51. In the area of public safety services, we are creating we created a LAPD consent decree contingency account in the UB. That is recommendation 1D. We're providing funds for additional community emergency response team training sessions. Recommendation number 41. We're instituting annual medical exams for our firefighters. Recommendation number 45. We're providing funds for a fire department appointee to the Regional Terrorism Early Warning Group. Recommendation number 44. We are funding the positions and equipment for increasing the DNA evidence analysis. That's funding recommendation number 53. We're providing funds for bomb squad training and providing additional K-9 units at the Los Angeles World Airports. That's funding recommendation number 55. We are also earmarking funds in the unappropriated balance for the off-site inspection program for that's recommendation number 70. We're also continuing funding for the above-ground facility program under council actions. We're also continuing funding positions in the Office of Finance to assist the business community. That's numbers 37 through 39. And we are continuing the funding for the neighborhood enhancement and enrichment funds for each council member. We also wanted to make sure that you know that this year's budget had some choices and some priorities. There isn't a single department that received everything they asked for. Everyone was asked to prioritize. We try to meet everyone's priorities through the council process. I once again want to commend all the council members for working very closely with the committee to prioritize citywide programs and citywide funding. Each council member, I will tell you right now, all of you should know that as we get through next fiscal year, we will definitely review all of the council-specific items as we get through the mid-year, and we see how the economy moves on us. Hopefully, it'll move in a positive direction. And Mr. President and colleagues, that concludes my presentation, but I just wanted to reassure you all that the CLA's office, Sharon So, Ron Deaton, all the committee members did the best that they could under the circumstances to present a stable and, I believe, a good budget for the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Mistakowski?
I was just going to ask that the CAO, perhaps the mayor and the CLA could begin with just a little bit of an overview themselves as to what they presented as this budget evolved. First with the mayor's office, working very closely with the departments in presenting the budget, then the CAO, and then the CLA. As I think Mr. Pacheco indicated, this really has been a collaborative effort. with, at each stage of the budget process, starting with the mayor's office, a very prudent approach, a cautious approach, which I think is called for this year because of what the upheaval we went through last year, and potentially the upheaval we may be facing this year in light of the secession vote. And I think the idea and suggestion, as Mr. Pacheco guided us as the chair of Budget and Finance Committee through the process of that caution and that need for looking for revenue sources if we were going to add things back, is what guided the committee's action, looking at the two highest priorities being neighborhood services, quality of life issues, and public safety. Those two were the ones that I think guided each entity as we went through the process, and I think it has come through as a budget with those recommendations. Also looking at the likelihood or the possibility that come mid-year, we will be more certain and knowledgeable about events outside of our control, given both the economy and the issue relative to secession, and that come mid-year, we may be able to make rather serious adjustments as needed one way or the other. But I think it would be useful to have particularly the mayor, CAO, and CLA give us that overview as we start to go through the issues item by item.
Krista Binder with the
Since
mayor's
they have
office.
been working as a team, maybe if they can work as a team and allow staff maybe 5 minutes or so for an overview and presentation. We do have a lengthy day ahead of us. Go ahead.
Krista Binder with the mayor's office. When we got the budget, it was probably at its worst state. The initial revenue losses from the CAO are about minus $250 million. That's revenue losses and continuing appropriations. And what we did at that time was to try and work with the city departments in developing cut exercises and also prioritizing what the city's core services were. And for the mayor's office, those were public safety, obviously neighborhoods, public works, and transportation. So we really kind of focused the budget around those core areas. Some of the budget reductions, we tried to mitigate cuts to services, so we focused on where we could cut back in departments administratively. Some of those cuts were not very good. Some departments took some big cuts, like general services. We did reduce accounting-type positions, management-level positions, and, for example, in the police department where we could, we tried to move sworn positions into the field and reduce administrative positions as well. So that's kind of a basic overview of how we looked at the budget. So.
Thank you very much. Bill Fujioka from the City Administrative Office. Before I get into my brief comments, I want to take this time to recognize and express my appreciation to the CAO staff who put this budget together. As you know, that at the same time we were putting this budget together, we were also putting together secession-related documents, which in large part exceeded the effort it took us to put this budget together. The staff of the CAO we do our work very, very quietly behind the scenes, but this year they exceeded my expectations and they performed, I think, exceptionally well. What we did this year in working with departments was to focus on maintaining our current service levels. We looked at administrative positions throughout the city that we thought were, if not redundant, but unnecessary, and recommend elimination of those positions. We worked extremely, I think, well with each department. This was a different process than what we experienced in the previous years, because this time the CAO took on a much more active role in the development of this budget, worked very closely with the mayor's office, closely with our departments, and subsequently worked closely with your chief legislative analysts. The couple of highlights that I want to mention as we go through today's proceedings. As Councilman Pacheco said, through his committee, the reserve fund was raised to 104. We know as of this date that the state's proposed budget will result in I'll characterize as a hit of $12 million, which would come out of our reserve fund, which would take that level from the 104 to $92 million. It's important to note that that is only the first signal from Sacramento. The potential for further cuts is very, very strong as the proposed budget goes through the legislative process. So I would caution you to proceed carefully before you take any more money from our reserve fund. Our revenue projections are still riding the strength of the real estate market, including our property tax and our documentary transfer tax. But we continue to be concerned with our economically sensitive revenue categories such as utility, sales tax, business tax, and TOT. As we know, those categories did not meet our expectations this year. In fact, they were well below that. The last thing is that we know there will, as we go through the remaining months of this fiscal year and the beginning months of next year, the issue of secession will have an impact on our finances. If secession passes, it will have an impact on our finances. We will ask, if it does pass, we will ask your approval. We'll come to your council with a revised budget, but we will ask your immediate authority to shut down any and all new programs. We know right now that the cost to borrow money is being impacted. You heard our report last Friday of the information from the Fitch rating agency. We know there's going to be a consequence. So again, this coupled with what we're hearing from the state would further support our request. I know it's shared by the CLA and by our Chair of Budget and Finance that any actions to take money from the reserve fund should be handled very, very carefully. That's it. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, members of the council, Sharon So at the CLA's office. Just a few comments with regard to the reserve fund. That was one of the most important factors in the proposed budget that we were very concerned about. And fortunately, your Budget and Finance Committee worked very diligently to increase that reserve fund to the $105 million. As the CAO has already indicated, with the state budget impact, we know that there's probably going to be a $12 million hit to the city, as well as other contingencies and other unknown things that the city is facing. We really need to focus on the reserve fund and be very careful with regard to how that reserve fund is addressed this year. The committee did also want to focus on some areas that the proposed budget either deleted or reduced service level, and the committee worked very hard to meet those core services and bring them back up to current level. There is also an awful lot of focus on public safety and quality of life issues, and your committee, with the addition of more revenues that we found in the proposed budget, were able to restore some of those services. So with that, that's our overview, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else, Ms. Mizikowski? Okay, if not, then colleagues, as I mentioned in the beginning, Mr. Rudy Thomas, did you wish to be recognized?
Mr. President, members of the council, when you would like for me to make the motion that you asked me to introduce over there, just let me know. I stand ready.
All right. I stand ready. I think there's 13 members who may not. We're going to take the document titled Budget and Finance Committee Recommendations on the 2002-2003 Proposed Budget. It's considered an attachment to the committee report, but outlines all the details of the changes made by the Budget Committee to the mayor's proposed budget. It's a 17-page document. As I mentioned in the beginning, we'll take them page by page. I will call the page number and the item numbers, and we will vote on them as a block unless I hear a member wishing to call any specials. We'll go through all 17 pages calling specials and then return to consider those items called special one by one. Members, are we ready? Okay, see nobody shuffling or scrambling, so I believe we're ready. We'll take page 1 first, items 1 through 5. Are there any specials? Seeing none, then Mr. Clerk, could you please open the roll on items 1 through 5? Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those items are approved. Page 2, items 6 through 16. Are there any specials? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on items 6 through 16, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Next is page 3, items 17 through 25. Are there any specials? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Next is page 4, items 26 through 33. Are there any specials? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Next is page 5, items 34 through 41. Are there any specials? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please. Item 40 called special by Mr. Labange. 37 called special by Ms. Galanter. Any other specials? Items 34 through 41. Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on the balance of the items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Next is page 6, items 42 through 48. Are there any specials? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Next is page 7, items 49 through 55. Are there any specials? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Next is page 8, items 56 through 60. Are there any specials? Mr. Pacheco?
I believe the CLA had mentioned that number 60 should read 2.5 million and not 2 million.
Okay, so with that correction, are there any specials on page 8? Seeing none, then Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on items 56 through 60 with 60 as amended. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Next is page 9, items 61 through 67. Are there any specials? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Brings us to page 10, items 68 through 72. 69 call special by Ms. Galanter. Are there any other specials? Any other specials on page 10? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on the balance of the items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Page 11, items 73 through 76. Are there any specials? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Page 12, items 77 through 80. Are there any specials? 77 called special by Ms. Galanter. Any other specials? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Next is page 13, items 81 through 87. Are there any specials? Mr. Burnson? Are there any specials? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, those items are approved. Mr. Burnson does wish to consider item 81. Let's open the roll on reconsideration of item number 81. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Item 81 is reconsidered and called special by Mr. Burnson. Brings us to page 14, items 88 through 94. Are there any specials? Ms. Galanter? Item 90 called special by Ms. Galanter. 94 called special by Mr. Zine. Any other specials? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Page 15, items 95 through 98. 95 call special by Ms. Misikowski. 96 call special by Ms. Perry. Any other specials? Mr. Labange.
No.
No, thank you.
Okay. Any other specials? We have 97 and 98 before us. Seeing no further specials, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 eyes.
Those are approved. Page 16 is item 99. Anybody wishing to call 99 special? Mr. Garcetti. And finally, page 17, items 100 through 105. Mrs. Gruhl.
Could we consider 93? I'd like to call 93 special, if we could.
Okay, let's open the roll on reconsideration of item number 93. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 eyes.
93 is reconsidered and called special by Ms. Gruhl. Okay, and for item number 17, these are the closing recommendations to basically implement what the council as a body acts upon for recommendations number 1 through 99. So we keep 100 and 105 on the desk for action at the end of the day. This brings us back now to items called special.
Item number 37 is the first item called special by Councilmember Galanter.
Okay, before taking that first item called special, we do have as one of the items called special, item 95. And I see our Chief of Police here, and I'm sure he's got a lot of other things to do. So members, unless there's an objection, let's take item 95 out of order, hear from our Chief of Police, and bring that matter to closure, and then we'll take it from the top. Ms. Misikowski?
Yes, I call this matter special. As we all know, Chief Pomeroy has just recently come back into the fold. He has distributed, I believe, to every member of the council a alternative proposal that he's making today, and it deals with the issues in item 95. So I thought it might be appropriate first to hear from Chief Pomeroy, and then I will be bringing in a motion on this matter.
Chief?
Thank you very much, council members. It's not my intent to reopen any discussion the department has previously had with any of you, your staff, or the mayor's office. However, in looking at the budget, I do have some concerns, particularly for the incoming chief. I believe the new chief will look at our organization and see a need to reorganize, and also the chief will, to conform with best business practices, and also the chief will probably want to add some structure to our community policing program. I would like to see as much flexibility retained for the chief to be able to do that. So what I'm proposing are some stopgap measures to permit that. As I understand the budget, there was the elimination of 4 positions within the police department, including 3 commanders. 2 of these commanders are actually deputy chief positions filled in lieu. I would propose that we go ahead and eliminate 1 commander position as detailed in my report, but that we retain for a period of time the 2 commander positions that are really deputy chief positions. I think there'll need to be an operations officer somewhere in our department, and this will give the chief of police the opportunity to do that. As I look around the rest of the cuts made in the department, I find that many of them are actually what I understand the term to be reallocations. We're sending positions back to the field. I'm suggesting that we delay doing that, keep some of those positions in place in order to allow that reorganization to occur when the new chief gets there. Briefly going group by group or section by section, I understand the need to downsize the government liaison section. I believe we should do that, and so the majority of the transfers or cuts out of that position should occur. I understand the same needs for reserve coordination sections, so I would agree that the majority of the cuts and the changes should occur there as well. The Ombuds office, given what it does, should probably, in my judgment, be retained for some months, at least until the new chief can see how that relates to BSSS, or our employee assistance section, as well as what we're doing throughout the department with risk management. Now, when it comes to community affairs group, I understand that commander position should probably leave the department. I would propose that the one that is currently assigned to government liaison and is one of those two deputy chief positions I've talked about should be transferred there. I know there was a desire to reduce that large operation. We have already transferred 18 people out of there and returned them by and large to field duties. It would seem to me that those people that are there currently should therefore remain, again, to provide the chief that flexibility I think the incoming chief will need. One issue I think that does merit some understanding and consideration is the DARE operation. The council and the mayor, as I understand, are recommending we go down to 74 position. The police commission has already looked at this, and they've thought that we should go down to 44 positions. So I think there'll be a great number of positions out of DARE back into the field, and there is correspondence being prepared for council consideration, as I understand. Just to summarize, I think what I proposed is either a cost-neutral or a cost-minimal way of retaining sufficient structure on the 6th floor of Parker Center that the incoming chief can look at how we're organized, reorganize, make some suggestions to the mayor, to the council, to the commission, and bring some improvements to our organization later on in the year. I'm not requesting that we do anything drastic by way of add-back, just delay, by and large, removing some people who would otherwise be slated for reallocation. To stress one final point, we need to keep those two deputy chief authorities currently filled by commanders to provide some structure for the new chief when he or she comes in. When you look at this overall, I'm only suggesting that instead of cutting 4 positions, we cut 1 instead. So there's really only three cuts that I'm suggesting we retained. Everything else is just a matter of not moving people out of the positions they're in quite as quickly as was thought we should do.
Ms. Mizikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we are having a motion prepared. It may not be ready yet, but I did want to hear from the chief, so we may come back to this item later when the motion is introduced. I appreciate the chief's efforts to say that we are in a time of flux within the police department, and rather than reduce as many of the positions as might have been recommended, that if we leave some in place, some of the authorities, it will allow flexibility for a new chief to come in. And I think what might be appropriate is if we bring in this motion now to ask for a mid-year review of these positions and authorities. Hopefully by the mid-year we will have a new chief selected, and that new chief looking at the priorities and potential reorganization within that department. And I think it will be important at that time to talk to a new chief about what those priorities might be and how the department might be reorganized. I think it would be far easier for a new chief to have these positions, reorganize them in a way that makes sense, rather than to have a new chief have to come to council and ask for restoration or additional new authorities as his or her first request to the council. So I think the motion will be to follow the suggestion of the chief, which doesn't restore all of the positions that were cut. Some are acknowledged to be reasonably eliminated. But then ask that they be allowed to keep some of these in place, but with the caveat that there be a report back probably within 3 or 4 months after a new chief is selected to look at a reorganization proposal, with the caveat to the new chief that at the budget time we did not cut or eliminate as many positions as was initially recommended, so that, again, there would not be a sense that new positions should be added at mid-year, but just allowing these to be more flexibly adjusted. So as I say, I don't think that motion is available for us yet. We can have the discussion now, or I think when the motion is brought in, I will just make reference to it again, but that will be my recommendation. I'd like to thank Chief Pomeroy for looking at it without reopening the whole issue and making some suggestions that I think make sense.
Mr. Pacheco.
Colleagues, I just wanted, for those of you who weren't part of Budget and Finance, give you a taste of it. So let's get started with the Police Department. What's the gentleman to your left's name? Mr. Moran? Bill, how are you doing? All right, we're going to go back to committee, all right? You ready? All right. If I read this correctly, the concluing sentence in this whole report is most of these, the cuts to these entities are actually reassignments to other functions rather than elimination of the authorities, resulting in no budgetary savings.
That is correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so if it's not about dollars, let me ask you this then. What is the total dollar impact if all these positions were fully funded and the reassignment did not occur? Is it $1 million? Is it $500,000? Is it?
They retained the staff.
You need the microphone in front of you.
For many of the positions, they retained the funding, those positions would go elsewhere in the department, at least in the short term, and there would be money required to fund those. The only positions that would have a fiscal impact were the ones that are eliminated.
And how much is that fiscal impact?
I believe it was about $400,000, and our proposal would save about $180,000 or $90,000, my recollection.
Okay. And your total budget is how much?
The total budget for the department, it's in excess of $900 million.
So we're talking about a budget that has $900 million in it right now, right?
Yes.
And we're looking for an extra $180,000 or an extra $400,000?
It would be the difference between our savings, which would be about 190, and 400,000. So you're looking 200, 250,000, 300 at the most split.
Okay. Colleagues, when we're looking at such a minuscule amount, I would just simply recommend that this go to committee, that the department look within its own $900 million budget and see if they can find it before we make this funding change today. So for all of you, that was just a small taste of how it goes in committee. But thank you for playing along, Mr. Moran and the LAPD. But the most important thing is for today, I think that we note that the amount is small, and we should first look at you to find it within your budget, and then we'll look at us. Thank you.
Mr. Pacheco, is there a motion for disposition in that statement somewhere?
Simply, I would say, once the motion comes in, I'd ask the council president to refer to committee.
Okay. Mr. Reyes?
I'll reserve my comments when it gets to committee. That way we can move along with the budget discourse.
Okay. Well, then we do have item 95, which had been called special. Ms. Misikowski?
Why don't we hold it on the desk, let it go back into the normal order, and by that time we'll have a motion ready.
Okay. Mr. Holden?
Mr. President, members, Chief Pomeroy is someone that we sent for. He didn't volunteer to come down here to tell us what's right or wrong with the department. Only after he got here, he realized that, in my view, and he didn't say this to me because I haven't talked to him about it, a meat hatch approach to chopping up the department and essential services by someone who's not even police officers. Thank God that Chief Pomeroy is here and saying that some of these things we just cannot do. Don't even consider them if you're going to have a police department that's going to serve and protect. And within the department, some of these services they provide, and the lawsuits that we have and the amount of monies that we pay out and the millions and millions of dollars, which the public is not aware of it. We could save money. It won't get worse than what it is, and it's bad enough. We all know that. And I understand what Mr. Pacheco is saying, But if the police department got to go find the money, even though it's very little, to fill the gap that Chief Pomeroy has talked about, it's getting worse, not better. And Mr. Pacheco is not listening, so he really doesn't care too much about this department and public safety and Rampart. But I must tell you this, that Chief, did you talk to, did somebody in the mayor's office talk to you about what they were doing before they did all this?
I did not have a budget discussion with the mayor's office before accepting this position, Mr. Holden.
All right. What about when you talked to the police commission? Did they tell you that, give you any indication what was about to happen in the department in terms of budget cuts?
The department had those discussions. I did not until after I assumed the position of chief. I did discuss my thoughts with Mr. Caruso, and he concurs and said that I could represent him, that he agrees with my proposal.
Oh, well then, see, Mr. Checo has got his head in the air, and I'm going to vote against this motion, because if the president of the police commission is in favor of it, boy, that's a big, giant step. The police chief is making a recommendation to save some of the functions within the department, and then Ms. Kasi is going to bring the motion in. I'm voting for that motion today. I'm not going to delay that vote at all. I'm not going to say to this chief, who can take his stars off and leave us any day without the leadership that we need, and then say, wait, you guys don't want to cooperate? You guys don't want to listen to what's reasonable, even from the police commission and the police chief? I know he won't do that, but I can, his heart's got to be in it. And I'm not going to discourage him. Not at all. I guess they think I have a habit of supporting police chiefs, but I think that's why you're the chief. And that's why you have a best understanding about what's going on in the department. And I'm not going to take a short approach to it either. I'm not going to delay this motion at all. We're going to send a message to the department that we're going to support them, to the police commission that they made a recommendation, we'll support them, and to the public that there will not be any gaps in service. So, Mr. Pacheco, you can do what you like. I'm not voting for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. And as requested, we will hold item number 95 on the desk, take it back up in its natural order, and by then we should have had that motion introduced and circulated. Thank you, Chief, for your time. Mr. Clerk, back to
item number 37, called special by Councilmember Galanter.
Item 37 now before us. Ms. Galanter.
Thank you. I just wanted somebody to describe briefly what the taxpayer advocate is and how that position works.
I believe the Department of Finance is here, but that position actually was a continuation of a position that was approved last year. Basically, what this position does, it assists the business community with tax problems to increase tax compliance. It's a contact person. The Business Tax Advisory Committee had requested this position last year, and
I don't have any problem with there being such a position. I remember when the last time I had a consulting business, and I have a graduate degree and all that stuff from a reasonably good university, and I had to get help every single time filling out the business tax forms because they were hard to understand. And the city staff was very nice about it, but a taxpayer advocate is clearly a good thing to have. I just wanted to make sure that we take every opportunity to let the public know that there is such a position. There is a person called the taxpayer advocate whom they can call because we do have a lot of complicated laws. So that is, just so I understand it, this is a position within the Department of Finance, and this person's job is to handle customer confusion or complaints or...
To assist the business community. So if there are any questions, they can contact this individual, whether it be to get information on the tax structure, whether it be to get information about the filling of forms, whether it be to finding out how to comply.
And that is, I hope that's not a substitute for the people at the counters if you walk into the, okay. And does this person then also help to train those people to answer questions?
I'm not sure whether they actually help train, but perhaps we can ask finance to
Well,
respond back to you on
perhaps
that
maybe
particular
we
issue.
should do that, because a year from now I may need to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Galanter. Other members wishing to be heard on item 37? Mr. Ridley Thomas?
What university was that Ms. Galanter was referring to? You referred to a university, a reasonably good one that you were associated with. Which one might that have been?
That particular one I had in mind was Yale.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other members on item 37? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on item 37, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved.
Item
Next
number 40, called special by Councilmember Labange.
Mr. Labange, item 40.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of council. I just rise to support this additional 10th person on truck companies. It will be 5 different truck companies selected throughout the city. One of the tragic changes that they had to make is reduce staffing on truck companies over the years, and it has had an impact. This will be a positive impact, and then hopefully next year we can add more back. I think there's 42 trucks, 34 trucks in the city of Los Angeles overall, yeah, that are with 9 members right now, so this will have a positive impact. There's 47 trucks citywide, which is very important for the task force. I just know it's real important, especially in older neighborhoods where there's older housing, and that teamwork approach that the fire department does once they arrive on a scene, the 10th man is extremely valuable. I want to thank everyone for their support on this.
Ms. Gruhl.
I also want to join with Tom on this particular motion as part of the budget. In my district, we have right now a lot of problems with brush clearance and needing enough firefighters out in our community. So this is extraordinarily important to our neighborhoods, and know that there is already an indication that this body is interested in supporting it, but wanted to stand up as well with my colleague, Councilman Tom Labange.
Thank you. Mr. Zine.
Mr. President, colleagues, I've visited a number of the fire stations in the West Valley, and the number one concern is to address this issue, which I know we're going to resolve and help them. It'll definitely assist them in carrying out the mission of public safety, and they've been waiting for this to happen for a long period of time, and I'm sure they'll be very pleased when we pass this and they have that take place. So more to come, but I do support that. Our fine Los Angeles City firefighters.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Ms. Mizikowski.
Just to add my voice in support of this, I also wanted to point out that I think the way the fire department has handled this and managed it through the budget is a good one. Rather than coming in and attempting to ask for a very, very big budget item to fully staff all of the task forces to the 10th man, they have year by year, with good management, good proposals, added a number of units to get up to that 10th man strength. And that's what we're doing here. It was first recommended only to do 3. We found, in terms of other capabilities in the committee, that we could get 5 more, so that it's bringing us now, I think, to the more than halfway mark on our task forces with the 10th man. And it's the appropriate way to do a budget rather than one big ticket item.
Ms. Hahn.
Well, I couldn't let this go without also saying that this was clearly a priority for us to make sure that this happened. And for those who maybe not familiar with what this means, 10th man, those of you who may be watching these proceedings, I mean, really this was explained to us as the firefighter that backs up the other firefighters. This is the firefighter that actually can save the lives of the firefighters who are responding to the emergency. And it's a very critical position. And in fact, we hope not only to increase the level of fire protection to the residents in and around Los Angeles, but to increase the level of protection and service to the other firefighters in our department. It is a critical issue.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Other members wishing to be heard on item number 40? Seeing none, then Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Item 40 is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 69, called special by Councilmember Galanter.
Ms. Galanter.
I just was having a little trouble understanding who's getting credit for what.
The city is getting credit. There were some audits that were done by Water and Power. It turned out that there were some incorrect charges that
So
were
we
assessed.
had
against us.
overpaid them.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
We wouldn't be as rapid to point out the reverse.
I know. That's why I was checking.
Other members on item 69? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Item 69 is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 77, called special by Councilmember Galanter.
Ms. Galanter.
You should never turn me loose on these things. Thank you. Look, I'm all in favor of a private hauler recycling fee, but just this morning I found a letter in my mail that offers some critique of what we're actually, of the way we're going about doing what we're doing. And so I just found this morning. I haven't had a long time to go through it, but this gentleman representing the Solid Waste Management Association has written saying that the ordinance currently excludes construction and demolition contractors from paying these fees, and that this is a disadvantage to waste haulers and recyclers. Actually, it seems to me that apart from that problem, construction debris is a major, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of volume from construction debris, and a lot of it can, in fact, be recycled. I know that some of the other cities around here they refuse to collect it at all. They refuse to let it go to landfills, and all of it has to be recycled. So I was concerned about that. This letter then goes on to argue there shouldn't be any exemptions. Everybody involved in waste and recycling should pay the fee, and everybody must participate. He also raises a concern that the city, that this requires haulers to pay the city a new fee of 10% on gross revenues. Now, I was under the impression that every business in the city pays a business tax based on gross revenues. So I also was curious to understand here exactly what the fee is. Now, I know that the budget process is not the place to really go through the details of the fee, but it does seem to me that if we're budgeting based on it, we better straighten out any problems that may exist in it before we count on the budget. So I'm not sure what the appropriate action to propose here would be, but I do think certainly I would feel better if I had some clarification on exactly how this is going to work and if there are problems, what we're going to do about them.
Ms. Galanter.
Mr. Pacheco on Ms. Galanter's time.
Ms. Galanter, I just want to reassure you of two things. First of all, the fee is based on a 6-month income or revenue, which would be in place the beginning of next calendar year. So half of this fiscal year, we have an opportunity to work out any of those issues. The second thing I want to reassure you of is that the fee is not in place right now. The Board of Public Works has referred this to their city attorney.
Oh, okay.
The city attorney is going to be working with, we should refer that letter to the city attorney at the Board of Public Works, and the board themselves have not adopted the fee. So
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you. That is reassuring.
So we do have a window, a great window of opportunity to discuss those questions and issues. And I also asked for a report back on what impact it would have on a council, or if not council district area, if not by council district, at least by area planning boundaries. So I do just want to reassure you that we are going to have to look at this at the mid-year, because if it turns out that those questions that are raised in the letter or the city attorney raises them do not come out positively, and this revenue does not manifest itself, then we're going to have to make adjustments in the mid-year. So I just wanted to reassure you that.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Let me just mention one other thing that's listed in here that I hope we will consider as we're looking at the revenues. He's also raised some questions about whether the funds collected would be used only for the residential collection program, which of course is the recycling program that we run. And again, that can be dealt with as we go through the ordinance, but I think that I just wanted to be sure that we weren't implementing something we hadn't had a chance to clarify. So I appreciate the clarification.
I hope that helps.
And Ms. Galanter, Mr. Pacheco, and other members, I believe item 99A1 also speaks to the preparation of the ordinance and it coming back to council for final approval. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just to address also some of the things that Councilmember Galanter brought up, part of the reason, it's 6 months is what's included, but the reason, colleagues, why we have also the idea of starting the program 3 months earlier, I think this will still give us enough time for deliberation, but if we as a council can speed up that ordinance writing process and ride that very carefully, we can not only bring in new income, but what that will do is finally allow us to start some recycling, probably in one of two areas this year. We probably can't do both, either in residential areas that are apartments and or with commercial recycling, which is, we've done a great job with recycling in our homes, but we haven't managed to do that in these two other areas. And that's that part of the intent of this, which I brought up in the budget meeting, was to be able to steer it that direction, because what this does is just covers the recycling programs we have. It doesn't give us any new monies to start that. And, you know, in an area like my district where it's 85% renters, there's so many apartment dwellers who often look for recycling. We just don't give them that opportunity, and we have to bring them into that overall effort. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Did Mr. Pacheco wish to be recognized again? He passes. Ms. Gruhl.
I just, actually, Eric brought up the issue I was most concerned about, is recycling in apartments, townhouse, condo complexes, because I think we have I live in one of those townhouse complexes where we are unable to do I take it myself, but I know many of my neighbors do not. And so I hope that when you bring back this proposal that it will include a way in which we can increase our recycling in some of those larger, obviously, apartments and townhouses, et cetera. So look forward to seeing that back in council.
Mr. Holden.
Mr. President, members, this is a proposed ordinance. It's not on the books yet, and yet we're including in the budget amounts of monies that we think we will receive in order to go about balancing the budget. This is a matter that came before my committee 2 or 3 months ago, and I suggested that perhaps we should have the private haulers participate in the recycling program, and that would be of some additional benefit. That motion left to go to Public Works, I believe, and to come back to my committee with an ordinance being drafted for that purpose. The terms and conditions of the ordinance, as it were to be returned to my committee, we don't know yet. I know that since then the mayor has some paperwork before us, but it's meaningless unless and until the ordinance is drafted, adopted, and approved by the council. So it appears now what we are doing is using something that's imaginary, that we think might happen, to balance the budget when it's not even been approved yet. It's a law that's something we're thinking about that's not even in effect. Maybe somebody can respond to us on that. How can we go ahead and say, let's balance our budget, attempt to balance the budget using some kind of a law that's not even in effect, an ordinance? Now, you're going to have a lot of protests, I'm sure, not just from tenants, but from haulers as well. And if they answer my question, Mr. President, you can hold my time. I'm sure everybody who can respond to this question heard what the question really is.
Mr. Fujioka, Mr. Deaton.
See, they busy.
Mr. Fujioka. We need a response to Mr. Holden's question, please.
Perhaps I can help. Gail Weingart, Assistant City Attorney. As part of the budget process, you are requesting us to draft ordinances. We have drafts that will be transmitted within the week, and they will be before the council in time to be voted on and go into effect before the July 1st budget period.
Thank you, Mr.
Well,
Attorney.
not so. It's got to come back to the committee.
Mr. Holden.
And I'm not going to, what if I don't have a hearing?
Mr. Holden. Mr. Fujioka, I believe the question was
Well, not to the city attorney,
questioning
because she's
the
giving the wrong
budgetary
answer.
practice of including in the budget an item which has not been approved by the council yet. Item number 77.
What we have here is a proposal to enact a new ordinance which would give us the ability to collect revenue from the private haulers. Notice that it's partial year funding, that but it is pending the approval of your council of any ordinance change. And so this is something that has been done before. What we could do, if you have a concern, is place this in the UB if that's an appropriate tactic. But right now, I've seen where this has happened before. But it does have to go through the policy process, has to go through committee and then subsequently full council for approval.
Anybody give a different answer? Because I've been sitting around in budgets for about 14 years, and I've not seen it happen before. And maybe you can tell me in a case where it's happened.
There was a street cutting fee, I understand, that went through the similar process. Was proposed in the budget, subsequently considered in the policy committee, well, first by the Board of Public Works, subsequently by the policy committee, and then approved by the full
They
council.
took that from park and revenue money, and they got sued for it, just in case that was the fallback. So, Mr. President, members, we better know what we're doing around here, because we're going to make things even more confusing in the future than we have in the past. And I would say that how much are you cutting the budget now in the Department of Sanitation? By what amount are you reducing the budget, if at all? Would you tell me that?
Well, there is a reduction in the department's budget.
How much?
Because, well, if I can finish, the intent of this new ordinance is to fund recycling programs throughout the city through this particular fee. And so where we have instances where the current budget, this year's budget, funds those recycling programs, the intent is to use this fee for not all of them, but where appropriate, where we can legally, to use this fee to support our recycling programs. So it's not a cut per se.
Well, Mr. President, members, just on the motion, Mr. Fukuoka, this is a sloppy way to do business, in my view, and I think the public has a right to know that. This matter should not have been included in the budget at all as income, because you don't have any income. We could be a long ways down the road. I remember they tried to introduce a trucking ordinance, and they had it on the drawing board for 4 plus 5 years, and it never was enacted into law, and they were going to get fees and monies from that. And same thing here. You already cut the budget, Department of Sanitation. They got to live with that budget cut unless and until some other monies come in from another resource. Now, I said to you that it's not going to be before the council in a week. The instructions are that it's coming back to my committee, Environmental Quality and Waste Management Committee, and that's what's going to happen. Now, whether it gets out of there in time, as the city attorney said, I don't know. Chances are not likely. See what I'm saying? Not likely, because I believe in reviewing something and having a good hearing on it, and I'm going to hear from both sides, the truckers and the community and the persons who are going to be affected by this proposed ordinance. So,
Thank you, Mr. Holden.
I don't know what you got before you, and maybe you just ought to put this to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Mr. Labange.
What are you saying?
Mr. Labange passes. Ms. Mizikowski.
I was just going to point out that, like everything else in the budget, this is a projection. It's a projection based on something that the Board of Public Works has already requested, something that I think we've heard around the council and in policy committee is a good idea. And because it won't necessarily be ready and in effect on July 1st, there's only an expectation of counting for 6 months' worth of revenue from this program. As a projection, as with everything else that we project, we look at mid-year budget reviews, quarterly budget reviews to say, are we meeting our projections? Are we meeting what we expected to come in? On this item, if by mid-year the council, for whatever reason, hasn't adopted this fee, revenue hasn't been able to come in, that adjustment could be made in mid-year to reduce and deduct this from the budget. But I think in terms of a reasonable projection, a reasonable expectation based on what the Board of Public Works has suggested, the draft ordinance already proposed by the city attorney to now come back to policy committee to now go through the details of adjustments as might be necessary for certain kind of issues and certain kind of haulers. This makes sense to be in the budget as a projection with the capability to act appropriately mid-year if the projections haven't been realized. So I think that this is appropriate. I think it is a positive step in the right direction, and I think it's reasonable to show it in the budget as a projection with 6 months' worth of revenue coming forward.
Other members wishing to be recognized? Then we do have item 77 before us. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 81, called special by Councilmember Burnson.
Mr. Burnson.
Yes, members of the council, this is an item that's a little disturbing to me. We're asking for 3 positions which formerly were funded by GLAZA to be picked up by the city. Now, I think a lot of you may not recognize the fact that GLAZA, in my opinion, has some serious problems. They supposedly were intended to raise money for the improvement of the zoo. In fact, the major portion of their budget goes for their own expenses, such as this year they hired a consultant for $360,000. Their executive officer is paid over $100,000. In fact, over $200,000? Okay. Now that is about 90% of what they raised on the beastly ball for the zoo. Now, in my opinion, this money is being raised in the name of the zoo and being used for purposes other than the betterment of the zoo. I cannot support this motion. In fact, I have asked the city controller to do an audit of GLAZA, and I'm waiting for the results of that audit, but I expect to be bringing in a motion for us to cancel the contract with GLAZA and to form an organization that raises money that goes to the zoo and not for their own purposes. So I'm asking for a no vote on this, and I would appreciate a no vote on that. What do you want to answer something, Mr. Deaton, while I still have time? Hold my time, would you please?
I'd like you to recommend a yes vote.
Why?
Because we need the positions to do the job. We're going to take the money in part, we're going to discuss with GLAZA them continuing to fund those positions even though they're city positions. I acknowledge the difficulties we're having, but we need the positions to continue to do the job we're doing. At the zoo, we are going to take that from 2 sources, one GLAZA membership and the other is a Zoo Enterprise Fund. And during the year, we're going to address the problems that you're talking about, but we need the 3 positions, and it's a zero.
Okay, I will listen to what you're saying. I will support this because you're making the suggestion. But members of the council, this is a serious problem that has to be addressed. The money that's being raised in the name of the zoo is not getting there. And we need to make sure that when we raise money for any type of thing that the city endorses, and the zoo is a very important part of this city, the money has to get there. So, Mr. Deaton, you and I have had this conversation before. I would ask that you examine the contract that we have with GLAZA and be prepared, because as soon as the audit comes in, I'm going to bring a motion in that we cancel that contract and seek other means of funding the zoo.
Thank you, Mr. Burnson.
Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of council. This is important. I ask for your support. The money does get to the zoo, but it doesn't get to the right place at the zoo. These positions are needed. It will help the operation, and I thank you, Mr. Burnson, for bringing up those strong words that we're going to have, as the controller is reviewing this, to make the changes necessary so we get the right support from the citizens of this city that support our zoo. It's very important. So I just ask for an aye vote. Thank you very much.
Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. Burnson and those in the general public, I just want to reassure you that I heard you loud and clear about what we need to do with anyone misusing the name of the zoo and basically the lure of wanting to help our animals and the zoo as a facility. And I'm sure Mr. Labange will join in making sure that we keep a commitment that the integrity of our zoo is preserved. And I will dedicate my staff to follow up on this, Mr. Burnson.
Mr. Holden.
Mr. Pacheco, how can you be assured that the $572,000 will be offset by an increase in membership by $115,000? How can you be assured of that?
Mr. Holden, I think that the situation is that GLAZA was paying for this, in fact, is paying for it this current year at a rate higher than $115,000.
What are they paying then?
My recollection is it's more like $300,000. So between those amounts and the Zoo Enterprise Zone, we feel that there is more than enough money to cover these positions, and we will, in fact, engage GLAZA in this discussion, amongst others.
Right, they're paying $300,000 this year currently.
That's right, but it's...
And you're going to reduce that to $115,000?
Perhaps.
You're going to reduce?
What this action does is say there's going to be two sources of funds. I'm not willing to say that GLAZA isn't going to spend the $300,000 right now. But this is a way of financing. It's a zero impact on the general fund. And there's two sources of revenue, and we'll get it done in its resolution authority. So we're able to continue the function. There's no impact on the general fund, and you allow some of us to go, shall you say, discuss this with
What's the
GLAZA.
$572,000? Where's that coming from?
Pardon me?
I'm looking at item number 81. Maybe I got the wrong item.
Okay.
Mr. Fuchioka, maybe you can tell us.
Pardon me?
Where's the $572,000 coming
The
from?
115 is coming from GLAZA. The balance is coming from excess revenue realized by the zoo this fiscal year. We have it, it's already been collected.
The money's already there?
Yes,
All right.
yes.
And is that somewhere noted in the budget, in the zoo's budget, that money, that difference is money?
This action would note the additional $400,000 in revenue.
Well, when I look at the zoo, the budget for the zoo, I'm going to find a differential between 115 and 572, which shows that money is there.
You will show that the zoo revenues go up about $400,000, the difference between the 572 and the 115.
So the money is there.
Yes.
That's why the zero, Mr. Holden.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. Just real quickly, just the term misused, which was mentioned, it's misdirected at the zoo. It's not misused, but misdirected. So we want to make sure it's directed right and properly and get the great support that we need to help continue to make the Los Angeles Zoo the great zoo that it is. Not misused, but misdirected. We're going to direct it right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Members, item 81 before us. Seeing no additional speakers, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 90, called special by Councilmember Galanter.
Ms. Galanter.
Thank you. My concern on this one is that the DWP Public Benefits Fund is one of those things that is so tempting. It's just out there, you know, and everybody is reaching for it all the time. And we just, excuse me, just last week got around to having DWP adopt criteria for the things that they sponsor and the things they get involved in. So what I want to make sure here is that we aren't snitching out of that fund while we are telling everybody else and the department that they have to go through other things. This, I know, says to look at the possibility of those funds, but I just wanted to raise a word of caution. There are a lot of demands on those funds, and I think that we're going to use them up way too quickly if we use them to fill in gaps in city programs that we should be able to fund a different way.
Ms. Galanter? Ms. Galanter? Ms. Galanter, I understand completely where you're coming from. I just want to bring some history into this debate. When we were discussing the LEAD program in Budget and Finance for city buildings, I came up with the suggestion that if we're going to really embrace environmentally efficient buildings and sustainable building in the city of Los Angeles, as Mr. Garcetti has put us up in terms of a policy, that I thought that our city buildings...
Well, some of us did it before he got
Well,
here,
I'm just
and
saying,
before you got here too, so,
Yeah.
yes.
So what we're trying to do, and what I've been trying to impress upon the city family, is that as we look at any of our projects, that we include looking at making them energy efficient and sustainable buildings, even the ones that have current
Yeah,
gaps right now.
I think that's great, and I'm not arguing with that, but if you look at the way the committee report is written, which is what I'm looking at, it isn't clear that this funding, if it's used, would be used specifically for those purposes.
I understand.
And that's what I want to make sure about.
And that's what I'm trying to reassure you of, is that we have, in the committee, have wholeheartedly embraced moving all of our projects to energy efficiency and sustainable buildings. And so the language may not be clear, but I just want to reassure you that.
But while we're on that, we also have the ESCOs program that's been kicking around out there for a long time, which is managed by General Services. And that's another source that might be appropriate instead of the public benefits. I'm not arguing with you here. All I'm trying to do is, really, I'm not. I'm trying to raise the caution that there are many wonderful things that need to get done in this city, and this is a very tempting pot of money, but it is finite. And so no committee is going to be able to know all the other things that might come along next month but haven't come along yet. But if we spend all the money on one or a few projects, we don't have anything left over. So I'm just raising a word of caution here. And I applaud what you're doing on the buildings, and if we're using it for things we can't do through the ESCOs program and they need to get done to improve the environmental value of the building, I'm all for it. But I just want to be careful about it.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. And I certainly, Councilwoman Glanter, I understand your concern, and I too have that same concern. But just to make sure that you know where my commitment is, first of all, my commitment, first and foremost, is to closing this funding gap. I mean, this is, again, as you said, there are many wonderful things in this city, wonderful projects that need to be completed. This is one of the most beautiful historic theaters, which the city purchased 5 years ago, with the commitment to this community of San Pedro, that we really would restore it and refurbish it and get it up to standards that we can really use it as an ongoing theater for not only movies but for productions. We've had the LA Philharmonic in that theater, but clearly some of the money that needs to be spent has to do with air conditioning, heating, which certainly, if it is energy efficient and it is a place where we could legally, morally use public benefit funds from DWP, that's what I think we were looking at. Certainly, if we're replacing chairs, we're not going to use public benefit money. But I do think if we have the opportunity, and part of what DWP public benefit money should be used for is places where we could actually showcase energy efficient policies that we have in the city. And it could be used as an example that theater goers would know that it clearly was energy efficient. That's certainly where we want to use that money. But that is not going to be used, trust me, to close the entire funding gap for the Warner Grand Theater. But if in fact we could use those monies for areas that certainly is in the guidelines of public benefit money, that's what we're going to do.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Pacheco, did you wish to be recognized again? Mr. Labange.
Yeah, Mr. President, members of council, I just wanted to support exactly what Janice said about DWP public benefits. It's important we look at it as a tool, important that we look at a tool like our cultural facilities, because often we could educate the public not only in their experience at that particular facility, but also tell them the water power story of green power, of other energy efficiency. So I think it's a very good tool to use here and a proper tool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Other members wishing to be recognized? And seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Item 90 is approved. Members, before going on to the next item, let me make a brief announcement in terms of the state of affairs here. Seems like we're moving along pretty swiftly. I have been informed that there are some 30 or so amending motions that are 50 now. Okay, this isn't an auction. There's a 50 or so amending motions that are being reproduced and soon to be circulated to all the members for consideration. We are now about to take 93, 94, 95, and 96. After these items, we will begin with those 50 some odd amending motions taken up one at a time. So let's continue to be focused in the next couple of items. It is 11:40. Come noon, maybe we'll take sort of a 5-minute break to stretch the legs a little bit and then resume. Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
Item number 93, called special by Councilmember Gruhl.
Ms. Gruhl.
Yes, I'd like to have the Housing Department just to give us a brief presentation on this item. For my colleagues, this is an item that instructs the CAO, CLA, and the Housing Department to report back to Budget and Finance on the feasibility cost, funding sources, and staffing to establish a Valley satellite office for the Housing Department, which I believe, no, I'm for this, Hal. I think that what I want to make sure is we understand what it's going to be able to do and make sure we move it forward.
Mr. President, members of the council, this would be a full-service office. We've asked for 7 additional positions to support it. There would be 25 inspectors, both complaint and systematic code enforcement inspectors, 5 to 6 rent investigators, and some clerical support and administrative support. The 7 positions would allow for a full-service office. They could pay their bills, they could pay their REAP bills, they could get public information, they could talk to the inspectors. The cost is fully loaded, which is with related costs and with lease costs, is $689,000 a year.
Thank you. And I mean, I think we just opened the Bernardi, or at least did the topping off of the Bernardi Center, Community Service Center in the Valley, which would be one location that I think we should look at as well. As much as possible, making sure that we have services out in our community so people don't have to come downtown. I know there's a community service center in the 8th District. I'm not sure if it has housing office there.
That's correct. There's a housing office for our rehab program in Van Nuys right now, but we don't have a full service for inspection or rent, and this would provide those services.
Great, and I know that Councilmember Labange wants to make one change, which I agree with before he's even said it.
Before recognizing Mr. Labange, Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn gave me that. Just I want you to change the name. Valley is not a satellite. It's a district, it's a community. So take the satellite, send it to the observatory in Griffith Park, but it's Valley Community Office, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to rise in support of this. I think this is a great first step in what I hoped to continue marching on, which is really regionalizing a lot of our city departments so that indeed we can take government to the people. Being on the Housing Committee, I know I was distressed to learn that the REAP payments, for instance, people actually had to come downtown, find a place to park, come inside, turn in their payments, and we felt like that was certainly something that people should be able to do closer to home, and I want to support this. I also know that you're working in the harbor area to help provide a desk at our planning counter to do the same thing, and I think this is what I believe we're going to move towards, is really regionalizing a lot of these efforts. There's no reason for people to have to come downtown to do these basic city services, and this is a great service to our residents, and so I really applaud you for coming up with this plan, and I support this wholeheartedly.
Thank you.
Don't forget the harbor.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Labange, did you wish to be recognized again?
Again, how important it is, community-based government. That's what we all should be about, community-based government, in the community, helping people. And what is also so important, members of council, that is it inspires the employee when they feel they have a section that they could get their hands around. And it inspires them to do a better job for the community. Not just community-based police officers, community-based policing, but community-based government. Good job, Gary, and all your team.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Reyes.
Colleagues, what's extraordinary to me is that as I was doing the studies on lead-based poisoning and all the issues that are affecting our younger families, our seniors who are working in older housing stock and living in older housing stock, that the kind of support we need for those communities around Pacoima, areas we have the older housing stock, those issues are just as relevant in the harbor as it is in the Northeast and Central and South Central. So I'm glad to see this outreach, if you will, towards those areas we have those kinds of pockets, because it's fairly severe throughout the city, but just as bad in the older communities. So I'm hoping we keep in mind how we're prioritizing our resources for areas of great need throughout the city. Thank you.
Mr. Holden.
Maybe someone can answer this question. Don't we have a Valley City Hall right now? Yes or no?
Van Nuys City Hall.
There's a civic center in Van Nuys, and there isn't space there. We're going to have to lease space at this point.
You have this kind of a housing operation out of the City Hall there? Yes or no?
No, I don't have a housing operation at City Hall. I have an office in Van Nuys for our rehab program.
You don't have anything in the City Hall, at Valley City Hall?
No.
Why not?
We lease space in Van Nuys for, there isn't space
Why
available
lease
in the
extra
City
space
Hall.
if you got a City Hall there? It's a beautiful City Hall.
There isn't space available at this time.
Gee, this is another misstep. So if you put this so-called satellite or community center, whatever, in the valley, where would you put it then? Near the city hall? Remote from the city hall?
As near City Hall as we can locate it.
As near city hall you can remote, okay.
That's correct.
So what you're saying is that you can do this now if you want to, you just need the space.
We need the space and we need the positions that are
We got
being
we
requested.
give you the money for that already. You should, it's up to you to deploy the personnel. The money is there from the assessment on the housing fee, annual inspection fee. You got all kind of money coming in. And the idea was to hire more people to do those, to perform those functions. Somewhere along the line, that is not being done. Have you up to full staff yet?
We're at full staffing now. We've asked for 7 additional positions.
You're at full staff right now as we speak.
Not for this activity. We need 7 additional positions. That's what was requested in the
What
budget.
activity that you are up to full staff?
The systematic code enforcement program, and we're staffing up for the REAP program at this point.
Is that not done yet?
The REAP program, we just got authority for the position.
You have the money available?
Yes.
Okay, well, I mean, it depends on where you deploy them. So, I mean, that's your, well, only for Ms. Gruhl I'm going to do this. But I can tell you one thing right now. I mean, I'm just not getting the right message from the department regarding how to deploy their personnel. And if you have not deployed personnel sufficient to meet the need or the requirement in the valley, and we've already budgeted them for that reason, then that would be a problem. Pretty soon, you know, the valley will have a choice whether or not how they want to do this in the future. Whether or not they want to do it on their own, or whether or not they want to come and ask the city, inner city, permission. You know, and as we keep saying these things, pretty soon they're going to say, we'd rather do it ourselves. And I think that's probably what's happening. So if the money's been there, the position's been there, and then Ms. Gruhl's got to ask for it, everybody would have a problem with that.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Mr. Burnson. Okay, previous question has been moved. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on the previous question. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, that does end discussion. We do have item 93 before us. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Item 93 is approved. Next item, please.
Mr. President, item number 94 was called special by Councilmember Zine. I understand his questions have been answered.
Okay, item 94 now before us. Any other members with questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
94 is approved. Next item.
Mr. President, item number 95 is being held on the desk. You wish to continue that on the desk?
Ms. Miskowski? Yes, as we...
Okay. Item number 96
No,
called...
excuse me, no, we can go ahead and adopt 95. We'll add the motion to add back, so adopt 95 as recommended now.
Okay. Any other members with questions or comments on item 95? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
95 is approved. Next item.
Item number 96 called special by Councilmember Perry.
Ms. Perry.
With respect to the request that we look at 95 again, we voted on it pretty quickly, and I would like to have spoken to it.
Okay, is that a motion for reconsideration?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Okay, please open the roll on reconsideration for item number 95. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Okay, 95 is now back before us, but let's take up item 96. Ms. Perry?
Mine is very quick. I wanted to make sure that in this report on comprehensive study of sidewalk repair, it also includes a backlog going back 5 years.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that's included in the request.
Okay, then with that addition, are there any other members wishing to be heard on item 96? Ms. Gruhl?
In support, Councilmember Hahn and I talked a lot about this, the importance of sidewalk repair, and I think in all of our districts, this is a real critical importance, and I've talked a bit to Public Works as well, to really roll up our sleeves and figure out how we can address the trees pulling up the sidewalks and how we can make sure we're serving our neighborhoods. So this is something that I think each of us should realize is critically important to our communities, and I feel that this comprehensive study will help us educate our communities about how they can get those sidewalks repaired, whether it be through city resources or a joint resources between personal and the City of Los Angeles. So this is something we hope, and a 60 days I know is a short time frame in many ways, but one I think is important to acknowledge that it's a critical issue in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. Mr. Labange.
Mr. Robinson, good to see you, and our good thoughts for Bill White and all the folks. But I wanted to ask a question. This study, how much does this study cost?
You're right.
As far as the sidewalk study to go back through, we'll work with the CAO to establish some type of a cost for you, but we have a lot of documentation already that we've used in benchmarking. We have a lot of information available to us that we've already accumulated as part of our research going into the sidewalk program.
Because I'm available free to drive you throughout the district, and we pass through other parts of the city to save the money, and we'll pick up other council members so we don't have to do a heavy cost. I would like to make sure you talk to our Department of Disability and see where there's a concentration of people who are challenged in wheelchairs, or concentration, talk with aging, where there's a concentration of seniors with walkers, because what I want to see is the first sidewalks get fixed wherever they are in the city. I sure want my fair share for the 4th District, but life is not always fair. I come from a big family, and I could testimonial to that. But to make sure we hit where people are needed to get access, because I'll never forget in Atwater Village, there was a woman who for many years struggled, but every day would pass our home in her wheelchair to get down to the boulevard. And it was so important when the sidewalk curb cuts were made, so it made it easier for her not have to work the driveways. So I just think it's real important, Department of Aging, Department of Disability, and look to see where the concentrations are, and then add that into your factors.
Be glad to do that, Councilman.
Mr. Labange, that's how actually Street Services, when we did the original curb cuts, they have a very good database. We worked with disability, and this will do the same thing on this one as well. That's why that lady, in fact, got the curb cut, I'm sure.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilmember Labange, not only are you free, you are priceless. But, Councilmember Perry, you bring up a good point. That actually wasn't something I think we specifically asked for in the report, but I'm happy to support that going back at least 5 years. And I think what we wanted was, because I think we've all been struggling with this idea about the repair of sidewalks and the problem that the trees have, and every one of us who are new council members, when we were precinct walking, I think most of us had, that was one of our major issues, with people dragging us out and saying, we want you to see this and what a tragedy this is. And we wanted to make sure that part of the study came back and talked about the possibility of the new rubberized sidewalks. Some of us, I remember Councilmember Weiss actually showed some skepticism if the price tag we put on a per mile sidewalk is really the case. So a lot of those things, I think we wanted just a comprehensive report on all these issues so that we can make sure we're putting the resources in the right place. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's probably one of the #1 priorities I think all of us have for our districts is fixing the sidewalks so that we don't have people slip and fall.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Councilman. Colleagues, we had this discussion before about how we were going to deal with this issue on several occasions, and each time I kept throwing out this notion of how we leverage our nonprofit resources, how we bring youth into the process where they can get contracts so we can create jobs for them. So this can be job sites for actual skill development. Councilmember Perry, would it be, it's a friendly amendment from what I understand, but can we get in this study an understanding of which nonprofits have a history or working relationship with the public works, and where can we bring in opportunities for nonprofits to create jobs? And really, it's a way to complement what Mayor Hahn has started already in trying to find resources for young people when he announced his program dealing with gang situations. It's a resource base. and it's money we're spending already, and it's a way in which we can get young people involved in improving their own community. We teach them a skill, we spread the wealth, and create an environment for an improved environment. So it's thinking out of the box, so to speak. It's an old adage, but again, it's being opportunistic. So in that study, if we can complement that process, I believe Councilmember Perry has seconded that. And it's something that we could evaluate and put into practice and literally start being more methodical in how we share our resources with our young people and get our infrastructure rebuilt.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Holden.
Mr. President, members, before I comment on this, I have to apologize to one of my colleagues. We just started exploding last Friday, and I want the public to know that for the next year, 1.5 months, that I'm never going to say anything that's going to upset my colleague, Ms. Galanter, and I'm going to do this publicly, and that I'm always going to say, ha ha, on the way up when she tells me to jump. And then she's not smiling, but she ought to because it's true. And whenever I say anything that's out of order, you just tell me to do that and I'll do it. But anyway, the sidewalk repair stuff, you know, I had to walk precincts for my last 2 elections, and I could give you my own report. I didn't have to give it to you in 60 days, and I gave you that report, and that you've been very responsive. And I would say for the new members who just got elected a year ago, if they walk their precincts, they know where the bad sidewalks are. And if you know where the bad sidewalks are, I don't understand how you have to ask you to go out there and do the same thing that they've already done. They obviously did it well because they got elected. So, so they're not listening anyway. So it's going to take them another 4 years to learn how to get the job done. The fact of the matter is that you've done a pretty good job in my district. You've been very responsive. And I would continue to work with you and make sure that that happens in the future as it has in the past. But the report, I don't know why they asked for a report. All they have to do is go out and do like I did. Sidewalk at this address, on this street, on that block, and say, here's the problem. When can you do it? How soon can you repair the sidewalk? That's the responsibility of the council person. So I guess they're all in the process of learning. And if they were paying more attention to what we're saying right now, they would be ahead of the game, because every single one of them who just got elected is sitting around doing something else, and the constituents need to go after them on their sidewalk problem.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Other members wishing to be recognized? And seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on item number 96.
As amended.
As amended. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Mr. President, item number 99, called special by Councilmember
Actually,
Garcetti.
we had reconsidered item number 95 based on a Holden motion. Mr. Holden, number 95.
Mr. President, members, I think we're going to need someone from the police department to come out and tell us about these programs that they're cutting. I talked to Mr. Levant, Chief Levant, who was heading up to their program. He's out of the country right now, but these programs have been extremely beneficial for the department and for the city of Los Angeles, cutting down our costs and lawsuits, et cetera. Could we hold this on the table until we can get the police department to come to respond? Are you ready to respond now, ma'am? You from the police department? All right. Maybe they can come up and hold my time when they explain all these categories of cuts that they're talking about and how you get they anticipate redeploying the personnel given these cuts will be in place.
Basically, what the cuts will result in is scaling back the DARE program to elementary schools.
Tell them the significance of the DARE program. I know what they're talking about here. Do we need the DARE program anymore at all?
Yes, we do.
What's been the benefit of the DARE program? And what the effect of the cuts going to have on that program? How many schools will be kicked out of the program because you have fewer personnel? That's what you need to be talking about, and that's why I asked the question.
It would be cutting it out of several hundred intermediate and high schools.
Several hundred schools? Yes. All right. Then what about the reserve coordination section? ombuds officer, gun units, behavioral science services section, reserve coordinator. That's what I want you to do. You have the list in front of you, don't you?
Yes.
Well, would you really address each of them and what the effect it's going to have in the department's operation?
The reserve coordination section is primarily recruits and trains reserve officers. The intent there is to just place that responsibility with the recruitment and employment division and with training division, rather than to have a separate entity do it.
Is that okay with you?
The decision was made that this was one of the compromises we thought was appropriate, yes.
Well, why did you have it in the first place? You could have done it last year, is that correct?
Just take somebody looking at it with new eyes.
With poor vision. Go to the next one.
Which number do you want to talk about now? Yeah.
You think this will help with our recruitment program? You know, they only ask for about 300 plus new officers, and that brings them about 9,100 police officers. I mean, how will this enhance recruitment by these cuts or transferring personnel?
It would become the responsibility of our recruitment and employment division, which specializes in this field.
And you're cutting back on the personnel to do the job, is that correct?
As the budget is structured, we would give up those positions in reserve coordination section and reassign those responsibilities.
So you have the same number of people in the recruitment program? In person?
No.
You have fewer
Yes.
people? But the goal is 10,000 officers. How are you going to do that is what I'm saying. You're not
I'm sorry, we're talking about the reserve coordination
the
section.
same thing.
That is a relatively smaller number of people who are brought on board every year, and we believe this could be accomplished by reassigning it to other divisions.
All right. What about the behavioral science services section?
Those positions are responsible for our family unit. They're responsible for the peer counseling function, and they also get involved in coordinating funerals and this sort of thing.
How many cuts are you going to make there?
3.
3 cuts. How many do you have on the staff right now?
6.
6. You cut it in half.
Yes.
All right. Do you think police officers need less counseling or more counseling? Shootings involve family problems?
Given what these people do, we believed it was reasonable to drop those 3 positions out and still continue the program.
All right, fine. Sounds good. Next.
Okay. Do you want to talk about the Ombuds office? Or
Yes.
community?
Yes.
The Ombuds office, we really believe, should remain intact. We believe it performs an important role in intervening in workplace problems, preventing personnel complaints, lawsuits, and that sort of thing. Given the number of people who are assigned to this function, we believe this pays rich rewards, and we did not want that to be.
How many people have in that position now?
I think it's 8 people.
How many are you going to cut? How many are you going to cut?
Well, our recommendation was not to cut any.
How many are they recommending to cut? Any at
I'm
all?
not recommending any be cut.
What about the budget? All of them?
Ombuds.
I can't get an answer, Mr. President.
You were recommending.
We had recommended the elimination of that particular function because we felt that it duplicates the service provided by
We who?
the city administrative office.
Oh, so you substitute yourself for the police department?
No, as part of the budget process, it's our responsibility to review the department's budget, first the request, but also their entire budget, and to make recommendations where we felt it would be reasonable to achieve some budgetary reductions.
You made your point. Now, what about the community affairs group you're cutting out?
The same thing, we felt that with the intent of moving sworn resources out to patrol units, that was a recommendation that came from the city administrative office. We felt that it achieved the goal of putting more sworn resources on the street. And when we looked at the community affairs office, when you see such a high number of sworn positions and functions that one could be done by...
What is their function? And the police department over there should be listening to, because I'm going to ask them, what is the function of the community affairs group, the officers? So, I mean, they obviously need them, they think, and you're cutting them out. Now, go ahead, tell me.
To some degree, but not to the number that currently exists. And when we were looking at basically competing priorities, one priority is, yes, they have one function. Yes, they need officers to perform or to liaison with the community. But even more important, when we saw that through attrition and through our lower recruitment, results of recruitment efforts, we felt we needed to do whatever was possible to get more experienced sworn staff out to operations or or patrol functions.
Now, what about-
That was the principal goal.
What about
in
the
our
government
effort.
liaison?
Same thing with government liaison. When you have, I know there's a recommendation from the present chief to not cut the deputy chief position, but when you have 5 positions assigned to that function that could be reassigned to support our patrol services, we thought that was a prudent move. The one Detective 3 position that's in this council on a regular basis, we support retaining that position. In fact, what's been recommended by the chief, our new chief, I think is a reasonable approach. And actually what's been recommended in terms of taking some of those items to committee is also a reasonable approach at this point in time.
You know, I just was at the memorial services just the other day, and some of the police officers, you know, weather vane, we've been listening to police officers, so we've been told, and they tell us what they think they need. And they were saying it's absurd to make these cuts in the community coordination section. The job that they've done there in terms of really protecting the city from additional lawsuits and being on the job and being in the right place at the right time. But you, the CAO, knows best. But let me tell you this. I believe that officer, I talked to 2 or 3 of them, were right. Some worked in that function and some did not. So they do have the training. One officer has been around for 27 years. He worked at Rampart. He said, think what it would have been like if we had not been on the job. Now, the mistake we're making here in City Hall today is that untrained bureaucrats are taking over the department and attempting to operate and define what the functions are. Now, this is going to hurt in the long run. It's going to backfire on you. Thank you, Mr. President. It's going to backfire on you. It's going to hurt you. And I'm going to be the one to point the finger and blame the ones who are doing it. You says, we made the decision. That's you. If someone else made it with you or for you, then you'll tell me at the time. But nevertheless, that's a decision before us, and I'm voting no on it, and that's the reason why. Rampart, crime in East L.A.
Thank you, Mr. Holden.
It's going to get worse, It's worse in South Central now, but you're claiming it's worse over there, but it isn't.
Ms. Miskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Holden, I am in agreement with you, and I'm in agreement with you, as was recommended this morning by Chief Pomeroy, and as Mr. Fujioka just said. In one hand, you're asking, what did this budget do? And they indicated that there were lots of positions that were being eliminated, positions that were being transferred. The motion that is coming in, I've just signed it, will restore a number of these positions in the Community Affairs Group, in the Ombudsman Office, in the Behavioral Science section. All of those groups you just went through, the chief asked this morning that we restore either partially or in total, section by section by section. Mr. Fujioka said he agreed. He thought the chief's position this morning was reasonable and moderate. So the motion, notwithstanding that, approving 95 today is still appropriate, because although the cuts will not be as significant if we add back on the motion that's coming in, there will still be a need for the department to report to the commission about its priorities and about how they're going to handle deployment, because in some areas there will be some cuts, far less than the budget report that's before you today recommends. But I have no problem with recommending approval of 95, and then I would hope that we will get a strong, if not unanimous, support for the motion, not yet numbered, but coming in, that talks about restoring a significant number of those positions, as was requested this morning by the police department. And I don't think we will have serious objection from Mr. Fujioka, and perhaps I'll already indicate that, in fact, that motion has been signed by the Budget and Finance Committee Chair, Mr. Pacheco. So I think we will restore and keep whole and healthy those particular functions, those particular groups within the police department that will still continue to operate the way the chief of police is now asking for them and restoring a number of positions. So having said that, I think there's no problem with approving 95, but the important item will be the add back motion that is coming shortly.
Thank you, Ms. Misikowski. Mr. Burnson.
Well, I find myself in a rare situation agreeing with Mr. Holden and even with Cindy. The only disagreement I have with you, Cindy, is why approve this? Why not just send it back to committee? Why not just send it back to committee with your motion? Because I think that's the proper way to do it. Why take it out?
Let me just answer.
All my time.
The motion that we're going to bring in today hopefully will not be sent to committee. It will be
it will
approved.
be approved today?
But there still will be a minimally
Okay.
smaller
Well,
amount.
let's take them up together then. I would move we take them up
Then
together.
let's hold 95 still on the
Yeah,
desk
now,
until
let
we
me
have
just
the
say
other
this,
motion.
members of the council. The one area in here I object to the most is removal of the reserve officer phrase, positions. Number one of the best auxiliaries that we have in the city, volunteering their time, and with the shortage of police that we have, are the reserve officers who give their time to this city, and they're not being used as appropriately today as they could be. And we need to encourage this, not discourage this, and I will vehemently oppose any move to take that out.
Thank you, Mr. Burnson. Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of council. I support what Mr. Burnson just said about reserve officers and volunteers in the police department. Make sure that we just have them an ability to come in and assist in the work of our officers. But a question that I wanted to state too, that I'm very concerned about, is the elimination, or who is the top person in the police department July 1st, 2002 that deals with the consular corps? Who's going to be responsible for that? Mr. Moran.
That will reside within the Chief of Staff's office.
Will it be the Chief of Staff himself?
It possibly will be.
Oh, a deputy chief. That's good to hear. Also, on the charitable officers who work in the police commission. Right now, as we're meeting here in City Hall, there's probably somebody knocking on a door soliciting citizens of Los Angeles for hopefully a good program. Maybe even a police and fire support group that has a proper permit. I know and it's a big city. The staff is being cut in this area?
Councilman Labange, yes, it's being reduced by 25% from eight employees to 6 employees.
Yeah. I know how valuable it is, and I'm going to put in a motion to ask for those positions back, because it's extremely invaluable that we protect the people who often get solicited improperly by all kinds of organizations. And finally, on the DARE situation, I want to know if we could break DARE out and discuss it separately. I think there's a great value to DARE, but I know there's a great need for police officers in the streets of Los Angeles, but I would hate to see this city council set DARE out aside with not having a full discussion at the table with people from the Los Angeles Unified School District, from people from the Los Angeles Police Department, and people from DARE America. So if I could ask, is it proper to get a second to separate DARE, okay, and then let's come back on the table and have a full discussion what DARE's positive effect it has had on the community, and how we can find creative ways to meet the goals of DARE and have Los Angeles officers in the communities doing the work of police officers, but also having them in schools to do the important message that DARE has to young people, and the impression that officers have when they are in a school. Joe Gunn, please.
Councilman, just for your information, the commission took an action several weeks ago to eliminate the DARE officers down to a total of 44, plus the 7 that are assigned to the magnet schools. The plan that the department came in with also gave the responsibility to the senior lead officers to cover the schools that were eliminated when we eliminated those extra positions in DARE. We have also written a letter on behalf of the commission to the LA School Police asking that they become involved in getting the training to be DARE officers so that they could supplement our officers until the department gets back up to speed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Gunn. I think that's important, but I think DARE is far too important to just have it locked in. So I have an amending motion that we separate DARE and come back
We're holding the item on
and the reserve officers, and come in and discuss that separately on that. Thank you, and invite Dare America, and invite the police department, invite some officers, and invite some principals and some students and graduates at Dare to see the importance of the program. Thank you, Mr. President and members of council, and the reserve officer program, too.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Brinson seconds that motion. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. On this item, the number of personnel, government liaison unit, how many personnel are assigned to that?
I believe it's 4.
4 people? A community affairs group?
47.
47. Do they do the webpage for the department also?
Yes, they do.
The ombudsman's office?
6, I believe.
6?
8.
6 or 8? And the gun unit?
There are a total of approximately 15 positions, but several of them are vacant.
The reserve coordination section?
I think it's 5 people.
And behavioral sciences section? Are those the psychologists?
Well, right now the issue on the table is the employee assistance unit, which is, as I know, is 6 people, rather.
And you want to cut that to 3?
That's what we agreed to as a compromise. Yes.
But it will stay intact, I mean, stay in operation.
That is correct.
And it has reserves coordination section listed twice. That is a, are there 2 reserve sections or 1?
No, there was just 1.
Because that policy on number 95 on page 15 shows reserve coordination section, and then women's coordinator. Is that duplicate?
Women's coordinator is part of the Ombuds office.
Okay, so the reserve coordination section, as you state, has 8, or has 5, and women's coordinator?
The women's coordinator is 1 person.
1 person?
Yes.
So we're not talking a lot of personnel. And the ranks would go, the highest would be commander, and the lowest would be police officer, and everything in between?
And a secretary, as I recall, in 1 position.
Who would take over the function of the ombudsman's office?
That is a very difficult question to answer. Behavioral sciences would have to do some of it, but it is not a good fit. Behavioral sciences deals with individuals with problems. These are workplace conflict kind of problems, different issue.
So the ombudsman is designed to take an issue and hopefully through some process avoid a personnel investigation or avoid litigation or avoid something. Would that then just go by the wayside and they would go to litigation or go to a personnel investigation at
No,
the
not at
short
all.
gap?
The employee assistance program provides a similar level and type of service. We thought that the one duplicates the other, and so the intent is to have the EAP staff fill that particular function.
So on the ombudsman where you have 8, you're going to take a unit that has 3 without a command staff, if I understand the numbers from what you're stating. You stated that ombudsman has 8 personnel assigned, and employee assistance is going to go from 6 to 3. And I'm concerned where the ombudsman position is going to be handled.
The employee assistance program is found in the personnel department. It is not found within the police department. And so the intent is for that office to provide the services, at least for certain select functions, previously provided by the ombudsman's office.
So the city personnel department, not law enforcement related, would handle complaints and issues the ombudsman within the department would handle?
Yes.
You don't find that a problem?
Mr. Zine.
Not for those type of problems that were identified.
I have 2 other speakers, Mr. Zine.
On this item?
On this item.
All right.
I'd ask that you push your button again.
Oh,
Mr.
just
Pacheco.
just one more quick one. My last
Let me
one.
call on the next speaker.
All right.
Mr.
I'll be back.
Pacheco.
Mr. President and colleagues, I think it's an overstatement of any viewpoint as we discuss these positions that somehow we're jeopardizing public safety when we're talking about these positions. We are talking about $210,000 out of a $900 million budget, okay? So let's be very clear and let's get some perspective here. We all agree that these positions have importance depending on the type of work they do, but let's not blow things out of proportion. We're talking about $210,000 in a $900 million budget, all right? So let's not, get carried away here. The other thing I want to tell you is that Ms. Miskowski has introduced a motion to authorize the department to find savings within their own budget to put in place all of these positions if they deem it appropriate. So we've now put the ball in the LAPD's court. They can now do whatever they feel is appropriate within their own shuffling and reprioritizing of their budget. In a $900 million budget, if they want to find $210,000 to fund these positions and deal with this issue, it's in their court now. So I second that motion because today is about the dollars, and today the $0 impact is something that we can deal with. So I don't want anyone to get all carried away on this issue. We definitely support the police department. We support all the good work that they're doing, but I just wanted to put this in context. And when Mr. Fujioka said we, I believe he was including the mayor's office as the proposed budget came forward, and I believe he was including the council when we adopted the budget with no changes in that area. So the we is everyone involved here, starting with the mayor's office, CAO, CLA, and our committee. So I just want to share that as information, not just Mr. Fujioka.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes.
Just one point I wanted to amplify, and I caught this as the conversation between Councilmember Zine and the police staff here on the question on the ombudsman. And Mr. Fujioka, you spoke about another individual who plays a, who plays a role in dealing with the ombudsman. But I just think it's important, just looking at our track record, we deal with lawsuits and personnel, and we deal with issues that haunt us from what happened in Rampart 2 years ago when we were dealing with this tension between the officers and management, that I don't want to in any way lessen the significance of the role of being able to negotiate what's happening to our officers and how we improve our management relations with our officers, with the understanding that we as a city wanted to bring up the morale for our men and women in blue. So I just want to get clarity here. Are we lessening that function, that role? Are you saying we're shifting it, or, I mean, can you explain that a little bit, or someone from the police staff?
While certainly we will make every attempt to take up the slack if the Ombuds office was eliminated, there, in my opinion, would be some deterioration in the response to workplace conflicts type.
So there would be some deterioration?
I think so.
Okay, now, is that good policy? And it's a rhetorical question, of course, but why should we lessen or allow that function to deteriorate when we know that we're going to spend a lot of money if we're not dealing with our personnel issues in a fashion that reflects its importance, and knowing that we need to shift gears in how we support our men and women in blue? I mean, what's the thinking here?
Well, understand that at the time the proposed budget was presented to your Budget and Finance Committee, what we presented constituted a recommendation. As it's gone through the process, it remains a recommendation until it completes what we're going through today, and hopefully only today, but not the next few days. I understand that Councilwoman Miskowski has a motion that I think will address your concerns. When we first approached the budget, we looked at it with the intent, again, of identifying resources that can go to patrol functions. But within that intent was not to eliminate the services or functions provided by that office. We felt that there is, if not within the department, but throughout the city, there are other entities that can fill the gap. This is not to eliminate a function. This is asking the department to restructure how they do business. And for a department of that size, I think, and we mentioned during the budget and Finance Committee process, and that we had a discussion, my office had a discussion with the President of the Police Commission on the importance of going in there with the consultant to look at the entire department, to look at other opportunities to restructure existing programs, not with the intent of eliminating functions, but with the intent of making the department more efficient and with that more cost-effective.
I guess what I would like to stress is that I would hate for us to send a message out to those who put their lives on the line every day that we're not doing our best to be able to negotiate and work with them, so that way we have this change in culture, this change in morale, where management and the officers can work these things out before they get to the point where we're doling out millions of dollars in lawsuits. Thank you.
I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Colleagues, let me remind you as we're discussing item number 95 that an amending motion by Ms. Misikowski has been circulated, item number 10, that relates to this matter as well. Ms. Galanter? Okay, Ms. Galanter yields to Ms. Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would like to cause everyone to pick up this package. It's got motion number 1 on it, and go to the back to motion number 10. And I'm going to ask that we take motion number 10 out of order. And for those who haven't gone through the budget process, there have been a lot of good questions asked about what is in the budget now, and asking the CAO and the mayor to explain what the cuts were. Motion 10 restores those items. It restores the Ombudsman's office in full. It restores the Community Affairs Group to 29 positions, I believe. It restores the other authorities and positions for behavioral science sections, as the chief asked for this morning. It concurs on the DARE program, but adds 7 back from the magnet school program. This is, we heard from the chief today, Mr. Holden, you said that we should do what the chief asked. Motion 10 does what the chief asks. So I am asking we take item 10 out of order to restore those positions as the chief asked. At this point, it's got a 0 change in the budget because it then, with 95, goes back to the commission. It restores those positions, those authorities are in place, but allows the department to work with the commission as to how they'll manage their budget salary authorities. It allows the new chief, when that chief will be selected, the positions and time and flexibility to look at whether or if or how there should be rearrangements. But it puts back those positions right now that Chief Pomeroy indicated were important. It doesn't eliminate the reserve coordination. It just moves the reserve coordination to the area of training and recruitment and employment division, so that those people who we have recently ramped up, we put a lot of people in personnel and police department to do better on recruitment and training. They are doing better. We are getting very good numbers in our classes today. We are getting more officers in, more candidates in through the process and doing it quickly. So I think the reserve coordination is a good fit there, because it's the kind of people who are now out talking about the department, getting people to join the department, and it's a very good fit. So the reserve coordination isn't off on its own. It's part of the basic unit of employment and recruitment, and says we recognize the volunteers and the capacity and how they add within the department. So I'm going to ask that we approve motion number 10 at this time, which restores back those very positions that we've had some discussion on that were requested today by Chief Pomeroy, and I think the chief did a good job in not saying give it everything, we can work it through.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Misikowski. Members, before we continue, we do have the queue for item number 95 held. I believe what the clerk has done is taken item 10 out of order, which cleared the board. Mr. Holden, is that your concern? Yes. I do have Mr. Burnson and Mr. Holden waiting to be heard on item amending motion number 10, which is now before us, unless the will of the body is to take the items together.
Mr. President, members, there was never a request, nor was there a motion.
There was a request by Ms. Misikowski
There's never a motion to take item 10 out of order.
Mr. Holden, please.
Listen, we're discussing 95.
Mr. Holden?
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Misikowski requested that item 10 be taken out of order.
During the discussion of 95? You can't do that.
Mr. Holden, I did, because they are related. We keep talking about 95 and 10.
Mr. Holden, we haven't voted on it. You're right.
then you have to talk about
Mr. Mr. just finished talking. Mr. Holden, please have a seat.
Well, point of
I'm
order.
trying to get us back in order here.
Point of order.
Your point, Mr. Holden?
My point is, if you're in the process of discussing an item, you cannot introduce a motion at that time to take 10 out of order and place the item that you're discussing. You have to conclude that item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Holden. Ms. Mizikowski had just finished talking and making that request. We're trying to get a will of the body here on how to proceed. 10 out of order or the items concurrently.
Concurrently is the way to go.
Is that the will of the body? I hear no objection. Then, Mr. Clerk, can we restore the queue from item number 95?
Mr. President, I think there may be a conflict with Mr. Labange's amending motion, which asks to have the DARE positions considered separately.
Right.
They are considered in number 10 and in 95.
Then we're taking the two items, including Mr. Labange's amending motion, all together. What I'm trying to achieve here is to restore the queue from item number 95. Are we back? Okay, we are back, and the queue stands as follows. Mr. Holden for a second time, followed by Mr. Burnton for a second time, and Ms. Mizikowski for a second time.
Spoken about 5 times already.
Mr. Garcetti for a first time. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to be clear. I'm actually supportive of this, but I heard earlier that this is actually not revenue neutral. It was 280,000. There was 400,000 more being kicked in, 120 in further cutbacks, and the balance was 280. Is that correct?
No, it is not. My recollection of the number, it's been calculated in the meantime, and it's about $350,000.
Can you speak to the microphone just so we can all hear you?
The spread between our recommendations and what was in the budget is about $368,000 or $69,000. That was just recalculated.
So, Ms. Mizikowski, you're not recommending to add the dollars back with this, merely the positions, and to have the department find those dollars themselves?
Right, and report, that's the part that reporting
Got it.
back to the commission and the
Okay.
department about how they'll handle that is appropriate. But
Great,
they get
okay.
the positions today.
I just want to clarify, but we think it's about 350 then, is what you're going to need to find. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holden.
Once again, another question. In the police department's budget, you have the senior lead officers program. Is that right, Mr. Gunn, or someone can answer that?
Yes,
How many officers are in that program?
about 168.
What's your maximum that you intend to include? Wasn't it over 300 at one point? Over 200 at one point?
No, it has not been. It
168.
increased several years ago.
7 years ago. When did it grow to 168?
That must have been 4 or 5 years ago.
I thought they didn't have senior leads then. They were not in place. I think that we just, Mr. Gunn, maybe you can answer that.
It grew to 168 when they added additional basic cars, and that's...
So
been
you
about-
had senior leads all the time then?
Yes.
But then I thought, what was this big discussion that we needed more senior lead officers? Oh, well, anyway, the reason why I'm asking the question is because here, the personnel of the Community Relations Department, you don't know just how valuable those positions are. And the ones that are cutting at the top, that Mr. Pacheco is saying, it's not that much money. If it's not that much money, then don't make the cuts. It's perhaps more cost-effective than some of the other positions you are deploying in the department. And no, be mindful of the fact that this motion had already passed when I asked for reconsideration. And now we've been discussing it for almost an hour. And I'm going to vote against everything associated with this because I'm against the cuts. I'm going to vote against the budget because public safety should be number one. And, you know, it's a Mickey Mouse approach, using a meat cleaver to cut at the top. And I'm not going to support that. The public has the right to know exactly what you're doing and what the consequences are going to be. The DARE program, Community Relations Department. You say it doesn't mean that much, then leave it alone. If it's not that much money, leave it in place. And so when crime escalates in your district and you're out there saying, vote for me, then they'll understand you'll vote for the position, but you give them no money to fill those positions. I'm voting against 90, 9, whatever it is, 95 and 10, because there's no money associated with it at all. If you can, how much money are we talking about there?
About 369,000.
360, how much?
369,000. roughly.
$369,000. Come on, we lose that much in lawsuits when you don't have them. Millions of dollars. Community relations officers and shootings, officer-involved shootings, getting out into the community to find out what went on. And you, for $360,000+, you're saying no? Then if you're saying no, I'll say no. And that's why I'm going to vote no.
Just say no. Mr. Bernstein, followed by Ms. Mizikowski.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
In all due respect to the chief with the reserve officers, I have some reservations about that. I think you separate it. And there always has been some resentment from the union and so forth about the reserve officers, and yet they're a valuable asset to this city. So I don't think we need to give it back to the jurisdiction. I'd like to see that office is kept separate, but I can see that, I don't know whether I'll have the votes or not, but I'm still going to persist in that. Relative to the DARE program, this is something that's very near and dear to me because I was involved early in this program. In fact, I think the first donation they ever got for the DARE program, I received for them at CSUN during the halftime of a football game many years ago. You know, there's no reason why we can't provide the same type of assistance to the DARE program. We have light-duty officers. We have people who are volunteers. We have reserve officers. This is a very important function, and it should not be allowed to slip away. Also, there's no reason why LA Unified should not be a partner with us in this and why they shouldn't provide teacher training. They could be trained by the police department. They could be trained by some people in their staff who have the training. But the program should continue, and I think Mr. Labange is absolutely correct. I don't know whether we can separate these things out separately and vote on them separately or not. I'm going to support Cindy's motion, but I'm also going to vote no on the overall budget number that was presented in the recommendations of the committee, and I think essentially, I'm not sure that's going to do what we want it to do. But Tom, they need to make some adjustments in how the DARE program is handled. It can be done using light-duty officers, people who are volunteers. The school should be involved in the program, reserve officers. There's no reason why this program should be hurt in any way possible. And obviously, Mr. Holden is right about the public relations officers. This is a very important function, dealing with the community. I have some severe reservations about this whole measure of taking anything out that's provided for in 95. I will support your motion, Cindy, but I must tell you, I have some real reservations about giving discretion to the department or to the commission on those two items. So I'm going to vote for it, and I'm going to hold my nose and vote for it, but I'm going to vote no on the overall.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein. Ms. Mizikowski, followed by Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hal, if you look at the thing that is dated May 17th that was given to us by the chief this morning, the language in the DARE paragraph almost verbatim talks about what you just said. And it basically says the department anticipates that the reduction is temporary until it is able to fill a substantial number of its sworn vacancies and do some relocation with those off those light-duty officers. That is what Mr. Gunn was indicating that the commission has already suggested doing.
Cindy, it should be the other way around. It should be not temporary. It should not take place until those positions are filled.
Well, and again, I think if we go back to the issue, why some of these shifts were made and why we are looking to restore some of them, is we know right now in the city that some of the most significant issues have been occurring in certain areas with deployment, with an increase in crime, and with sworn officers who are doing something other than dealing with patrol and dealing with issues in our community as we are seeing increased levels. This is temporary, saying until we get those recruitment positions filled, until we get other positions, and until we can do some adjustment with the light-duty officers. We should have our first priority in public safety being as many officers as possible in the streets, doing patrol, dealing with issues that are affecting them right now. Having said that, the chief made a request to us today to restore a number of these positions, some that do need to be filled in the behavioral science section, in the ombudsman office, in the community affairs group. These we are restoring, and that is why my motion, I am moving item number 10 to restore back those preliminary cuts that were made and recommended in the budget that I think are not appropriate, and that the motion says let's restore them. We will then discuss the other items, as Mr. Labange has asked, have DARE come back and have the presentation here on DARE as we are looking at that adjustment. But I think that motion 10 does restore back the bulk of the department positions that the chief asked for, that have been, that Mr. Moran is here talking about, and I think we should move forward on it, and we will deal with some of the other adjustments later.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of council. On those issues that we spoke of, and Councilmember Miskowski is chairperson of Public Safety, we will, today is the 20th, I just had to say it correctly, of May. So before the July 1st, we could have DARE, the Police Commission, the Police Department, LA Unified on this table, in this council, on agenda item to discuss this issue. That would be possible. I would support that, and the other issue of reserves, and have the mayor's volunteer coordinator and some of the others to look at how we could get more people to help in the solution that is necessary for the community. So I want to support your efforts, but then with the guarantee that on this amendment that we come back before the 1st, because in 6 weeks, as the chairman of our finance committee spoke of, we may have a different picture. We can look at it and see the importance and the impact of these programs and what adjustments that we can make. I just want to overstate, and I want to say overstate, because you can never overstate anything when it comes to the impression on young people. The DARE program, and any program. I remember every encounter I had with a Los Angeles police officer, and they were all good, except at Immaculate High School. The officer threw me his badge and kicked me out of a dance, but it wasn't my fault. It was my buddies. But that's the impression that's so important about teaching and impacting the lives of young people, what our officers can do. So I just wanted to support the recommendation of the chairperson, but with the fact that we're going to get DARE in here before the end of this fiscal year to discuss what adjustments we can make in later weeks and months, and also to push ahead on recruitment for all police officers, because that's the bottom line problem, is we don't have enough police officers to do the job. I have another question, Mr. President. Can I ask Mr. Moran? We have a program, Mr. Moran, this is just a little different, but I want to ask the question. We get $500 to a police officer or a city employee who requests?
That is correct.
Okay. Do we have any other programs that we do that?
No, I don't know of any. We
Okay.
also have a relocation bonus for people if they need to travel some distance to
come
become
here.
a police officer.
I was at a community meeting in the neighborhood one night, and I thought that Valley Village, Wendy, in an area that you'll soon represent if all goes well on redistricting, and I thought, would it be great if we had a program where we went to the authorized neighborhood associations, and if they helped us recruit an officer, we could give them a $500 if they're a 501c3. Does that like something we could do?
I believe so, but you would have to consult with the city.
All right, I'm going to come back with a motion at a later time on that to help people recruit the men and women that serve this city as Los Angeles police officers, and to be partner with the community organizations to help us get that message out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Other members wishing to be heard on item 95, amending motion 10? Seeing none, then, Mr. Clerk, we have those two matters in addition to Mr. Labange's amending motion. Is there any objection to Mr. Labange's amending motion? Seeing none, then that shall be adopted as a friendly amendment.
Mr. President, is that amending motion number 10?
No,
The
Mr.
Labange
Labange's
motion?
verbal amending motion
Okay.
to bifurcate the DARE component, and certainly work with Mr. Labange's office to agendize it appropriately for full council consideration. We have, let's take amending motion 10 up for a vote first. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
Okay. That is approved. We now have item number 95. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 2 noes.
That as well is approved. Okay, I believe item 99 is the next item, colleagues. It is 12:45. We've been at this well more than 2 hours now, close to 2.5. Unless there's an objection, let's take a 10-minute recess. And in the meantime, the amending motions have begun to be circulated. You have at least 10 before you. During the recess, let's flip through those amending motions and be prepared for a discussion of the first 10 immediately after 99 upon return. The council will stand in recess for the next 10 minutes. Ready, Conrad? Ready? Okay, welcome back, everybody. Appreciate that recess. Hope everybody had a chance to stretch the legs a little bit. As members of the public watching from home know, we are in the middle of consideration of the proposed fiscal year budget for 2002-2003. and a series of recommendations made by the Budget and Finance Committee, which had an opportunity to review the mayor's proposed budget. We are at this stage considering item number 99, or recommendation 99, and after consideration of recommendation 99, we will go to consideration of the amending motions being introduced today, at least the first 10 out of 50 some odd motions that have been distributed already. Mr. Clerk?
Item number 99, called special by Councilmember Garcetti.
Mr. Garcetti?
Yes. I have my questions answered. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Garcetti has had his questions answered on 99. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 eyes.
Okay, that is approved. Our next item,
Item number 17, do you wish that to remain on the desk, in as much as those are closing actions?
item 17.
Page 17.
Page 17, yes. Page 17 is items 100 through 105, closing recommendations, mainly technical in nature, to be acted upon once we have acted upon all of the Budget and Finance Committee recommendations, which we have done so, as well as all the amending motions being introduced today, which we are about to begin.
Mr. President, the clerk is not in receipt of the amending motions other than items 1 through 10.
Okay, amending motions 1 through 10 have been circulated. The others are currently being prepared. So once we get to these first 10, we're going to be flying through them. So everybody buckle your seatbelts.
Do you wish to consider them as a group or individually?
Individually.
Then item number 1 motion is a motion brought in for Mr. Reyes, seconded by Mr. Weiss.
Okay. Mr. Pacheco, did you wish to be recognized at
Mr.
this
President, colleagues, I would just simply tell you that I was going to request that all motions be referred to committee, and obviously the most significant ones are the ones that are requiring new funding. So as you submit your motions, just know that my request to the Council President, they be forwarded to committee, and I would move that as a policy decision and action right now.
Okay. There's a motion and a second for that. Let me add, as the chair has advised the rest of the council via his transmittal, any amending motions at this point that do not have a source of funds but do have a fiscal impact, the request is, and the policy shall be, to refer those matters back to the Budget and Finance Committee. In addition to that, let me remind everybody that amending motions that have a policy impact, the council should also consider referring those motions to the appropriate policy committee as well. On amending motion number 1, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes, amending motion number 1.
I have my question answered. I'll pass.
This is your motion?
Oh, yes, I'd like to put this motion forward. Basically, it's an internal, within District 1, moving monies from one area to another, since we already funded to celebrate the Royal. That's been funded through Council Festival, and I need to increase the support for the vending district in MacArthur Park. And it's a zero sum in terms of total change.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reyes. I have Ms. Galanter and Mr. Holden on the board wishing to be recognized on amending motion number 1.
Well, no, I just wanted, actually, I pushed the button before you called number 1. I wanted to respond to or suggest an amendment to Mr. Pacheco's motion that those items that come out zero on the amending thing be dealt with now, because some of them are not actually, they may be have policy implications, but they don't really require things. For example, I've submitted 3 motions that have no money attached to them that are requesting a report within a certain period of time, and it'll simply save time if we ask for the report today instead of sending it to committee.
Okay.
So,
We are going to be taking these one at a time.
yeah, okay, thanks.
Mr. Holden, do you wish to be recognized at this time?
Rather than Mr. Pacheco make a blanket statement that all items under those circumstances go to committee, I should do it on a case-by-case basis. He might want to change his mind.
Mr. Holden, I believe that is a request and a suggestion, but we are taking the matters under consideration one at a time. Amending motion number 1 now before us. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 eyes.
That is approved. Next item.
Motion number 2, submitted by Councilmember Pacheco.
Mr. Pacheco.
I'm going to listen to Mr. Holden. I'm going to ask you to adopt it right now,
Other members
since it has no impact on the budget. It's LA Bridges allowing them to utilize their own funds. It's a technical amendment.
Other members wishing to be recognized on amending motion number 2? Mr. Garcetti?
Just a point of information, was this originally CDBG funding that is being rolled over, or do you know what the source was?
No, this is general fund, right? This is general funded.
The general fund dollars? Okay.
And this is just a technical adjustment, so we recommend approval.
Thank you. Mr. Holden?
This is a saving that was realized from the last year's budget, is that what you're talking about? 2001, 2002?
Yes.
And you want to use it for 2002, 2003?
Yes,
So they didn't spend the money, so,
that's true.
which means that if someone knew this money was there, they could have used it for something else, couldn't they? You knew it was, you knew it was in place, it's 500 and, how many $1,000? $578,648. Who knew it was there? Did the council members know it was there?
Councilman Robert Andrade with the CAO. These are anticipated savings that we would see. Historically, Bridges has realized some savings at the end of the fiscal year. However, when we execute agreements with the service providers, we do need to have the money in hand and budgeted for those
Well,
agreements.
how do you know this? You said these are anticipated savings.
That is correct.
Well, then this program could, LA Bridges could come up with a shortfall if these savings are not realized. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, then the council has a right to know that, Mr. Pacheco. And the right questions got to be asked in order to get the right answer. And what he's really saying is that this money may not be available to fund the LA Bridges program for the year 2002, 2003, if the anticipated savings are not realized. And I think that's what he's saying. So everything is phantom around here at this point. We're not voting on anything. In that case, just adopt what you got before us, which doesn't tell us anything, and just move on. Because what you're telling us on this issue, and the other issue, and so on, what did we do in the Budget and Finance Committee? What kind of questions did they ask of you guys? I asked the questions. Could you give us the answer? Is the money there, yes or no? Is the money there, yes or no at this time?
The money is in the Department of CDD's budget. In consultation with that department, we believe that there will be sufficient savings at the end of the fiscal year to be able to cover the $578,000.
On what basis do you believe that?
Historical basis, sir. Bridges has historically had sufficient savings to cover costs in the past.
Let me give you some news. LA Bridges used all the money last year budget, and nothing's coming back. There'll be no savings. Well, I've checked that out. There's nothing coming back. There'll be no savings in the year 2001, 2002 budget. Now, what do you think about that? Which means you have nothing to transfer to the next budget year.
Mr. Pacheco?
Mr. Holden, if there's no savings, then there's no reversion to this account. The goal of the motion is to enhance LA Bridges' ability to do their work in the city by allowing any savings to go back into their funds. If your desire is not to assist LA Bridges, then say so. But our desire is to assist LA Bridges by maintaining its funds within its own line items. So if the savings don't materialize, that means that they spent their funds this year and did all their workload this year, which would be great for the city. If the savings materialize, then these agencies get to continue doing some work into next fiscal year. And that's something that everyone's embraced, the mayor and the council.
Mr. Garcetti?
Just wanted to briefly express my support for doing this as well. I know that Bridges gets funding from a number of sources, but this seems to make sense, and I think this is something at a time when we've looked at the mayor's anti-gang initiative, that it makes a lot of sense to making sure that we maintain at least that level of service within the Bridges program. So I urge my colleagues' support.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing none, We have amending motion number 2 before us. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 eyes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 3, motion brought forward by Councilmember Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President, colleagues. Motion number 3 essentially wants to finish up what we started many years ago. Essentially, it was a program that started by then Councilmember John Ferraro. It's a beautiful location that we need to essentially complete in terms of its historic significance. If you notice in the motion, there's 4 other districts that are being identified as well. To get this study off the ground, to get our locations identified in our respective districts that have historic significance, we need a study in order to establish the boundaries, establish the parameters of how we value contributing structures and how we sustain character that truly is a reflection of our city's history. And I go back to many points that we've talked about in the past and how we bring back the glory of Los Angeles as one city and how we bring back the character of our neighborhoods. And preserving our buildings is one way in which we do that. And just as important is for those young people that, again, are growing up in areas that aren't familiar with the historic significance of their own backyard, it adds that element of recognition and promotes that self-esteem that many of our young people need as they grow up in these older neighborhoods. So I appreciate your support on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Labange.
Mr. President, members of council, I just rise to support Councilmember Ed Reyes. It wasn't just 10 years ago, Ed, because time has been flying. I think it's about 15 or 16 years ago, and I worked on that as a deputy to John Ferraro. And I remember one afternoon like this after council, John and I drove up to the end of Carroll Avenue, and John reached on the lot. It was a vacant lot at the time, and he pulled this big stalk of weed out and started to chew on it. It was an amazing little time where I saw how real John Ferraro always was. And we talked about the old historic character of Angelino Heights, the first residential district of Los Angeles. And to preserve this makes a great statement, and to do the proper studies makes it a great statement. The HPOZ has stopped what would have been a detriment to the area if there was no protection. This now will enhance it. So I just think members and some of you in other parts of the historic districts, whether it's the great old districts of San Pedro or the wonderful neighborhoods of the valley, wherever it may be, these are important tools that need to be done, and I would want to rise to support Councilmember Ed Reyes in the 1st District for the first neighborhood of the city of Los Angeles, Angelino Heights.
Thank you. Ms. Misikowski.
I just rise to support Mr. Pacheco's request that this item and the others which are having a cost associated with it be sent back to Budget and Finance, and this one might appropriately be sent also to the Policy Committee of the Planning and Land Use Management Committee to have the chair and the committee there look at and discuss with the Planning Department how to move this up within a priority, or how to see whether or not there might be other funding resources, or to see whether or not this is a priority item, particularly given whatever contractual services account might be out there now with working on some of the HPOZs, that this one, particularly because it is sort of the first residential neighborhood, probably should come to the top of the list. So my recommendations would be to send this committee.
Mr. Holden.
Mr. Labange and Mr. Reyes is absolutely correct. What, Mr. Fuchioka, what's the source of revenue that we could get this money from? Lousy $200,000 for a good cause.
It'd have to come from the general fund, so at this juncture, it'd have
Any
to
other
come
balance,
from the reserve
monies
fund.
that's left over, or the unappropriated balance?
No, not at this time. It'd have to
How
come
much
from
we
the
have there?
reserve
We
fund.
got set aside in this budget.
In the reserve fund?
Reserve fund.
With the state changes to the governor's budget, it'd be approximately $92 million.
You have $92 million
Yes, sir.
in the reserve fund.
Yes.
Well, I think that every neighborhood is affected by what's happening, where you're destroying neighborhoods. And certain information we need to know right now before we vote on any more plans to knock down beautiful homes, tear up environments, and bring in those monstrosities, those apartment buildings that bring in crime and so on. This is $200,000 well spent. And then I will, if Mr. Reyes would agree, that we can, I want this to come from the reserve fund. I don't want it to go to the committee. I don't want to waste that kind of time. We all can agree how important our neighborhoods are to our respective constituents. We know that. We're not going to set a trend now by saying we're going to do that. Do this, Mr. Reyes. But this is such an important motion, such an important and precious issue to us all. There's something we ought to do. And I'm going to give you one explanation why. And Mr. Kosky is aware of it. Mr. Brody and Mr. Wu voted against the motion to stop demolition in a certain area in the 10th district until such time that we can get a nice interim control ordinance in place. And when that was put in place and the mayor vetoed it, you know, he shouldn't have done that. Friendship shouldn't go just but so far. The very next day they went in with permits to demolish those homes, and they went down. And that neighborhood has suffered ever since. It's at Pico and Fairfax at the southwest corner in that area. Those nice homes, those nice neighborhoods were destroyed. And it can be done right now without us identifying these areas where they need to be preserved. And Mr. Reyes, you're absolutely correct. The motion is timely. We're not talking about a lot of money. Mr. Fujioka, I think we ought to just go ahead and do it. Mr. Deaton, don't oppose this.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Mr. Burnson.
You know, in all due respect, and I do support what Mr. Reyes is doing there, and I think that the area is reasonably protected. It's a HPOZ zone, and I don't think it's in any imminent danger. There's going to be 100 different motions today that are going to come in, and I think that anything that has any monetary change really needs to go to committee. And I think the chairman's motion was appropriate. I think if we want to take the ones that are revenue equal or neutral, as the old saying goes with the municipal code, right, Mr. Deaton?
I think that's LAFCO.
Yeah, that's LAFCO. Excuse me, I forgot where I was at. But anyway,
I suspect you
if
did.
there's no cost, I think I don't have any problem. I think we can dispense with those quickly. But if there's things that require monetary changes, as important as they may be, I think that Mr. Pacheco and the committee will deal with them quickly and get them back to council, and we'll find a way to do some of these things. But unless you want to spend the rest of the night here debating every single item, I would suggest that we send all monetary difference items to committee. I think that motion is already before us. What were you going to say, Mr. Deaton?
I'd just like to point out, between the time that the Finance Committee met and it got to council, because of state actions, the reserve fund went down $12 million. We don't
That was
know-
your governor, wasn't it? That was your governor,
I
not
don't
mine.
exactly recall that way, Mr. Burnson, but nonetheless, it was the governor. And I think that we are in a difficult time of knowing exactly where we are going to be, both from the economy standpoint.
No, I understand
more
that, but I'm
importantly from the state.
suggesting...
I'm agreeing with you, Mr. Burnson,
Well, then
this
why are you
time.
arguing with me if you're agreeing with me?
Because you're...
Just be quiet.
Thank you both. Thank you
I'll do
both.
that.
Mr.
Just send all these things that require more money to committee where we can deal with them.
Brilliant idea, Mr.
Okay.
Burnson.
Thank you, Mr. Burnson. We're taking the matters one by one, and the wish of the Budget Committee Chairman has been known. Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. President, I just wanted to move the previous question on the motion to send it to committee.
When you go to committee now, so we're going to go through all this thing, the question that Mr. Holden asked, which is so important, where does the money come from? What creative ideas can we come up for this?
That's the
I
direction to
understand
the
that,
staff.
but I want to see a drive to that. I mean, that was a great question that Mr. Holden asked Mr. Fujioka. Where's the money come from? Okay? And then come back to us. Because I would propose, Ed Reyes, that we talk about a 1.1% fee. You have that 1% fee for the arts? How about a 1.1% fee
Mr.
for
Labange.
historic preservation?
Thank you, Mr. Labange. The previous question has been called. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on the previous question.
Who called the previous question?
Mr. Pacheco. The roll is open on the previous question. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, that does end discussion. Then the motion before us, Mr. Clerk?
The motion before you is the Ed Reyes motion, seconded by Mr. Holden.
There was also a motion to refer to committee.
There was no formal motion in this regard. There was a policy motion to move all matters without sources of funds.
Order, Mr. Clerk, I spoke and moved we send that to committee.
I didn't hear it. I moved, sorry.
That motion was made. So let's open the roll on the motion to refer this matter to committee. Roll is open. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that matter is approved, and that item shall go to both the Planning and Land Use Management Committee as well as the Budget and Finance Committee. Next item, please.
Mr. President, did you want to address the motion that is on the desk regarding moving all to committee without sources of fund?
No, we're taking them on a case-by-case basis.
You want to take them individually? Okay, fine.
So all members, please be advised a motion to refer to committee is needed on an item-per-item basis.
Item number 4 is a motion brought forward by Councilman Burnson.
Mr. Burnson? Okay, Mr. Burnson, author of the motion, wishes this matter be referred to committee. Then without objection, that shall be the order. Next item.
Mr. President, is that to the Transportation Committee?
Oh, you got another one.
And the
And Budget and Finance?
Dang.
Next item, please.
Item number 5 is a motion brought forward by Councilmember Reyes.
Mr. Reyes? Mr. Reyes requests this matter be referred to committee as well,
Yes,
both the Transportation as well as the Budget and Finance Committee.
right, all my motions, if we can get them to committee and can get them out, in light of what we just heard about the state decrease, I'd like to be a little bit more constructive in how we approach this.
Okay, then without objection, that shall be the order for items 5, 6, 7,
And 9.
9 as well. Mr. Burnson on number 8. Mr. 8 on number 8 as well. And we have acted on number 10. Mr. Reyes?
Council President, the motions you see before you that are transportation are all safety related. So I'm looking out for how it is that we deal with these striping issues. These are all traffic and safety related. And they're very important. But we're living in a position where we're going to be improving our streets, we won't have personnel to stripe them. So you talk about crashes and intersections that are complicated. These are public safety issues, and that's why I thought it was important to bring them forward so you could see them. And hopefully, with the stewardship of the Chairman of Budget and Finance, we'll get them out. But these are all safety-related issues that are very important to all of us, because then we are vulnerable to lawsuits for not doing what's appropriate on our street surfaces. So it's just important that we recognize that.
Mr. Burnson?
It's time. This is extremely important on the striping. We'll make sure one way or the other, whether it comes out of the DOT budget, some other place or whatever, this has to be taken care of.
Okay, on these motions, I have in the speaker queue, Mr. Labange, Mr. Holden, Ms. Misikowski. Did you all wish to be recognized? Mr. Labange.
I just want to say, Mr. President, Street Services goes in, paves the street, and sometimes it's not right behind that. I know on Edgemont Street between Los Feliz and Los Feliz and Franklin, it was resurfaced and not striped. And I know there was times when there's been severe claims against the city for failing to do the job. So this needs to be done very timely on this. And I also wanted to ask Mr. Fuchioka, what does a traffic signal at a regular size intersection cost? Standard cost for an intersection traffic signal for?
Approximately $75,000.
$75,000 an intersection. Okay, so all this is extremely important. And I will call to the members' attention and to the chairman, Mr. Pacheco, traffic safety, and pedestrian safety, all that is extremely important. So even if you break it down to come back to us on that, I think it's very important, because that's what you go to a community meeting and you talk to people. Everybody is impacted by traffic in the city of Los Angeles, and I think improving our department in these ways to have the tools to do the job is very important. So I wanted to make that loud statement.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Holden, did you wish to be recognized?
Mr. President, I move 5 to 9 to committee, policy and finance. And all other matters, since we're not going to do anything anyway, we may as well send them to the graveyard, because that's where they're going to be. I mean, I've sent motions, and other members have sent motions to the committee, finance committee, 14 years ago, and they're still over there. So you're going to have to try and understand that most of these motions will never see the light of day. So let them twist in the wind and let them go and stop wasting everybody's time to the various committees.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
it'll be over
Holden.
with.
Ms. Miskowski.
I would just like to call to the attention of the council that these were items that, in fact, are important, and I think it's showing that members of the council have the same concerns that Budget and Finance Committee did. If you look at number 65, which is in the normal report, it was $425,000 for paint and sign repairs and in the maintenance account for pedestrian and public safety. That issue of striping was brought up in Budget and Finance, and we did restore some additional funding. But there's no harm in looking at Mr. Reyes's motion again to see if even more is needed. I would just like to point out that transportation, because of traffic problems and safety problems, did receive a 5% increase in the budget even before we added that $400,000. So we were looking to recognize it. We did. I know that this council asked some time ago that we have transportation engineers go out and look around schools for the safety evaluation around school sites. That had been something we had asked for but hadn't budgeted. In this budget, it is there. Item 62 was $116,000 for that. So again, I think what we need to do is mesh what's in the budget, what was added with these motions, and again, if they're timely and if they're appropriate to add even more and the budget resources are there, I think we can do it. But this was not being ignored. This was not being swept away. This was something that already was of high enough importance to the committee members that we did add significant funding for it, and I think in addition to that, we can look at these motions as they're coming forward.
Thank you, Ms. Miskowski. Then, without objection, I believe items 5 and 9 were being referred to committee. Do we need a vote on the motion to refer some to the graveyard? Seeing no second to that motion, the balance of those items shall be referred to committees as well. Members, I believe items 11 through 20, amending motions 11 through 33 have now been distributed. Is every member in receipt of those amending motions?
City clerk does not have a copy of those motions.
Can the CLA provide a copy to the city clerk, please? Thank you very much. Anybody need a break to review these, or can we continue? Without objection, let's continue. Item number
11.
Amending motion 11 now before us.
Brought forward by Councilmember Garcetti.
Yes, Mr. Brinson?
I wonder why we have to go through these individually. Most of these are revenue neutral. I would suggest, even move, that we approve the revenue neutral items and send the others to committee.
There is a motion on the desk.
Okay. Mr. Garcetti, amending motion 11.
Are we considering Mr. Brinson's motion first, or are we moving along?
Well, is there a second to that? Okay, so the motion before us is all amending motions that come in that have a zero fiscal impact shall be
May I
approved
clarify
without
that?
discussion. That's
May I clarify with Mr. Brinson what zero fiscal impact is? Because there are some that add up to zero on the sheet, but it's definitely a reallocation, whereas other ones, there's no line item saying where it should be taken from.
Now it's clear.
So is that an argument why they should be considered on a case-by-case basis?
Well, it's not a recommendation to do it on case by case, but there are some that are in a middle ground area.
Okay. Mr. Eaton?
I would recommend that you send all that have financial implications, in other words, an appropriation to committee, and those that are quote-unquote revenue neutral be considered individually, so we can go through and look at each one of them. We may have as much problem as we do with LAFCO over exactly what is revenue neutrality.
Mr. Brinson, is that the intent of your motion? Mr. Brinson?
Thank you, Mr. Brinson.
Mr. Brinson moves whatever Mr. Deaton
So
said.
any appropriation has been
Is that
sent to
clear?
committee?
All motions having a fiscal impact be referred to the appropriate policy committee as well as Budget and Finance. and we shall only entertain motions that have a zero fiscal impact.
Right.
Is that the motion? Is that understood, Mr. Labange?
Yeah, I just wanted to amend it too, that all the ones before July 1st come back here in some form so that we could talk about them one time. All I want is one time at the plate for some of these things. So they go to committee. So amendment that it include that it come, all of this that we're referring come back to council before the 1st of July.
Okay, I'm looking at a speaker queue here. Ms. Misikowski, then, okay.
Mr. President,
Who's talking here?
I am.
Oh, there you are. Mr.
I
Dean.
might point out that when these go to committee, as of June 1st, the council has to adopt the budget. After June 1st, it will have to be July 1st before you can actually change next year's budget again. So there would be no value to them coming to council in the month of June. And so they should come back after the new fiscal year has begun. We also, one of the reasons to do this is to make sure that we have taken into account what the state is going to do, and we'll also have a better view of the economy as the summer goes on. So I think both of those things, a little bit of knowledge will help us. Plus, until July, we won't be able to do anything anyway. So I don't think they need to come back before July 1st.
Okay. Again, members, there's been desire expressed by various members to try to simplify and speed up today's process, including referring all motions which have a budgetary impact to committee, including possibly all motions that have a zero fiscal impact to be considered today and some variation thereof. I have Mr. Holden and Mr. Willie Thomas on the speaker queue at this time.
I still got some time, right?
Yes, Mr. Labange.
Okay, just so the amendment, though, it's after July 1st, the new fiscal year set, or shortly thereafter. Is that right? Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Holden?
Mr. Deaton,
Mr. Holden?
when will the state adopt their budget?
Someplace between the end of June and the end of September.
No. What is it talking?
They're supposed to do it by the
By
end of...
Constitution, Mr. Deaton, come on.
By Constitution, they're supposed to do it by the end of this fiscal year.
By reality,
June
Mr.
30th.
Deaton?
However, I have been there, as you have been, in August.
When were they supposed to do it by law, by Constitution?
June 30th, as I
June
understand.
30th. If they're failing to do that, then they do something like a budget authorization legislation.
Not normally.
To continue its operation. How can
It's,
they got to appropriate the money.
It depends. Sometimes they do, sometimes they have, sometimes they haven't. Sometimes they just take the Willie Brown clock and let the thing go around until such time as...
Not in the budget, Mr. Deaton. Come on, don't mislead us. Don't mislead us.
I'm not misleading you, that's...
You are.
Mr. Holden, the
I've
issue
been
at
there.
hand, please.
Well, I asked you the question. If you don't know the answer, say you don't know the answer.
I will.
All right? I sat through 4 budget sessions up there, and that's not the way they do it, the way you saying they do it that way. They don't.
Mr. Holden, the issue at hand, please.
What'd you say?
The matter before us?
That is the matter before. I'm asking him because it's relative. Now you're going to learn. The fact of the matter is that I need to ask the question because he gave advice that you cannot revisit this budget until sometime after July, maybe even August. And I'm trying to say that we have an idea long before that time period what the state shortfall would be and how it will affect local government. That is the answer to the question that I was trying to get from him, Mr. President. So it's relevant to the discussion that we're having here today. And Mr. Labange is correct. If you have a budget draft, there's a hang-up where the Joint Budget Audit Committee is not doing what they're supposed to do. There's just a little tug of war there. But you have a pretty good idea what the magnitude of the cut's going to be to local government long before July 1st. And then you can be able to formulate what you think you might be able to do here on a local level, entertain the thought for removing some of these proposals from the committee with certain ideas, not voting on them finally, but that's being proactive, that's being efficient, and that's being responsive to the members, Mr. Deaton.
Mr. Holden, what I said, forgetting the state for a moment, was at the end of next week, You will not be able to do anything to next fiscal year's budget until July 1st. Your last day to act on next year's
I know what
budget
you-
is June 1st.
I know-
So for the entire month
I
of
know
June...
what you said, but
And Mr. Labange was suggesting that it come back in the month of June, and I was pointing out that you cannot act on anything for next year's budget until after July 1st. I said then that that would coincide with us having better information in Sacramento. And if Sacramento follows the Constitution once
Mr.
upon it, then I think that it'll all coincide in the month of July and we can bring them
being
back.
proactive, you know what the, but wait a minute, let me finish on my time.
Okay.
Being proactive, you know what the configuration of the budget is going to be in the state, number one. Number two, whatever action you take, if it's prior to July 1st, it can take effect after July 1st. It can take effect after July 1st.
The action has to be done after July 1st, Mr. Holden. That's why you put on why there are actions by the council to put it on, have the clerk instructed to put it on the first available agenda after July 1st, because the action on the budget has to happen next fiscal year.
Thank you. Mr. Ridley Thomas. For some enlightenment.
Thank you, sir. May I respectfully request, as a professional courtesy to those who have entered motions that do seek to express a policy perspective and priority, to at least be afforded an idea or an opportunity to introduce that. I'd like to request and or suggest, Mr. President and members of the council, that we do that and try to work through the balance of what's before us in a relatively time-sensitive matter. These are not items that would necessarily call for debate, but in fact, at least can be spoken to in this forum. And I think the expression of the respective views has value. Whether or not they are ultimately adopted is a matter that is yet to be seen. But if we were to move forward for another half hour or so, we might surprise ourselves as to how much could actually get done. With that in mind, I would so move.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ridley Thomas. So we have multiple motions now on how to proceed with today. Members, clearly the desire of everybody is to end this meeting as quickly as possible, yet in a responsible manner. The desire of the Budget and Finance Committee Chair and several others is to refer matters that have a fiscal impact to the policy committees, and I believe in 99% of the cases that will be the case. The desire is to entertain those amending motions that do not have a fiscal impact, and I believe a good number of those shall be accepted by the council. I believe if we recognize them on a case-by-case basis, with the wishes or the acceptance of the author of these amending motions being clearly stated and quickly stated, we can move rather swiftly. So, is a vote necessary, members? I believe a vote is not necessary. Let us proceed with today's proceedings. Amending motion number 11, Mr. Garcetti.
Briefly, this is item 11. This, in discussions with the CLA, came very close to making it into our budget this year, but did not quite. It's for an increase to the Homeless Service Authority. I know a lot of us have been active on homeless issues quite recently with the march that we had. This, I'd like to be referred to Housing Committee and to Budget and Finance. This would allow a second shelter to be opened up citywide. There's still some regions which are not covered. This would have an impact throughout the city, and so I would hope that we would take it up, and it did come very close to making it in there, so I hope we'll bear that in mind. Thanks.
Okay, amending motion number 11, the author agrees with referring this matter to committee, both to the Housing Committee as well as Budget and Finance. Next item, please.
Item number 12, submitted by Councilmember Labange.
Mr. Labange, amending motion number 12.
So this zoo position, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Deaton?
Actually, this is
the Los
the-
Angeles Zoo and Biological.
Botanical.
Thank you, botanical.
Makes it
Okay,
biological.
you got it all. This is going to committee now, right?
Right, but you
Okay,
could,
good.
you might amend it just to provide resolution authority. So they have
Okay,
a position if they have budgetary money.
But it doesn't have the money for it.
No money, but
Okay,
resolution
so I would like
authority.
to amend it to provide the
Resolution
position-
authority.
resolution authority for that, but then it will come back, and I
And
thank
send the
you.
money part
Okay.
to committee.
Okay, with the concurrence of the author, that motion is so amended and so referred. Arts, Health, and Humanities, and Budget and Finance. Next item, please.
Item number 13, submitted by Councilmember Garcetti.
Mr. Garcetti.
Mr. President, point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Pacheco.
There's one portion of that motion that needed an official vote, which is the resolution authority. That's, I just want to make sure we do the vote on that.
Need the resolution authority
Yeah,
action.
because it's a zero impact. The resolution authority is zero impact. That needs to be voted upon in order for it to move forward.
Then without
Mr.
objection,
Labange?
reconsidering number
Mr.
12.
Labange, I'm trying to help you here.
So I
Without
ask
objection,
you-
we're reconsidering
Yeah,
number 12.
thank you very much. I know, I appreciate that, Nick. Thank you.
And we have bifurcated the question. Please open the roll on the resolution authority element of that motion, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 eyes.
Okay, that portion
Thank
is
you.
adopted, and the balance of that motion is referred to committee. Back to number 13, and Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. This motion, which was seconded by Councilmembers Labange and Weiss, deals in Budget Committee about where we are covering some of our Clean and Green program in the city, in looking at that coverage and expanding the agencies. Though it says Hollywood Beautification Team, this isn't about Hollywood specifically for everybody. It's for folks that have coverage and making sure that Clean and Green will cover these areas. I would ask for this to be referred to, I think, EDE as an employment issue, and also to Budget and Finance for further consideration. And I know Mr. Labange is a strong supporter of this as well.
Okay. At the request of the author of the motion, that motion shall be so referred. Next item, please.
Item number 14, submitted by Councilmember Holden.
Mr. Holden, item 14.
We unfroze on the sidewalk repair.
Mr. Holden, did you wish to speak on item 14?
Well, that's part of the motion.
Mr. President, members, each and every one of us have talked about the need to repair sidewalks. This is a revenue neutral item here where the Department of General, the street maintenance, street services can go ahead and repair, unfreeze these additional positions to repair the sidewalks.
With no fiscal impact,
No fiscal impact.
comments from our CAO or our CLA?
Recommend approval.
We support this request.
Okay, then with those recommendations, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 eyes.
Item, amending motion 14 is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 15, submitted by Councilmember Holden.
Mr. Holden, number 15.
Mr. President, members, this has been a real good program for us, this real-time internship program, where we use the graduate students from low to moderate income backgrounds in various city departments, and they really working for the city of Los Angeles. And this is the amounts of monies that we've been providing from savings previous years, and if you want to see where the savings is going to come from, and you let it go to committee and identify those savings, but this is certainly a program that we've funded before. Is that not correct?
I believe so, but I think we should send it to committee so we can figure out how to fund it.
All right, will you promise to get it out before next fiscal year?
I'll do my best.
All right.
Okay, then with the concurrence of the author, this matter shall be referred to the appropriate committees. Next item, please.
Item number 16, submitted by Councilmember Gruhl.
Ms. Gruhl.
Yes, to my council colleagues, this motion amends the budget to ensure that we retain and fully deploy all of the 168 officers in the Police Department Senior Lead Officer Program. There is no financial change here. It is just really making a statement that we feel very strongly that the Senior Lead Program in our communities be fully implemented and that those positions be filled as quickly as possible. If I heard one, I heard 100 times how important the Senior Lead Program is to our neighborhoods and to ensuring that we have police coordination and response with our neighborhoods. So I would ask that you would approve this item today.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. Mr. Pacheco. Mr. Pacheco?
Mr. President, I would just simply ask that the language be amended because of the Police Commission's direct role, that we request the Police Commission to ensure, because it's really their jurisdiction.
Okay, author accepts that as a friendly amendment. Mr. Holden.
My question is, will any of these senior lead officers be on the 312 program?
I don't. We'd have to talk to the police department.
Maybe
There's someone here from the department that can answer that question.
I understand it's a matter of policy, sir. Senior leads are not placed on the 312 program.
He'll answer.
Okay.
I think that's a question of negotiations that are now taking place with the league, but
No, they're not.
it's not?
They're not on 312.
But right now, they are currently not on 312.
What are they working then?
The commission order was that after all the patrol forces were put on the compressed work schedule, the flexible work schedule, that the department then come back to the commission with the plan for putting into the flexible work schedule the senior lead officers, vice officers, and detectives. We are waiting for the department to come back with that report.
They're working 5 days a week, 8 hours a day right now?
Right now, they're working that until we get the department's report, yes.
Some are 410, or some are on a compressed work schedule. Did you know that, Mr. Gunn?
No, I do not. We can only go by what the department tells
Well,
us.
I think some are on a compressed work schedule. It'd be nice for me and for the council to know just how many and what schedule they're on, whether it's 312 or 410. Any way to find that out?
We'll ask the department for it. We'll get that information.
I would appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing none, we have amending motion number 16 before us as amended. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item is item number 17, a motion by Councilmember Ridley Thomas. We do have speaker cards that have been submitted on this item. Members of the public, we had heard public comment at the beginning of today's meeting on the Budget and Finance Committee recommendations. However, we have not conducted public hearings for the amending motions that we are currently entertaining. With the cooperation of the City Attorney's Office, we do have one speaker, Mr. Rod Field.
Good afternoon. We'll be very brief. My name is Rod Field. I'm with the Los Angeles Housing Law Project. I rise in support of the City Attorney's budget item for this. It's a program that we got through special legislation twice in Sacramento to create this narcotic eviction program. Usually I'm not in favor of any kind of evictions, as many of you know, but this is a good program. I think it targets drug dealers, gangbangers, and unfortunately times have gotten so hard here, is that one of the many complaints I get from the tenants who I try to serve is, why can't I get the drug dealer, gangbanger living next door evicted? So I think this is one of the few times, if maybe the only time, that the Apartment Association and the Los Angeles Housing Law Project have been on the same side of anything. Usually we can't agree whether it's day or night, but this time we are. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are also, I'll read into the record, other speakers that have passed on their time for purposes of brevity. Sam Antano, Dorothy Arriola, Alicia Gonzalez, Jose Gonzalez, all in support. Thank you for your participation today. Now to council discussion. Amending motion number 17. The chair recognizes the chair, the author of the motion, Mr. Rudy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Obviously, at the request of the City Attorney's Office, we submit this motion, make it known to all that I think we would recognize that the City Attorney has had rather commendable results this year in the area of liability claims, saving approximately $13 million in taxpayer resources. The motion then wants to look specifically at savings that have not yet been recognized and are available to offset costs associated with the critical public safety needs and or initiatives as articulated by the person on public comment. This motion is rather straightforward in that it seeks to deal with the paralegal and legal positions in the city attorney's office to deal with the successful work of the narcotics eviction team. Our communities are clear with respect to wanting to rid neighborhoods of those who are engaged in illicit activity, drug dealers, and the range who negatively impact the quality of life from those persons that are affected to those properties that are affected. And the motion does read, the funding should come from the unanticipated savings in fiscal year 2001-2002 liability claims funds, and further delineates what the priority would be. We're talking approximately $394,000. The urgency of the matter is rather obvious when we are trying to build a better base to resist illicit transactions of this sort. I think we ought to work with the city attorney's office, particularly in light of the fact that this amount of money will go a long way to help all of us in the respective council districts, and I would urge an aye vote of item number 17.
Thank you, Mr. Rudy Thomas. Mr. Pacheco. Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. President, colleagues, I just want to chalk this one up as a good try. It's not revenue neutral when we've already contemplated the reserve fund savings into next fiscal year, so it's basically a new allocation. And I understand the merits of the program. However, when we look at the competing programs in the city attorney's office and the competing needs, we felt in the committee that the neighborhood prosecutor program, the outreach program for neighborhood prosecutor program, the technological needs of the city attorney's office, the subrogation attorney issue were all important. And at this point, I would simply move that this go to committee.
Mr. Holden.
Mr. President, members, Mr. Pacheco, it says zero down here. That means we're not spending any money. But it's for a good cause. In fact, I walked with you in your district, and you were demanding that we put in more narcotic officers in that area. And the city attorney has been proactive in that regard, Mr. Pacheco. Now, this is being aired all over the city in TV and radio and in the newspapers, and we walked together. And the demand that you made in the department was that you have more narcotic officers and attorneys out there. Now, come on. This is good for everybody, and especially you, and that's why I'm going to vote aye on it, Mr. Pacheco. It's just nothing changes here. And narcotic eviction teams, I mean, who's going to be against that? I mean, let's go ahead and vote for 17 today, Mr. Pacheco. I mean, I know you want to be fair, but we want to bend over backwards and do the right thing also for the community, for those people who are victims of crime, narcotics, in their respective communities. Mr. Thomas, I know you're on your way up north. Don't cut our budget if we don't vote for this. Please don't hold it against us.
Say please again.
But I'm voting for you. Remember me, I'm the one.
Remember he will.
Mr. Rudy Thomas, Ms. Misikowski, and Mr. Garcetti.
There might be further clarification afforded by the city attorney's office if they're so inclined, but one of the questions I would pose is whether or not these positions are currently filled. It may be the mistaken assumption that we're trying to create new positions. That isn't the case. And the gravity of the matter, as well as the urgency of the matter, Mrs. Hahn, is something that we don't have to be convinced of. Mr. President, it may be useful to take a moment to deal with this rather seriously rather than just kind of slide over it. I think $400,000 allocation that helps keep this particular team intact is probably very, very important and undeniably prudent. I would further say that I don't wish to challenge Mr. Pacheco's point of view in this regard. I suspect concessions have been made, allocations have been afforded, but when we look at the gravity, as I said before, of the issue before us in terms of issues of children and the whole issue of residential drug dealing and the like, we need to keep ourselves strong in this connection. And if the police department is able to do its job and the city attorney's office isn't able to do the job they need to do in tandem with the police department, we just haven't made the best kind of decision to get to the bottom of the problem. And I don't make these statements so as to suggest that the problem is more acute necessarily in one part of the city or the other. I think this is a citywide issue in many respects, and to the extent that that is the case, we want to be in the ready to deal with it. And so, members of the council, I think this is meritorious. Otherwise, I would not have taken it upon myself to advance it. Is there anyone from the city attorney's office, or do we need to hear from them on that?
Yes, we do have staff here.
If you wish to be heard, to further amplify on that which I have already attempted to offer. Now, members of the council, this is the new and improved, so no flashbacks, please. Thank you.
New name and everything. Councilman, the narcotics enforcement team was initiated approximately 3 years ago as a result of some state legislation that was passed that enabled the city to actually evict tenants who were engaged in drug and gang activity. That legislation was due to sunset this year. 5 positions were allocated and in fact are currently filled at the current time, taking care of narcotics eviction work. In fact, the legislation that was supposed to sunset was extended for another 3 years, so understandably, when the budget was put together, it may have appeared that there was a sunset in place, and therefore no further need for this staff. However, that's simply not the case. So that is the genesis of the program. We have identified some savings and liability claims account, which is a result of just coming in under budget relative to what was in the proposed budget for the current year. It is the genesis of the program. We have identified some savings and liability claims account, which is a result of just coming in under budget relative to what was in the proposed budget for the current year.
Can I add a couple of quick notes? Although the legislation has continued, this was originally a 3-year pilot program. What's important to note, though, that with the legislation does not come any funding. This has always been general funded. And right now, although it's identified as an unallocated revenue, in fact, any savings from our liability account has already been targeted and placed in our reserve. So I understand that you're going to discuss the merits of this proposal. Know that if you do approve this, it will result in appropriation from the reserve fund. The last thing that I wanted to note is that during the discussion of the neighborhood prosecutor program, it was suggested that programs of this type could be merged into the neighborhood prosecutor program and would be best done by individuals who resided within that particular, in this instance, a council district. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Misakowski?
Thank you. I think the CAO has indicated some of my concerns on this. One, we did fully fund that we implemented last year, which is the new neighborhood prosecutor program for $4 million, and this budget even added $250,000 so there could be outreach for the neighborhood prosecutors so that each of those neighborhood prosecutors could work within those communities on the items that are most important to them, including a narcotic eviction efforts. The other thing is that the city attorney's office did indicate a number of requests in the new budget that Budget and Finance Committee attempted to address, and did add more than the mayor's office had provided, including, but one of the things that was difficult in that we had, I think, $11 million in requests from the city attorney's office. The city attorney's office didn't specifically prioritize among those individual items of the $11 million what were the most important. The number one item in their list always was the upgrade on computer and technology. And so that's why, even with what the mayor had given, which was one of the highest allocations to this department, the city attorneys, the Budget and Finance Committee added even again another $1 million on that regard. We also added and allowed what was called the subrogation attorney, an attorney to go out and help earn some money by that position. And as I said, the neighborhood prosecutor. I agree with Mr. Pacheco that the best recommendation at this time, since there really is not money, it is not revenue neutral, it would come from the reserve fund, because the liability claims fund, like everything else, has been swept into the new budget to put those extra miles of street sweeping, those extra miles of street resurfacing, those extra miles of sidewalk repair, that we really should send this one to committee and see whether or not we can work out, or how we can work out finding additional money for this program while the neighborhood prosecutor program is still in effect, and create the safety net to continue this program.
Mr. Garcetti. Okay, his questions have been answered. Mr. Reyes.
Yes, council members, I just rise to acknowledge my colleagues' ingenuity and presentation in bringing out a total change in zero. Knowing that allocated revenue really means the general reserve fund, so I acknowledge that. Great move there, Councilman Ridley Thomas. But I truly believe...
No pride of authorship here, sir.
But seriously, what we've done is moved everything over to committee. Preventing car accidents by not having striping on our streets is as significant as anything else could be. Right. So I just rise to make sure we stay consistent, not knowing how deep the barrel is going to be from the state. So I just rise to compliment my colleague here.
Mr. Ridley Thomas.
Mr. Reyes, we appreciate your graciousness and to demonstrate what redemption is really about. I'm going to refer this matter to the city attorney's budget guru to answer the question on the revenue neutrality issue, but I want to say that we shouldn't, Mr. Kelsey, confuse this matter, which is civil, which is the thrust and focus here over against the criminal track that is often our concern. This is decidedly a different set of resources and the like that we're focused on. Now that was called to my attention because it was thought that you were focusing on criminal rather than civil, and we thought it would be important to specify that. Now, there may be further clarification here.
Point of order, the neighborhood prosecutor is criminal.
Yes, but I'm talking about the eviction. This particular is not neighborhood prosecutors, what we're making the point on.
Right, the narcotics eviction attorneys are using civil remedies exclusively. So they're doing research on ownership information, on the landlord-tenant relationship. They need to access databases and utilize civil laws, unlawful detainer laws, which is a very specialized area. One of our concerns about the neighborhood prosecutors trying to pick this up in addition to all of the work they have right now is they don't have access to those databases in the police division. Right now, we can't even get emails to those attorneys in the police divisions. The work that the unlawful detainer attorneys do takes up 2 full-time attorneys, 40 hours a week, along with paralegal support and a legal secretary. If the neighborhood prosecutors were to do that, we are going to have to take those resources away from the neighborhood prosecutor program. Those prosecutors are dealing with crimes such as nuisance alleys, graffiti, quality of life offenses, not civil matters.
Members of the council, this year the city attorney, liability claims account was budgeted $59.5 million in total. We are projecting at the current time that we'll only be spending $46.3 million, reflecting a $13 million savings in that account. The mayor's budget assumed a $1 million reversion or savings, which left $12 million that was unaccounted for. The Budget and Finance Committee report, or CLA report, reflected an additional $11 million in savings approximately, which totals 12 of the 13 million. Therefore, $1 million has not in fact been assumed in the reversion that's already been calculated. This is money that would come to the reserve fund that is not currently anticipated.
Mr. Fujioka?
That's not completely accurate.
All right.
Well, we have, she
Well,
only...
Mr. Fujioka, may I pose this question? Let's assume for the sake of this discussion that it is partially accurate, more precisely half accurate. To the extent that that is the case, we would then have $500,000 with which to work, which would cover the problem, wouldn't it?
Well, sir, I wouldn't say it's even half accurate.
All right, come on.
When it comes to identifying reversions for a reserve fund, it is not our practice to identify them on a line-by-line basis. Ms. Krieger, who's next to me, knows that as well as anyone, but, well, I won't go further with that. We do not, when we identify our reserves, we have reserves coming from individual positions. We have, reversions coming from individual positions, from programs, from contracts, from line item accounts throughout a budget that is over a foot thick. We do not identify every single source of reversions. What's going to a reserve fund and what's anticipated to achieve a reserve fund of now at $92 million includes reversions from this particular account. And so regardless of what's been characterized, if you approve this, and it's a policy decision whether or not you do, it will constitute an appropriation from the reserve fund. That's the bottom line.
Mr. Ridley Thomas, I congratulate you. You used all your creativity on this one.
Thank you. Even an ethical lapse, I'm told.
Mr. Holden.
Mr. President, Mr. Fujioka, that sounds like double talk to me.
Excuse me, sir?
We just been explained by the city attorney. There's going to be some savings in a specific account. That'll be a portion of it will go to the reserve funds, and then to be used by any other means. If this money is already in the city attorney's office, or could be, why not let the city attorney use the money for that purpose?
But that's the key. It's not in their account. When this year concludes, that money will go to your reserve fund. Like anything else, all these other motions that you're considering that has a
when
dollar
this year's
amount.
well, I tell you what we'll do then. The city attorney will get real smart and fill those positions right now, and there'll be nothing left to go to reserve fund.
Separate fund.
I mean, just go ahead and fill the positions like right now.
Well,
Hey, Mr. Thomas, why don't you just fill the positions right now? The money won't be left over to go to the reserve fund.
No, to continue.
Mr. Holden, the account is separate from the city attorney's budget. It's a separate account.
I understand.
Okay. So, and the only way you can get the money out of that account into a salary account is to come to the mayor and the council.
How much money is in there right now?
There's about $12, $13 million that's not going to be expended.
Look now, the thing that I'm upset with you guys about, you talk about, you preach law and order. Each council person does. Protect our communities from criminals. And then you bureaucrats sit here at the table and you put handcuffs on us. You just put handcuffs on the police department, cutting out major positions within their staff. You did, and you recommended it, and it's done. Now you're saying you can't fight these drug dealers, these narcotic attorneys who are going to go out and pursue these guys. No, you can't do that. We got $7 million, but we won't let you use it for that.
No,
This
that's
is
not
very
what I'm
frustrating.
saying.
You
Mr.
are
Holden,
saying that.
Mr.
Then
Holden,
give them the money then.
Mr. Holden, what we're saying is a budget is a matter of priorities. At the end of the day, you have to be balanced. What we're saying in this particular instance is that the money will revert. We had anticipated the reversion, and if you want every department to come before you, and if they have unspent money in their salary savings and use that as revenue neutrality for next year, we will have no reserve fund.
What did they add? What did these two motions ask for?
How much did they add? They add roughly,
394,000, less than $500,000.
Mr. Holden, it's fine to debate it on the merits, but what we are explaining to you the financial aspects of it.
Okay, you explained, you made your point, and on my time, I think it's so important that we stay on the heels of these criminals in these various neighborhoods. and you got $12 million that you identified as savings. Then we're going to take this $394,000.
Mr. Holden, there is $12 million that we have recognized for sure, 11 plus.
That's in the jurisdiction.
However, we may miss other allocations by an equal or more amount, and those are offsetting.
I'm telling you, not only you're wrong on this one, you're dead wrong. We need to fight this crime wherever we can. You've been you cut the police department out of $400,000, all those positions before. I don't understand what's wrong with you guys. I'm voting for this.
I'm
voting for this, Mr. Deaton, and I hope I get 7 more people to do that, and you live with it.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Mr. Zine.
Committee, that's what I'm hearing. Mr. President, colleagues, the NEST team from the City Attorney's Office, that is another program that's properly funded, adequately funded?
Yes, and all the positions are currently filled, have been filled for 5 years.
How many other special projects does the City Attorney have dealing with this type of problem?
Specifically with narcotics eviction, this is the only one.
And then the 2 positions would serve citywide?
Yes, one attorney handles West and Valley bureaus, the other attorney handles South and Central.
Okay, I know you've got deputy city attorneys assigned to a gang intervention unit.
Yes.
That's another program?
Yes, again, criminal prosecutions, and they do civil gang abatements.
Correct. And if this goes to the neighborhood prosecutors, and you mentioned a problem with the computer, they don't have access, we couldn't remedy that situation where they could then resolve those issues?
It's not only the access situation, but their workload. They're averaging easily 60 hours per week, attending community meetings, CPABs, et cetera, and working on quality of life offenses. For us to add the narcotics eviction workload literally means I will have to pick 2 police divisions and pull 2 attorneys out to handle nothing but narcotics eviction for the city. It's a very laborious process. As the cases come in from narcotics division, we have to review the cases, determine whether a landlord-tenant relationship exists. We have to ascertain who the owner is, where we can locate the owner, whether or not the incident occurred within 1,000 feet of the residence. We then have to track the case in the felony system to see if they were held to answer after the preliminary hearing, send a notification out. It is very, very labor intensive. And I just don't see the neighborhood prosecutors being able to handle that on top of their regular workload.
Okay. And the city attorney's office has how many personnel assigned?
To net, we have 2 attorneys.
No, 2, but I'm talking the entire operation.
5, 2 attorneys.
No, the city attorney's office, the Los Angeles city attorney, they have 500 personnel assigned?
We have roughly 950 personnel.
950?
Yes, correct, roughly.
950 personnel. And if it's a priority, I don't know why it can't be funded through the existing appropriations, when in fact, every time the city attorneys come before this body for funding, we've approved that funding. Every single time, we've approved the funding. And now there's an additional one. It keeps getting layer after layer after layer. My concern is, with almost 1,000 attorneys, if it's a priority and you're only talking a couple of attorneys, why can't they fund out of existing funds? And maybe something that's not such a priority can be pushed to something else.
Councilman, first thing I would just mention is that these are existing positions that are currently funded and have always been funded by the general fund as requested by the previous administration. So it is a cut to what we currently have. In addition, in next year's budget, we have got a host of unfunded positions, as well
sorry,
as...
you have the what?
We have a host of unfunded positions, meaning positions without any money attached to them, as well as an increase in our salary savings rate, which means we have less money in our salary account. The action that's taken in the mayor's budget cuts both the positions and the money, so we will have no positions for those folks. Even if we move them to other areas in the office, just plug them in, we would still have no salary for those people. It simply hasn't been accounted for.
Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of council. I want to ask Mr. Pacheco a question as chairman. When you come back from committee, will they all be mixed, or could we put all the transportation matters together? Could we put all the city attorney matters together? And not necessarily all on the same day, but they could put them in some form, because this is extremely important. And I think everybody has been, and we must work harder. We must work harder, but everybody has. And I like the aggressive approach of our city attorney's office in dealing with neighborhood issues. But I also understand there has to be parameters in what we tried to do from a fiscal analysis, and it's not zero-based. That's correct, Mr. Fujioka? So, what Ed Reyes was talking about earlier about transportation, the public works motions that are in here, the public safety motions, city attorney motions, can the committee come back and look at this, not in some focus form? That's what I want to know.
Mr. Labange, of course, we can look at each department's requests or member requests for each department in the context of their department, but I think you also, every member will be given information on the big picture as well as looking at each department as a unit. So you'll have both.
Right. Well, I just know that the committee that you chair has spent a lot of hours in here. I walked through here to catch up with some of you on other issues. And I understand the importance of the budget and the deep deliberations, but there's certain things questions I'd like to focus on and ask or get information on that I may or may not have at this time. So that concept of going to committee doesn't scare me. It doesn't scare me as long as we come back in some focus form, because I do believe our city attorney's office has moved aggressively and has worked quite well within our structure of the city to try to abate problems. So I just wanted to say, members, I would like to support Mr. Ridley Thomas on this, but I also want to say, too, I want to support the concept of going through committee on this, because it's not zero-based. We made a zero-based commitment, and it's not zero-based. That's what I'm hearing, correct? So as long as it's not zero-based, I have to kind of stay true to my words, or I'd get that person at the zoo about 42 motions ago.
I appreciate that, Mr. Labange. You want to support Mr. Pacheco and myself. Thank you so much.
Friends on both sides. Mr. Reyes.
As Council President, colleagues, I must say that the city attorney's been doing a great job as far as dealing with these issues. I can show you that on the corner of Pico Alvarado, there's a motel that was a magnet for crime. They came in, there's now new management, it's been cleaned up. All the things we've been hearing about the merits of this project is no doubt is there. So I don't want to be misconstrued or misunderstood what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is that they're all important. And I think we're all saying the things we need to say and do to do what's best for the city. The fact is, we needed to send a committee because we really don't understand what the state is doing to us. So I'm just rising to re-emphasize that point, and not to be in any way putting a measure of weight of one over the other. They're all important. And Lord knows that's what's happening in my district with the old infrastructure, all the gangs and everything that goes with it, that we need the support. But I also know I have a lot of strong community groups, a lot of strong policies like the historic overlay zones that are bringing back the fabric of the community. So in essence, that's my point, is let's get it back in the committee, let's hash this out, and let's set our priorities. But in my mind, they're all important because they all build up this community network that we need to continue to address.
Mr. Ridley Thomas.
Mr. President, members of the council, I appreciate the time that's been given to this. Needn't be further belabored. I do think that which is before us is obviously serious. It's compelling, and nothing to date has caused me to think that we shouldn't move forward affirmatively. This is less than $400,000. That which we wish to see happen is obviously at the heart of public safety, with a critical tool of that effort, namely the city attorney's office. And it would seem to me we would be well justified to proceed constructively and make this allocation today. And I would appeal to you for your unanimous vote.
Mr. Holden.
Mr. President, members, I think somebody is forgetting the oath of office they took. That was a 5-person committee. The council is made up of 15 people, and this is the final committee. And you have a duty and an obligation to do as they do in Sacramento, when you shall not introduce any bill that be against the interests, the public safety, in the welfare of the people of the state of California. Do we know why we are elected? I mean, sometimes I act a little different because I take seriously the oath of office. I take seriously the thing, my responsibility and my duty here as a city council person, as I did in my other elected office. It's about time we wake up and face the music. It relates to our responsibility and our duties. And not to give that up to an individual or 5 individuals. Some things you have to vote your conscience on. The city is not bankrupt. Money is available, will continue to be available. Some things you got to vote on today. This is one of them. The one that Ms. Misakasi put in was another one. If he had decided where the money would come from, I would have voted aye. But to take that slipshod approach and say, let's put the position there and no money, let the department find the money, hold their feet to the fire, put handcuffs on them so they can't fight crime freely, I'm not going to go along with that. In the hopes that you'll find it sometime later on in the day. I'm troubled. Yes, I am. And so should the people of the city of Los Angeles be troubled. I'm saying to you, Mr. Bernson, joking or not, you gonna vote with me? Okay, fine. All right, I'll cut off debate. All right, let's ask for an aye vote on Mr. Thomas's motion and a no vote on sending this to committee. Please, my friend, this is not what you're supposed to be doing. They played politics when the other mayor was in place, would not support the city attorney's office when it came to positions like this. Let's stop the politics around here and do what's right for the people of this city. And you all know what I'm talking about, too.
Other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing none, then we have amending motion number 17 before us.
You actually have a motion to refer this matter to committee.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll.
I heard the no
on the
vote on
motion
that
to
item.
refer this item. Everybody have an opportunity to vote.
A no vote.
Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 4 noes.
It's adopted.
Okay. Then that matter is referred to committee.
Item number 18 is a motion brought forward by Councilmember Bernson.
Yes, I just have one, this is a revenue neutral item. I just want to make one correction in this. In the second line, it says exempt case management. That should strike management and say exempt case processing positions, which within the department, planning department, from the hiring freeze, should the department achieve and maintain the salary savings target as set forth in the proposed budget. So this will only apply if the salary savings are attained, and it is a zero change, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Okay. Members wishing to be recognized on amending motion 18? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item number 19, called special by Councilmember Zine.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. On this item, it concerns one senior management analyst, 2. And the senior management analyst position has been in the personnel department's budget for over 10 years, serves as the administrative director of the department's occupational health services division. The elimination of this position would place the entire occupational health services division, consisting of 82 medical, professional, and support staff, under the management of the city's medical director, thereby causing the medical director to divert his time from critical medical issues involving occupational and correctional care to oversee and manage administrative operations of the department's Operation Health Services Division. So I would ask that we restore the employment authority. This is just simply to restore the authority in the personnel department without funding for one senior management 2. And I would ask, and I vote on item number 19.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That matter is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 20, submitted by Councilmember Galanter.
Ms. Galanter. Is Ms. Galanter available? Okay, let's hold amending motion number 20 on the desk, awaiting Ms. Galanter's return. Mr. Clerk, before taking the next item, members of the council, I have been asked by our sergeants here for your cooperation and help in keeping order on the sides of the horseshoe here, reminding all council staff to please stay behind the columns. There are desks and phones available if they need them, but if they can stay behind the columns, that would be appreciated by our sergeants. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item number 21, presented by Councilmember Holden.
Mr. Holden.
What happened to 20?
Once again, Mr. President, I just trying to do the right thing and ask for more support for the police department, the public relations specialists, and the community affairs group. We've discussed that before. So at the cost of $159,924, Mr. Pacheco say that money is no place to run, and they're going to let these positions go down to twos. Ms. Miskowski introduced the motion to restore just a few of the positions, but I think we ought to give the flexibility to the new chief coming in to make that decision. A lousy $159,924 for positions that's actually needed to restore all the positions. That's all it's going to cost. And yet you're being penny wise and pound foolish and not fully supporting the police department to the extent that they need in order to protect and to serve us. You waste that much money, and I'd like to tell you someday how you're going to do that, how you waste that money, but I won't do it publicly today. But I will do it, be assured. If these positions are not refunded and given back to the police department and give the new chief the flexibility to make the adjustments as he sees them. If you want to send it to committee, I'm going to vote no, but you should vote on it today, here and now.
Ms. Miskowski.
I think we debated this earlier. The police department budget is over $900 million. We gave them the authority to add these positions back. We will work with them both in committee, Budget and Finance Committee and Public Safety Committee, and after the new chief arrives in terms of looking at reorganization and looking at their adjustments mid-year or otherwise if they need more money in the salary accounts. But I don't think we need to authorize an additional $159,000 now on top of their over $900 million budget. They have the position to go forward. They were happy with that. I think that we can move forward constructively together and help them keep these positions filled and maintain what we need to maintain in that department. So I ask that this specific report go to committee.
Mr. Holden.
Ms. Miskowski, you know how terrible that sounds? $900 million for a police budget. Less than 9,000 police officers. You know, people were killed in South Central already, 74 East LA already this year. What are you talking about? And then you have this management at the top, experienced, well-trained, special academies, and then you say no, 900 million, make it sound real big like. Well, it's nothing compared to what we're asking for those positions. That's going to be cost savings, cost effective, $159,000. $159,000. And you give an example, we're already giving them $900 million. You're giving them nothing, the taxpayers are paying for it. And you should appropriate the money in the right way. Doesn't sound good at all. I would never give that kind of example. It's an insult to the taxpayers and the people who are victims of the city of Los Angeles.
Mr. Zine.
Councilmember Holden, I know you have a lot of love and concern for police officers and public safety. And I was there for 33 years. And I can tell you that when new administration takes over, changes take place. And operations change. And I support the motion that Councilman Sikowski brought, that we're going to review all that, and when a new administration comes into place, we may not have 4 bureaus. We may have a different configuration, and there's still an opportunity to make changes. What we change now, what we put in now, may change in a couple of months. So I support the motion that was previously passed, and I think that whether it's $159,000 or $259,000, leave it as it is and go down the line and see what happens, because I believe that you're going to find new operations taking place as soon as the new administration takes over with a different configuration of what they have now in place. And I think it would be premature to make changes now, since we know that there'll be another 5 years with a new administration. And I would defer to that at that particular time to make the appropriations and not do it at this time, even though I support you in your goal for the LAPD and for the public safety. But this is seriously, this is not a critical element that they're talking about. This is not critical. This is not field operations. This is not black and whites on the street handling 911 calls or detectives handling crimes in the field. This is not a priority as far as the public safety goes. This is the other arena of support functions. This is not a priority when it comes to the public safety of Los Angeles. We're not going to jeopardize anyone by not funding this at this time. It will not be jeopardizing public safety.
Wait until you get the lawsuits for not having him. You'll eat those words.
Thank you.
Other members wishing to be heard? Seeing none.
Mr. President, a point of clarification, is that a motion to refer this to committee? Yes. Thank you.
Then
there's a motion before you to refer this matter to committee.
yes, we're looking at Ms. Galanter stepping back in from the hallway here. Okay. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on the motion to refer the matter to committee. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, that matter is so referred. Next item, please.
Item number 22 is a motion submitted by Councilmember Holden.
Mr. Holden.
Mr. President, members, on 22, just to make sure this doesn't go to committee, but we take a positive action, I'm going to strike the $50,000 for this purpose. The Budget and Finance Committee, we were going to ask for $50,000 from this budget to fund elevator repairs at George and Helen Thomas Senior Citizen Center. Those elevators have been out for some time. These are senior citizens that have to try to walk up and down the steps. A city-owned building. And the General Services say, well, the city does not own the building, but the city does. And so they will agree, I'm sure, if we can just amend the motion to require the General Services to repair the elevators as a city-owned building at the George and Helen Thomas Senior Citizen Center, and that'll be at no cost, revenue neutral. Mr. Fuchioka, is that all right?
Yeah, we concur at that. They can use existing funds from an account for this specific purpose, and so there would be a no-cost item. Just an instruction to General Services to ensure these elevators are repaired as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Fuchioka.
Thank you, sir.
Other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing none, then we do have...
Item number 22 as amended.
Correct. Before us. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, that motion is approved.
Item number 23 submitted by Councilmember Perry.
Ms. Perry?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Fujioka, just a quick question on this for the record. The resolution on this 23 would be, what's your best recommendation on that?
Again, like 17, the money identified to fund this program has been placed in the reserve, or at least targeted to go to the reserve. This would represent a general fund appropriation, becomes a policy decision, but to be consistent with the other motions, I'd suggest that it go to committee.
Just as it related, on 17, there are some positions that are filled in order to make sure those things are taken care of. The city administrative office has indicated that they will authorize substitute positions with just a normal substitute condition without, position without condition, to allow them to allow those positions to attrit. So that should take care of 17.
Okay. And would you suggest similar action item 23?
I don't think there's any and 23, I think, as Mr. Fujioka said, is, in order to be consistent, should be referred to committee.
Well, yes, on the motion, but the creating the positions.
Those positions are not currently filled.
For 23?
On 23. On 17 they were, and we're going to handle 17 with substitute positions.
Well, then let us take a vote on the motion to refer 23 to committee. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. And for 17, do we need to reconsider and take a different action?
17 is fine
No,
with
that's just an
the...
administrative process we'll handle ourselves.
Okay. Next item,
No
please.
additions. Item number 24, motion submitted by Councilmember Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Yes, council members. As we move on our transit-oriented districts and we start looking at how it is we're dealing with our developments, there's a lot of issues that we need to coordinate that speak to the notion of alleviating congestion, especially along our rail stations, along our new developments throughout the city. And this allows us for the planning development of that particular effort. As you can see, this truly is a zero total change in regards to, I just thought I'd throw that in. But we do have Prop C monies allocated to the department, and I want to make sure that we are focused on these projects. You'll notice that some of us have Genesis projects that came from the last term. For example, there are the shopping centers that have been discussed. We're looking at how we deal with traffic so that it doesn't overspill into the residential areas. How we control that flow requires our ability to have a focus on these kinds of issues regarding the transportation concerns within the planning department. And this really just brings a focus to that need. And that's the true purpose of this motion. Thank you.
Mr. Rudy Thomas.
Mr. President, pardon me, Mr. President and members of the council and Mr. Reyes, I want to rise simply to acknowledge that Mr. Reyes has done a good job here, and that which he seeks to accomplish as chair of planning committee, land use management and so forth, is good. And it looks just like my motion did. Therefore, I'm going to vote for it because he followed a good example. And if it meets the same fate, we know that he followed in good order. So, Mr. Reyes, you're to be commended for your fine work today, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Rudy Thomas. Other members wishing to be recognized?
Can I make a real quick comment in support of this motion? This reprogramming will allow us to fully bill against Prop C money. And so it makes for a cleaner process. We would fully support and recommend your approval.
Thank you. Other members? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Labange.
I just wanted to say I support this, but I also truly believe that we should call on the Rail Authority, Metrolink, the Blue Line, Metro Rail, and everything. Take the Gold Line and change it to the red car, and like they used to do, Long Beach red car, Pasadena red car, Los Angeles red car. I just think it confuses people. Gold line, green line, blue line. But I support this, Ed, very much. Thank you.
There's nothing after that.
Red car forever.
Mr. Holden.
Mr. Fuchioka, did you say you're getting his money from Prop C?
This one?
From Proposition C money?
Yeah, that's fine.
The intent is to have Prop C fund these positions. So with this motion, we can put them in duties and responsibilities that would clearly justify Prop C money.
Well, but Prop C money, how can you do that? You're decreasing the salaries from the general fund? What are you talking about, you decreasing salary? To $316,720. This is double talk. Come on, talk to me.
Oh, I don't
And
believe
then you're going to add salaries to the general fund. Is this already in the budget? Is it in the budget that we're going to have salaries of $316,000, $316,720, yes or no?
Yes, it's currently in the budget.
It's in the budget, a line item?
As a line item.
What's the budget number?
It's on page 715 in the budget.
No, it doesn't say that. Is this item number 24 before us?
Not in this particular motion. It doesn't cite what page it is, but this is in the budget as a
It
general
says
fund.
page 116.
715. The big blue book.
They made a mistake?
No. Councilman Holden, if I just...
Why is this in the planning? Why is this in the planning budget?
I'm writing a newsletter that I do.
Just to clarify, the planning department right now has discretion over Prop C funds as is allocated to transportation issues. All we're doing is keeping within their budget and directing them to focus on these items so that we can move forward with our projects throughout the city.
On those items or those functions. It's currently listed as Prop C eligible positions. We feel with the way this motion restructures the use of these positions, it'll be easier for us to bill against Prop C dollars. So it's just, this represents a technical adjustment.
I think it does.
That's all it is.
But what you're talking about is that you're going to identify Prop C money, which you're going to use for this purpose. Nah.
True.
And this was a part of the original budget, or? No, this is an amendment to the budget. Why didn't you do it during budget hearings? Why wasn't this done before? Was it brought to the budget committee? Yes or no?
Yes, it could have been done.
Was it brought to the budget committee?
But, no. Excuse me?
Was it?
No, it was not. This is a recommendation from
It came after
Councilman
the
Reyes,
fact.
after the fact, and we support this adjustment.
I know I second the motion because I do anything for Mr. Reyes, except I want to get some discussion before I vote on it.
It's a good thing, Nate.
All right, I'm becoming even more confused, but it's all right.
It's good for you, too.
Mr. Reyes.
I'm just saying that it just allows the focus for the policy, but I don't want to stay quiet. Let's just move on this. Thank you.
Any other members? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on amending motion number 24. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved.
Item number 25 is a motion submitted by Councilmember Perry.
Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is to begin a project that will revitalize a significant corridor in the 9th Council District and be a gathering place for community, seniors, intergenerational daycare and the like. So this is why it's here, and I appreciate an aye vote on this. It'll go to committee. So you can hold it up there so that...
Your desires, Ms. Perry, a vote, or are you okay with referring this matter to committee?
No, let's vote.
Okay, Ms. Perry, what wishes
It's going to committee, yes.
to have a vote on this? Fiscal impact of $246,000. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll.
I understand the motion is to refer it to committee.
Okay, the motion to refer to committee then. Please open the roll. A yes vote refers the matter to committee. A no vote keeps it before us. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes, 1 no.
That matter is referred to both Arts, Health, and Humanities, as well as Budget and Finance.
Item number 26, submitted by Councilmember Gruel.
Ms. Gruel.
The item before you is to look at increasing funding to plant an additional 500 trees along the roadways and medians in the San Fernando Valley. I know we're going to refer this to our budget committee, but like to look at DWP Public Benefits Program and how we can coordinate with them and the funding and implementation of this program as it's referred to budget committee. Is that appropriate, Mr.
I think so. I think that we should, that would be a good use of, and one that we could coordinate with the Department of Water and Power and do that citywide, and particularly because of the heat in the valley.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Mr. Deaton. So I'd request an aye vote to send it to committee and hopefully then to have it passed out of committee.
I'll testify to that.
More than one kind, I understand.
A motion to refer to committee. Please open the roll. Oh, Mr.
Just want to let you know, Councilmember Gruhl, Water and Power has a big tree program. Councilmember Gruhl, Water and Power has a big tree program, and they're looking for everywhere to plant trees. So call Leilani Johnson at 367.
We've utilized some of those
Okay.
trees. We just
Right.
want to do more.
All right, good.
They have a little tree program, too.
Big tree.
Mr. Zine.
Yes, I'd like to add to the Water and Power, Councilmember Gruhl, that Valley Tree Farms, which is the far west end of the city at Valley Circle and the Ventura Freeway, John Bothing, has donated hundreds of trees, and if we need additional trees, I know we need city crews to plant them, but we can save a lot of the cost on the purchasing, and he's very generous with donating trees to the city and to schools, and he's always looking for opportunities to donate. He's got 7 tree farms, and he ships all around the country. So I would offer that also. You're talking about the new San Fernando Valley with all the beautiful trees, big trees, small trees, all kinds of trees. So within Water and Power that, and we could help cut the expense down and just have the city crews plant them and get them for free, and nice donation. So
Great. That's
you got a lot of trees growing now.
perfect. That's why I brought this motion in. Now we can all do this.
Ms. Galanter.
Am I on? Let me just add to the catalog here while we're doing this. I'm glad to know about that, too. It seems to me that one of the things we should take advantage of is the fact that both our Environmental Affairs Department and our Community Development Department have programs and are both very good at finding sources of funds that
This is it, isn't it?
my favorite thing, other people's money, that can be helpful in this. And it seems to me that if we can do that, if we can find some of the money for the actual trees from other sources, what DWP can do for us that is most useful is help us get reclaimed water into the places where those trees are so that we are not having to use extra water, particularly in the valley where it does get very hot and you need more water than in some other parts of the city.
Thank you very much. Other members wishing to be heard on amending motion 26? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That matter is referred to committee, and Lipkis will be testifying when it's agendized. Next item, please.
Mr. President, item number 20 is on the desk. We are waiting the return of Ms. Galanter. Did you wish to consider that at this time?
Yes, Ms. Galanter. Ms. Galanter, amending motion number 20.
This is the Venice Beach. Hold on while I get back to exactly what we call this position here. Members of the council, the reason I've brought this in, and you'll notice that we're not asking for money, we're just asking for help trying to find some, is, oh, I'm sorry, this one's the playground. Okay, I got 3 of them in here. No, I'm trying to reach 20. Hold on, here we are, 20. You're familiar with, these are all going to be similar in many respects. This one has to do with a facility we would like to construct adjacent to the Venice Pier. The Venice Pier, as you know, was once slated for destruction by our Department of Recreation and Parks. I will never forget that. But it has been restored and is the only fully wheelchair accessible fishing pier on the West Coast. And it is, you actually can fish from a wheelchair without straining your back. At the foot of the pier is a public parking lot, which has plenty of room for spaces for handicapped marked spaces. What we don't have there and should have is a boundless playground like the one we have in Griffith Park and the one we have at the Westwood Park for younger children who are disabled, who may not be wheelchair bound but have some other kind of disability, to play with able-bodied children. These playgrounds are very expensive to build, so I acknowledge that up front. They're much more expensive to build than a typical playground. There are other private sources of funds, and there may be other funds through the Americans for Disabilities Act or something else. So this is a request simply to ask, to get some help in finding potential funding to extend the resources that we make available to people with disabilities at that location. You can drive right up to the foot of the pier. There's plenty of sand right there. It's a wonderful place. There are restaurants half a block away, so that it's a perfect place to do this. We just need to identify the money. And given the number of people from all over the world who visit the Venice Beach, it seems to me that this is something that could benefit people from all over the city and the world.
Mr. Labange.
Say, Councilmember Galanter, I know you have a Dreams Walk in your area too, the same people who did Shade's Inspiration, is that in Westwood?
Yes, that's the one in Westwood Park.
Right, so with Shade's Inspiration, and they have been very successful getting
Right,
grants,
they're one
yeah.
source. Oh,
Right.
I'm talking to them.
Oh, good, okay, great.
But I think that, as they have pointed out, this is a need that exists everywhere.
Everywhere.
And we don't want to take it away from somebody else. We want to get multiple playgrounds.
Right, and also I just want to say, I hope the Parks Department looks at this too, as this is the prototype, because every park in the city that has a large playground should have this type of opportunity for young people for the Boundless Playground. I just wanted to support you on that.
Thank you. Yeah, and it took us years to get children's play area playground equipment on Venice Beach. We now have that as well, but we don't have it in a place that is really readily accessible to children with disabilities.
Right, great.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Other members wishing to be heard? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on item 20, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 27, brought forward by Councilmember Pacheco.
Mr. Pacheco.
Is this item 27, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, item 27.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is a revenue-neutral amendment. It's a policy decision. At one point, the proposed budget had a risk management policy decision that shifted risk management out of the Office of Finance and into the City Attorney's Office. The committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, suggested that we do further review on that issue. A similar issue, the fraud audit function, was proposed to be moved out of personnel into the City Attorney's Office. Those go hand in hand, so we're just simply asking the council to defer on that until the complete review of the policy issue is put in place. And so this is a revenue-neutral motion. The positions will stay funded, but simply stay in personnel.
Mr. Holden.
Mr. Pacheco, when did you discover this needed to be done?
Which part, Mr. Holden, the
This
technical
20
amendment or the...
Whatever you're asking us to do.
We decided in committee that the issue of risk management should stay within Office of Finance, and it was an oversight not to include this technical amendment to allow the policy debate to continue.
Allow what?
The policy issue to be further reviewed.
And what would this motion do then? Allow
This
that
will
to-
keep the status quo. Well, this will keep it the way it is today, and then once we get through the policy decision on risk management and the issue of fraud and audit, then we'll decide whether we need to make this transfer. So this preserves the status quo, Mr. Holden.
Okay, so you recognize that after you adopted the budget?
We, yes, the technical change did not come through the CLA process.
The CLA brought it to your attention?
Yes.
And they
Yes.
failed to do so during the regular budget hearings?
Right.
So they slipped up on that one again?
Yeah, this one fell through the cracks. Yes. And that's why we're here.
CLA, you want to respond to that, what we're doing here?
We would just recommend approval of this item. It was a
No,
simple
why did this
oversight.
happen? You're on top of it. I mean, how did this slip
We're
up?
on top of
that-
a lot of things, Mr. Holden. This was an oversight.
On the part of the CLA?
Yes.
Mr. Deaton?
No, me.
Who?
Me.
Oh, you're going to take the blame?
Absolutely.
All right.
Other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on item 27, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 28, submitted by Councilmember Labange.
Mr. Labange. Item 28.
This is going to committee, but I just want to remind us all to protect those from fraud and other issues that affect young people, older people, mostly vulnerable, the elderly, when unsuspected people knock on their door, asking them to raise funds for a charitable group that's not legitimate. And it's a very basic crime that takes place here, and the reduction of personnel will have a negative impact on that, and it will come back to us. So I just hope when we go through committee that we could get this out and approved. Thank you very much.
Okay, motion to refer item 28 to Public Safety and Budget and Finance Committees. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That amending motion is so referred. Next item, please.
Item number 29, submitted by Councilmember Weiss.
Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is a matter that Mr. Fujioka is ready to speak to if anyone has any questions. It merely continues what we have in the current budget, which is a threat preparedness trust fund, a matter that we created some months ago, and I submitted for your approval. If you have any questions, Mr. Fujioka is there to handle them.
We recommend support of this motion. This is consistent with a previous council decision to create this trust fund. We understand that the city attorney, in fact, is working on the ordinance to accomplish this goal, and all this would do is ensure that we have a line item in our budget in the event that future funding is identified for this program, we have a place to put it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Weiss, you know the commission that Gary Hart was on the threat assessment, he spoke to the World Affairs Council just recently. Did you hear him speak in here? Did anyone hear former Senator Hart speak about the issues of threat assessment and the fact that there's 3 different agencies of the federal government that not necessarily all work together and that may be beneficial on that here? What I'd like to ask, too, if we could amend this, that we invite former Senator Hart to the proper venue here in Los Angeles for him to articulate it. I saw him on C-SPAN one night, and he talked about this problem, and I think it was very important. So your comments, Mr. Weiss.
Yield me for a second. I can give you a copy. I've read the copy of the report that Senator Hart, and I think it was former Senator Rudman, if I'm not mistaken, prepared about 2 years ago on Homeland Defense. It actually...
bipartisan.
It was interesting. They did this work before the attacks on our country and before the Homeland Security Office was created back in Washington. I'll give you the report. I would just note one thing based on what you just said. It's interesting. You're right. There are a lot of different federal agencies. It's difficult to get coordination and planning done. And it's the sort of thing that I think about, Mr. Labange, and I know you think about too when people talk about dividing this city, as if it's the sort of thing you can just do willy-nilly with no consequences, public safety or otherwise. In the event of a disaster or an attack or something like that, no one has ever explained to me how doubling the number of public security agencies, doubling the number of public safety agencies, and doubling the number of public safety command staffs and command organizations would make people any more safe. If anything, I think it would only fracture our ability to respond in a coordinated way. I'll get you that study, Mr. Labange. This is not the place to make a motion. This is a codification of a trust fund, but I'm happy to give you this, and if you want, if we want to invite Gary Hart here, let's go for it.
Well, I think we should. Thank you very much, Mr. Weiss. I'm going to look forward to that report, and I'll read it diligently, and then we'll check with the president here for the protocol, but I think we should hear from some of these federal commissions at some time that do have an impact on Los Angeles, because I guarantee you it's very important to know all this stuff.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden.
Threat Preparedness Trust Fund. Mr. Fujioka, where would the money come from? I mean, there's no money in there. Just sitting up in the trust fund that doesn't mean anything unless you can put some money in it.
The current proposal is to take revenue from a parking lot the city owns located on the corner of Spring and First Street.
Oh,
And
thank you.
But once that's brand-new revenue that wasn't identified to, in next year's revenue. But we understand that, I think it's shortly, we will lose control of that parking lot because it'll be a staging site for the Caltrans building. But at least we'll have some, what's been characterized as seed money for the trust fund. And in the event your council identifies a future funding source, we'll have a place to put that money.
A future funding source.
Yes.
Now, we're only talking about like 35,000, less than that. The problem, that parking lot is in and out of here overnight.
That's true.
All right? So we're not talking about any money at all. Maybe a month more we got left, month and a half, 2 months.
We're hoping for at least a couple of months.
A couple of months.
Revenue from that parking lot.
All right. So you'll have essentially no money. You still like a zero. Where else can you think the money can come
We'll
from?
have some basic money. We also know that there's some legislation that's pending at the federal
Mr. President,
level.
I'm asking some questions. Mr. President. Go ahead.
I believe the intent, or at least the hope, is that with legislation pending at the federal level on Homeland Security, that additional money, maybe in the form of grant funds, will be coming towards the city. I know that on a go-forward basis, Councilman Weiss, at least, and this was evident during the Budget and Finance Committee, has placed threat preparedness as one of his top priorities. And so at this point in time, we may have a minimum amount of money, but I'm sure as opportunities present themselves as we go forward, that other sources of funds will be identified.
Well, has the city of Los Angeles been working with the home security at this point in time, or you know?
Excuse me, sir?
Has the city been working with the home security national?
On the federal level?
Yes.
I
federal.
understand we have. I understand our police department has.
Any money been provided for that for assistance?
That hasn't been identified yet.
Are you to assume that once it's provided, it will not go directly to the police department? Homeland Security money?
I would hope not all of it would go to the police department. I'm sure some would be allocated to our fire department, our Department of Emergency Preparedness, and there's some other departments, including a department like the ITA and even the CAO that could use
I
funds.
think it's misleading for Mr. Weiss to believe that the money is going to be coming to this committee, trust fund, because the federal government will designate what the money will, how the money will be spent in all probability. And so the fund, I guess if the money's going to be there and the fire department call on it and the police department call on that money out of the fund, we'll find maybe that's where it'll go and they'll ask for their proportionate share. But you can be assured that the federal government will put strings to whatever money they give you, number one. And number two, there'll be no money surplus from our general fund to appropriate money for this trust fund. Not for the next fiscal year. Do you see any opportunity to do that?
Yeah, at this juncture,
Yeah.
today,
That's what I'm
we
talking
have not
about.
identified any money. If we would have, it'd be before you in the proposed budget.
If you were, do you see any surplus money becoming available in this fiscal year to provide money for this trust fund? It's a simple question.
I said, no, not at this point in time. Otherwise, we would have proposed it in the budget.
So it's going to be what we...
Other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on item 29.
Was the amendment accepted to invite the senator to explain the federal threat preparedness?
Yes, I believe Mr. Labange and I can...
Mr. Labange and I will talk about that on a separate matter. I think let's not amend this with it. Let's not amend this with that, Mr. Labange, and we'll do that on a separate matter.
We'll work that under proper protocol. Item 29 before us. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 30, submitted by Councilmember Gruhl.
Ms. Gruhl.
Just briefly, we're asking the Bureau of Street Services to present a report identifying funding for expanded street resurfacing within the San Fernando Valley and ask them to come back within an expedited period of time. Being brief.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Next item, motion 31, presented by Councilmember Gruhl.
Ms. Gruhl?
Excuse me. This just is actually another request that we instruct the Department of Transportation to pursue funding for the Metro Rapid Bus for the North-South Connector Line. This has been an item that has been discussed for years, and want to make sure that as we move forward and look at funding and work closely with the MTA to identify those funds. I'd ask an aye vote, please.
Okay. Other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing none. Mr. Holden?
We know in east-west.
Mr. President, members, Department of Transportation, that's the City Department of Transportation, right? The jurisdiction there is MTA. I mean, is that not correct? If it's MTA, wouldn't we urge MTA to do the north-south connector line?
I think we could amend it to have Department of Transportation work with the MTA, because I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, CAO and CLA, that we can ask them to work concurrently with them. Is that okay with you, Mr. Ridley Thomas? It is, okay, good.
I just
Okay,
wanted,
I appreciate that help. Okay. A friendly amendment, thank you.
Mr. Pacheco?
I like that you're helping me today, Nate. Will you keep that up?
Ms. Gruhl, Mr. President, colleagues, I understand the intent to the motion to get more street resurfacing within the San Fernando Valley. I will share with you that although the... Oh, we passed that one? Oh, God. I'm sorry.
But we're glad you understand it.
Well, I'm going to say what I'm going to say anyway, even though I'm on the wrong one. I just want to share with you, Ms. Gruhl, that our council president, Mr. Padilla, representative from the Valley, did urge and request the unpaved streets and alleys program, which is 10 miles annually for the entire city of Los Angeles, and that's all I was going to say. So the Valley hopefully will benefit from that program.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Mr. Labange?
I just wanted to stand on Councilmember Gruhl's motion and correct it by Mr. Holden's motion and amend it to add that we continue the subway north on Lancashire to cross the Southern Pacific line and go north, or Union Pacific line, the Mid-Valley line, and also all the way north to Sylmar. Because I want to tell you something, members of council, and this is the first time, Cindy, so you got to smile just a little more. That's the first time we're up to plate on this here. When we talk about these particular issues here, the subway system is 18 miles long. 18 miles long. Just think if the freeway system was only 18 miles long. And I know there's a county measure that prevents us from moving forward, but we got to start thinking beyond our time. And this type of discussion as far as north of the terminus of the NoHo line that goes to North Hollywood should continue north through the northeast San Fernando Valley, cross both Metrolinx line and go out to Pacoima, maybe a shoot off into Hanson Dam. All these things are real important. So as long as we've amended it twice, I wanted to throw that other study to continue, whether it's a busway or a subway or other kind of transit, that continuation of the Lancashire, north-south from the NoHo. Get a second for that, please.
I'll second that. I believe all amendments are accepted as friendly. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on amending motion 31 as amended. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is adopted. Next item, please.
Motion 32, also presented by Councilmember Gruhl.
Ms. Gruhl.
Once again, this is one I think that Tom Labange feels equally as I do about the importance of identifying further funds for the Los Angeles riverfront, which we are really trying to make a place which is not just a cement body that we are unable to access, but one in which our communities can ride their bicycles or walk, etc. So this allows us to identify additional funding sources to come back to the City Council and our Budget Committee as well. So I'd ask an aye vote.
Other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is adopted. Next item.
Item number 33, submitted by Councilmember Garcetti.
Mr. Garcetti.
Yes, I would ask this to be referred to Arts, Health, and Humanities Committee, please. It's the largest arts program and facility in the city, which is both for young people and for adults at Barnsdall, and it's going to be reopening, and I think it's critical to get back the revenues there that the city needs, both to run that project as well as to supplement its cultural programs. So I'd ask that it be referred to Arts, Health, and Humanities.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Okay, motion to refer this matter to committee. Mr. Labange.
Yeah, Mr. CAO, I want to make sure the Recreation and Parks Department and the reconfiguration of Barnsdall, that make sure that the roadway coming down from Barnsdall aligns with Merindo Street there. Right now, they're offset, so there's no possibility for a traffic signal. On the north side of the street is the 4th District. On the south side of the street is the 13th District, and I have talked to the department before, but I haven't had insurances, and I think it's extremely important because then we miss the opportunity to make the intersection safer during this whole big process of redevelopment of Barnsdall. Could you make a note, the intersection of Merindo and Barnsdall Park, that they match and not offset?
Okay.
And if they do, I'll be very disappointed. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So we shall properly notify the department of that as well. We have a motion to refer amending motion 33 to the appropriate committees. I believe that would be Arts, Health, and Humanities, as well as Budget and Finance. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Members, before proceeding to item number 34, let me ask, is a 5-minute recess in order to stretch the legs?
I think we should all take a walk. Not to stretch our legs, we should walk.
Okay, there's enough members wishing to take a breather. Let's take just 5 minutes. It is now 3:15. Let's reconvene at 3:20.
Item number 35, there's 35 and 35A. Both are submitted by Councilmember Labange.
Mr. Labange?
35 and 35A.
Yeah, I'll ask your support on 35A, which calls that we just restore the positions authority, not the funding, for our Department of Public Works, Bureau of Engineering. They're extremely helpful. I sit with Jan Perry on the Public Works Committee, and the engineers provide a tremendous service, liaison focusing, because some of the hot issues in council districts come down to the alley vacations, the problems that we have that all are related to public works. So I think it would be helpful to the Department of Public Works, Bureau of Engineering, that we adopt 35A, that gives authority to positions but not the money. Then it will still go back to committee. For that, I ask you for an aye vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Labange.
Receive number 35 and vote for 35A.
Other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing none, then the motion is to receive and file amending motion 35 and adopt amending motion 35A. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. Colleagues, let me also call your attention to, in the batch that we are just beginning, item 34, which is on the desk, 37, 38, 39, 42, and 43 do not have fiscal impacts, but rather are requests for report backs on various issues. So keep that in mind as we move swiftly.
To item number 36, which is a motion brought forward by Councilmember Ridley Thomas.
Mr. Ridley Thomas. Mr. Pacheco.
President, we're working out some details. Can we hold that till the end? Thank you.
Item 36 shall be held on the desk. Next item, please.
37 by Councilmember Galanter. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Let's hold that, awaiting her return.
And 38 submitted by Councilmember Gruhl.
Ms. Gruhl.
In our budget, we have reduced general services maintenance on a number of our libraries and police and fire stations and other public facilities, but I understand to a great number, close to 70%. Is that an accurate number? And what I would like to do is have them come back to report to us on that impact, again, particularly in those I've outlined, the police and fire and our libraries, that general service maintenance that's not going to occur based on the reduction in their budget. So I know you're probably unable to answer that question today, but would like that to come forward so as we begin to look at next year if we do have some critical areas that need to be addressed.
Okay.
No problem with that.
Then the motion is to refer that matter, I believe, to the ITGS committee as well as Budget and Finance.
Yeah.
Please.
Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That amending motion shall be so referred. Next item, please.
Item number 39 submitted by Councilmember Gruhl.
Ms. Gruhl.
I promise this is the last one today. I guess never say never. This is a project that I know both Ron and Bill are familiar with on the Mid-Valley Intergenerational Center, where we've looked at Prop K funds and some of the difficulties that occurred in the development of this project. And I wanted to make sure that as we were talking in Budget and Finance and in the city budget, that we consider how to make this project whole, and not only with just Prop K funds. And I know we've spoken about that in the Children's Steering Committee, but wanted to have this come before the full council. So I'd ask an aye vote and come back with ways in which we can complete that particular facility.
Okay. Request to refer amending motion 39 to committee or to adopt?
I'm sorry.
Disposition on the motion?
You can adopt the motion and we'll report back.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item.
Item number 40 submitted by Councilmember Weiss.
Mr. Weiss.
Mr. Weiss.
40. That's okay? It's not changing who gets it.
Apologize, Mr. President. I would just move this one. This is a request from Cultural Affairs for basically some slots. They found some funding for these slots, and the money is already allocated. I'd move it.
Okay. Zero fiscal impact.
No.
Questions or comments on item 40? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 41 submitted by Councilmember Zine.
Mr. Zine.
Mr. President, Council, this item requests to go to committee, and it's relative to the mayor's proposed, let's see, 1 physician, 3 to manage the custody care program medical staff at jail dispensaries. The LAPD has 3 facilities with 24-hour, 7-day-a-week coverage, and there's a concern that it may be converted to nurse practitioner versus medical doctor, and this is that we send it to committee to evaluate and find out what we're going to do with it.
Fine.
So that'd be the motion to send it to committee.
Okay. Motion to refer this matter to committee. Other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That amending motion is so referred. Next item, please.
Item number 42 submitted by Councilmember Gruhl.
Didn't I?
Ms. Gruhl.
I said never. This is an item which I know Councilmember Labange and I feel very strongly about, which because we have 2 facilities in our district that we abut the Lancashire and Universal City, which does not have enough parking for the individuals who are taking our subway system, and that it's a disincentive for members of the community to take public transportation. So asking, again, the CAO and DOT to report back on a cost estimates and funding resources, particularly for creating more parking. And I know with some developments, we're similarly trying to around the Lancashire station. So Tom may want to comment on that as well, but I'd ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. Mr. Labange.
Yeah, Mr. President, members of council, also just to amend it a little for a friendly amendment, that not only the parking structures they look at, but other methods of transportation, whether it's a shuttle in the neighborhood, whether it's taxi service, especially for the radius around there, to give people options. This morning I woke up in the beautiful Coachella Valley, watched this great sunrise over those beautiful San Jacinto Mountains, and my wife took me to San Bernardino where I caught the Metrolink train and came in. And it was great to see how they had all the parking around the facilities, and I talked to some of the riders, and they talked about some of the impacts of parking. So to look at just the parking facilities, but also if there's quick shuttles, if there was a quick van that was within a half a mile to a mile radius of Universal Station that covered Toluca Lake, if there's a quick van around NoHo that went out towards Burbank Airport and around, we connected. So if we could add that to report too, so it's not just concrete and steel, which is very important, but also a vehicle to move people around that may be efficient as well. Thank you.
Okay. That's accepted as a friendly amendment. Other members on item 42? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 43 is submitted by Councilmember Gruhl.
Ms. Gruhl.
I got to reconsider it.
There I am again, talking about tree trimming. And this is similarly asking Public Works and Bureau of Street Services to come back on a cost estimate, again, to increase the expansion to add 4 additional crews in the San Fernando Valley. And I know we did add some new funds, and we've reduced the tree trimming. So it is every, how many years now, Mr. Deaton?
Oh, probably 50, but I don't.
It was 7 years. I think we're now down to 5.5. Does that sound right?
6.4.
6.4. Okay. So we'd like to get it even lower, and would like to see how we can do that in this next fiscal year. So ask an aye vote on this motion to prepare a report back, particularly on the tree trimming in the San Fernando Valley.
Mr. Labange.
Yeah, just wanted to add to that too, and add a friendly amendment, Ms. Gruhl, if we could, to ask that Water and Power, which has great tree trimming crews that clear the area for the transmission and for the power lines, be asked to, in this report here, because the one great thing about the San Fernando Valley is the aquifer, and some of the best trees in the city are in the San Fernando Valley as they reach down to get that water out of the ground, and they grow higher and taller and need more attention. Not like some parts where it has more of a desert feel, but they got a great aquifer. So I want to amend it to not only have Public Works Street Tree Division, but also Department of Water and Power and their special tree trimmers. Thank you.
Mr. Holden.
I voted for everything that Ms. Gruhl has asked for up to now. Mr. Pacheco, how are you going to conceive this to be revenue neutral when they say add 4 new crews? 4 additional crews to the valley. Where's the money coming out of the sky or off the trees that they're going to be trimming?
Mr. Holden, I think you're just asking for an estimate of how much it would cost to do that. You would have to add the money if you were going to do it. This does not add the crews. This just requests information on how much.
That's just not fair, Ms. Gruhl. I mean, if you need some tree trimming out there, they should give it to you. I mean,
When it comes back, you'll vote for it then, right?
when it comes back, we're going to look at it real hard like.
Okay, good.
Okay. Other questions, comments, friendly amendments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll.
It's 43 as amended.
Correct. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Before proceeding to the next item, the chair recognizes Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as reconsideration on 35A, I wanted to add no money but authorization for the Department of Building and Safety and their liaison and the Department of Transportation and their liaison, who do extremely important work for us and for our staffs. So I'd like a reconsideration on 35A to add authorization of one position to Building and Safety for Council Liaison and one position to Department of Transportation for Council Liaison. No authorization of funds, but the authority. Reconsideration, please.
Okay, we have a motion for reconsideration. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
35A now back before us with the proposed amendment by Mr. Labange. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on 35A as amended. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 44, submitted by Councilmember Zine.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. This is a revenue enhancement. Revenue enhancement. That means bring more money in. Because we haven't heard bring money in. All we talk about is spend money. Anyway, what this calls for, it's regarding the impound fees. And many jurisdictions around this area have impound fees that are much greater than the ones charged in the city of Los Angeles. And I request this go to Budget and Transportation Committees and to do a survey of those surrounding jurisdictions to find out what their fees are compared to ours, and then we can adjust ours appropriately. And then the funds will be used for new parking facilities and also transportation safety issues. And that's what we want to do with 44. No cost at this time for this.
Mr. Holden.
Mr. Zine, where does it say a survey?
Pardon me?
Doesn't say anything about a survey. I was just trying to read it. Tell me where in this motion it says anything about a survey.
You should amend it to indicate that the CAO and the Department of Transportation
It should be.
conduct a study in order to provide for increase in impounds.
That's what I had in the original.
Well, this
Somehow,
is
the translation has eliminated that, but there would be a survey done by CLA and CAO regarding that issue. The original motion had that. I don't know how it was.
well, this motion says that what shall be done, and that is the money will go to the Department of Transportation to be used. They're going to increase from what to what? What is it now for an impound vehicle? What does it cost now? And what are you planning to increase it to?
We need to study this first, and then come back to the policy committee, and as part of that study, we need to work with the city attorney's office.
What I had in the original, move that the Office of the CAO in cooperation with the Department of
Why don't
Transportation.
we just hold this on the table until you rewrite your motion?
Well,
Because if you vote on this the way it is, that's not the intent of the...
The motion is to do that survey.
This is not the motion.
The motion before us is different language, Mr.
But I
Zine.
think a friendly amendment.
The motion that was submitted for typing, which I have a copy of, is not what was presented.
That's right, so you need to have before us what you intend to have us vote on.
So I need to have this changed to have the
Yes, sir.
accurate
Yes,
information.
sir.
Will we hold this on the table, Mr. President?
Let's hold this on.
We will have it updated.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zine.
Thank you,
Let him redo it correctly.
But it'll just time. I think a friendly amendment that says the CAO in cooperation with the Department of Transportation and the city attorney to bring a report
Then you just
back.
drop this motion altogether then.
We'll just add it to that.
No, adding to this, say the money should be increased and be distributed per 15 council districts.
We can get it retyped with the accurate information. That might be it. Just hold it on the table. We'll bring it back in a few.
Wait a minute, or Mr.
Thank you.
Zine. Mr. Zine.
Because
Mr. Holden.
that's like a regressive tax.
Mr. Holden, a second, please. Mr. Zine, if you're comfortable, we can substitute for this motion, Mr. Dean's recommendation, have this motion sent to the committee.
I have no problem.
Would that be acceptable
If
to
that's
you?
fine with the, okay, that's fine with me. Fine with you, Mr. Holden?
Right.
It's not regressive taxation. What it is those people get their cars impounded for parking in those zones they're not supposed to park, the no stopping, the no parking, et cetera. Our fees are not adjusted to the Southern California area. Many departments have much higher fees. Cities are generating dollars for that, and these are people who are committing violations, blatant violations, and it will enhance our transportation needs. and clear the congested highways. That's what it's about. This is not regressive taxation. This is enhancement of the budget.
Right, Mr. Zine, you
Mr.
drive
Labange is next.
You drive a city car.
And so do you, sir.
Yes, sir. Which is not likely to be impounded no matter where you park.
Pardon me?
Which is not likely to be impounded no matter where you park. And so on that note, and I know and that same consideration applies to me.
But I follow you.
That's correct.
I park behind you, so I'm
Let me
safe.
just say this then.
Actually, I park in front of you because you have a much larger car than mine. I got the little car.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zine. But here's the problem with increasing the impoundment fees, that they impound vehicles for different reasons. No license plate, they can impound them. If they didn't pay the registration fee, they can impound them.
Suspended, revoked license.
And, you know, and some people are, you know, if they don't have insurance, sometimes they can stop them and impound the vehicle. For many reasons, they can borrow their parents' car and they go out and they get it impounded. And I've seen all kinds of hardship cases, and you will too eventually if you represent the kind of district I do. They come before me, Mr. Zine, and people lose an automobile that's worth $1,000. For them, that's the only way they can get back and forth to work. And that thought, they can't afford to go get that out of impound. If you're going to increase the fees, you keep it at 2 or 3 days, it's cheaper to leave the car there to be sold off at an auction. And so I think we got to show a little compassion here now. And we got to,
I show compassion, but when people are driving without a driver's license or getting arrested for drunk driving and other violations and their cars are impounded, we should have our fee structure
we're not
appropriate
debating,
to
I'm
the
just speaking
surrounding
on my
areas.
time. And what I'm saying is that you come from a different perspective than I do. And I can understand why you're saying what you say. But I'm saying to you, Mr. Zine, I see a lot of hardship cases. Yes, they lose their vehicles. Some of them maybe get them back. But some impounds, you're right. They should charge a higher fee. But I'm reluctant to go any higher than what we are now. You don't do that without a hearing with the city attorney, the mayor's office, and also the members of the city council. You got to do it in a public hearing, in a public setting, and not just the day where there's no notice has been given and item 44 has been introduced to us. So to go to committee, fine, but you should think long and hard about whether or not you want to increase, and what does it cost right now to impound a vehicle? You got to pay so much per day, and after 2 days you can't get your car back because you can't afford it.
Thank you, Mr. Holden.
The request
And
is
again,
to go to committee,
Mr. Zine.
transportation, budget, and finance. That's the request.
For clarification,
Where the hearing
yes.
can be heard.
For clarification, the action today would be to ask for the study and the survey and the balance of the motion to be referred to committee. No action would be taken upon any recommendations until it's been reviewed. Mr. Labange.
I wanted to support the amendment to study this, because I don't like to see a city that is, I want to see us efficient. You know, the cars parked in a no parking zone or in front of a fire hydrant, yes, it should be towed. But in some parts of the city at 6:59, they're ready to hook up cars. In some parts of the city, because of over-impacted parking, they're ready to yank cars off the street, and it does severely impact people, as Mr. Holden spoke of. So there needs to be a balance on that as well. So that study is extremely important. I don't want to let us be known as a city that tows everybody. And I would doubt, though, members of council, that we would charge less money than another part of the county on these fees. I look forward to that study. But I also want to articulate in that study, too, that we look at all parking. Parking next to traffic, parking affects the people, whether if you're living in a neighborhood, they get upset when cars from outside the neighborhood park into it. Whether you're in an apartment district, you get upset because there's no place for parking. It's extremely important that that study that Mr. Deaton suggested looks at that, and I'll work on that, too, to come up to maybe enhance it, because it's a very critical issue for our city and our residents.
We're talking about parking tickets. We're generating a $5 increase on parking tickets. This is along that line. We're not talking about citations. We're talking about people who have their cars impounded. There's post-impound hearings to justify whether it's a legitimate impound or not. If it's not a legitimate impound, that money is refunded to the individual whose car was impounded. There's a safeguard in that. And all I'm saying is let's have our fee structure in line with the other jurisdictions in this area. That's all I'm asking for, and it will be a revenue enhancement for what we have now.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes.
I appreciate that the dialogue we're going through right now, but I also want to put in perspective, maybe this is what the study does as well, is that, for example, in District 1, I have 6 divisions that make up CD1. I probably have 4 different facilities that are of impound nature. I probably have, along with those other districts around this horseshoe that has a lot of industrial, heavy manufacturing zones, we sustain the maintenance yards as well, but that's another subject. But the bottom line is, when we look at this, Councilmember Zine, we should look at issues of the disbursement of these revenues, how we're going to deal with the mitigation on the imposition created on those communities that are literally living next door to these facilities. And so how we balance that out, I think, is important. Another issue is, and echoing some of the words that Councilman Holden was sharing with you, is that in some of our districts, when we have 10 to 15 times the number of people living where you have 3 families in 1 unit, that if they're lucky might be 10 by 18, who are commuting west. It's a reverse commute between 4 and 6 in the morning before people are actually getting on the freeway. These are the folks that are running 4 to 6 individuals in 1 car to get over there to be able to work on the landscaping, to serve the food, to do all the service-oriented work in the west part of the city. And so there are truly hardships when we do impose these kinds of fees. So we need to balance that out, because we are impacting a huge population base. And it does have ramifications when every penny counts when it comes to pay the rent and or feed their children. So hopefully the study will acknowledge those kinds of issues.
Mr. Holden.
I just want to give Mr. Zine and a few of the colleagues an example how this can adversely affect the public. Just a member of my staff parked on the street in front of her house. Overnight, they put the sign, "No posting, tow away." Overnight, while they were asleep. The next morning, all the cars were gone. People couldn't get to work. Thank God she worked for me. We made the phone call. They said, "We made a mistake." But how many of those other people who were towed away didn't know that they made a mistake and went down to try to pay or just let the cars there for day in, day out? It happens both ways. And it's a hardship on really poor people to increase it from what it is today. They are losing their cars now at a greater rate because of this, because they just don't have. And I understand the point you're making. We got to find some money to build parking structure. Let's raise the parking fees. Let's do things like that to build parking structure. In the district, the law currently provides that monies that you raise from parking meters, parking funds, are used to build structures in the district from which the money is raised. And now you have an idea where you can bond that money to pay for it, even though it's a loss in Hollywood, but you can do it.
Mr. Zine.
Yeah, if we increase the parking at Hollywood and Highland to $10, that may justify, so we can eliminate that problem. Eric, that was a joke for you. Anyway, all I wanted to do was bring this forward to send it to committee where we can debate these issues and find out the structure that we have in this region, and that's all I'm asking for. And if we find the structure, and if we find fairness, and we find accuracy, that's all it is. I didn't want to debate it today, but send it to those 2 committees, Transportation, Budget and Finance, and have the committee reports done by our astute CAO and CLA, and we'll find out where we go from there, and the city attorney and the police department, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, if we're charging $30 and everyone else is charging $80, there's something wrong with that picture. So that's what it's about.
Mr. Pacheco.
All right, Eric, we'll leave it at $2.
Can I just respond really quickly to one quick thing?
Mr. Pacheco has the floor.
I was just going to move the previous question. Over there.
I was just going to remind folks that it is only $2. That's $2 to park at Hollywood and Highland for 4 hours.
Okay, and he is the final speaker. That ends discussion. We have Mr. Zine's motion before us, both requesting the survey and the report back to committees. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 45, it's a motion submitted by Councilmember Weiss.
Mr. Weiss.
Mr. Burnson, this is another matter from Cultural Affairs, an item for which they have found the revenue to pay for the slots, and if anything, it's my understanding that Cultural Affairs says that this slot can even generate some revenue. So it is at minimum a revenue neutral item. At their request, I'd move it.
Okay, other members wishing to be heard on that item? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Amending motion 45 is approved. Next item, please.
Mr. President, there's a few items on the desk. Item number 34, it was submitted by Councilmember Galanter.
34 and 37 submitted by Ms. Galanter. She has returned. We also have amending motion 46 by Councilmember Labange. Ms. Galanter?
This requires the CAO and the CLA's office to report back on potential funding sources for the Venice Beach Performing Arts District.
Yeah, that's what I thought was the next one. I just want to make sure I got them in the right order here. Members of the council, the Venice Beach Performing Arts District is an effort that we started with the Cultural Affairs Department last year after the Venice Beach restoration was completed. Many of you know, of course, that for years and years and years, performers have been all over Venice Beach without any formal inducements or regulation. The problem is that during the several years when the beach was in pretty bad shape before we got the restoration done, and when the 3rd Street Promenade in Santa Monica had all the tourists, both the musicians waiting to be discovered and the panhandlers moved to Santa Monica. And in an effort to bring back the musicians, working with the Cultural Affairs Department, we were able to make a formal program to get some musicians out there and begin to bring it back. Unfortunately, we need some additional help with this to make sure that the musicians who are giving up the opportunity to pass the hat at some other location have a chance to come back. What is on that motion that has you so hilarious? Is that something?
No, this is another
Something
motion.
else? Okay. So this is really, I understand that there's not a lot of spare cash around right now, but I'd like
we
to
support this motion.
encourage you to support this one, and we'll ask them to come back and find us some money someplace else.
Other members on amending motion 34? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved.
Item number 36.
Actually, 46, I think.
37, please.
37. Pike.
We're taking item
36 is last.
amending motion 37
Oh.
next.
Okay.
Ms. Galanter.
Okay, there we go. As you know, the Venice Beach area, Oceanfront Walk and Venice Beach is probably the single biggest tourist attraction in Southern California. It's certainly the biggest one in the city of Los Angeles and in LA County. We think we're bigger than Disneyland, but since we don't charge for tickets, we have no way to get a gate count. Nevertheless, there are a lot of people at Venice Beach every summer and from all over the world, and the result is that it puts an enormous strain on the resources necessary to coordinate and clean up, and we have houses right up against the beach that have been there for years. We have a number of little walk streets all along the beach. The beachgoers tend to be pretty good about using the garbage collection, the garbage cans that are on the beach, but there's a lot of people and a lot more garbage, and a lot of it winds up on these walk streets. We can deal with this if we have a coordinator who can coordinate street services, recreation and parks, the county beaches department, sanitation, Bureau of Sanitation, and the organized community. We have been very successful in getting the residents the opportunity, and they've been more than willing to do it, to work together with the city departments and make sure that everybody is in communication, but we do need somebody to coordinate it. So this is a motion, again, without money attached to it, asking for help in finding the money to create a facilities manager position for Oceanfront Walk, much like we have at some of our other recreation facilities. But we really need one manager somewhere who can interact not only with a single department, but with all these departments and with the residents.
Mr. Holden.
One question. Do we have a facilities manager there now?
Do we have any there now?
Yeah, at
No,
this time?
no, we do not.
Oh, this will create one?
The intent is to, for us to identify the possible
The
funding
resources, I
sources
understand.
to create
Yeah,
a position.
did we need one? This under Rec and Parks?
Yes, it would be.
Rec and Parks never requested a facilities manager?
I don't believe they have. No, they have not.
Do they want to do this?
Well, I think the intent of this motion for us to talk to the Rec and Parks, to look at the feasibility.
No,
and then
the
report
intent
back.
of the motion is to look for on possible funding sources and a timeline for implementation of a facilities manager's position.
I understand.
That's
But
all.
I haven't had time to talk to Rec and Parks management about this position.
Ms. Galanter, this under Rec and Parks,
Yes,
they are interested in this position.
yes.
They are. Okay, then let me ask one other question. At the very, it's a footnote here that says, change such other affected totals, subtotals, summaries, schedules, or supporting data as necessary to conform to the modification here and above made.
It's a standard language in this case.
I know, but what does that really mean?
In this instance, nothing. But in some of the motions, it's standard language for each motion. In some cases, we have to change several schedules as a result of
Well,
that
you
one
wouldn't change
motion.
the sum totals of anything, would you? Like money?
And that just authorizes to make those changes in those instances when there are
Subtotals?
requirements to make those subtotal
What's a
changes.
subtotal? And how would this motion be affected if we were to approve it? Where a
For example,
subtotal
if you
change-
add money to a particular department, then you're changing all the schedules throughout the budget. And when we bring you
So
back
if
to the
you
resolution,
adopt this position, you may have to do some changing in the
if we
subtotal.
adopt this position, but this isn't, in this instance, you're not adopting the position, all you're doing is requesting a study of the potential of adding this position. If you were adding a position, you would be changing when the mayor presents the,
No,
mayor presents
Mr.
the,
Deaton, it says here, report back in 30 days on possible funding sources.
Right.
And timetable.
Right.
Then you go on, the possible funding sources can be within the department where you rearrange the subtotals. Now, and you're saying do that.
No, that's not how we're, my view is that we will report back on whether or not we agree that such a position should be created and some potential resources to do so. If we don't agree, then the timetable will be very long.
All right, then you tell me it doesn't really mean anything.
No, it means, I'm not saying that. It means that we'll look at it.
Well, you told me early on that this footnote didn't mean anything.
No, I'm saying in this instance, that particular footnote doesn't mean anything on this motion. It's a standard provision in the motion.
Okay, which gives you a lot of latitude.
We hope so.
You don't hope so, because you're going to take the money from Paul to give it to Peter.
I don't do
Go
that.
ahead.
Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Mr. President, members of the council, I support this here. Right now, on the western, if that's the western district of Rec and Parks, the person who's in charge is responsible for everything from San Pedro up through Pacific Palisades. And I think in a facility such as Venice needs a focus, needs a manager. There's facilities throughout the city of Los Angeles that are big in nature. I will tend to think on a great weather year, more people will come to Griffith Park and all its facilities, as does Venice, but we have no way to count that. We don't know, but we know it attracts people. And I think where the Department of Recreation and Parks misses the opportunity is to put a management position, and maybe the true is at Hanson Dam as it develops, and maybe the true is at Sepulveda as it develops. At these big regional facilities in the city, there need to be focus. There needs to be someone. Right now at Griffith Park, the person who's in charge of Griffith Park is also responsible for Evergreen Rec Center, Eagle Rock Rec Center, MacArthur Park, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There needs to be focus on big facilities such as this. I rise to support and ask for an amendment that we also ask the CAO and the CLA to study other facilities of the size and stature of Venice Beach such as Griffith Park, such as Hanson Dam, such as Sepulveda Basin, if it needs a point person to fully enhance its use, to fully enhance its protection, to fully enhance its administration as it relates to the community and provides recreation to the people of Los Angeles.
So is that an amending motion?
Yes, it's amending
To
motion.
expand the scope of amending motion 37. Is there a second? Is there a second? Or accepted as a friendly amendment? Mr. Garcetti,
Move the previous question, please.
and you are the final speaker. We have amending motion 37 before us with the amendment by Mr. Labange to add Hanson Dam, Griffith Park, Sepulveda Basin, and other regional recreation and park destinations.
What is this?
Okay, so we have the motion as amended. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved.
Mr. President, item number 36 is still on the desk. It was
Yes, item 36 is still on the desk. We will act on that as the last of the amending motions. We have item 46 and 47 and 48, which have been introduced and circulated. Amending motion number 46 by Mr. Labange.
Mr. President,
Mr. Pacheco.
I would simply state that the last three motions all appear to be same and consistent, no impact on the budget, allowing and giving resolution authority to each department to handle their liaisons, and for them to each absorb the cost within their own department if they wanted to have such a position. And so Mr. Labange, Mr. Willie Thomas, and other individuals have put forward those motions, and I would just simply ask that we adopt them at this point. 46, 47, not 48?
48 should be referred to committee.
48 is different?
Let's slow down a second
Right.
here, Mr. Pacheco. Mr. Pacheco, item 46 introduced by Mr. Labange.
What is
Mr. Clerk, can you read, if you have it before you, can you read the motion?
Item number 46, I move the report of the Budget and Finance Committee relative to the mayor's proposed budget be amended to instruct the CAO to report to the Audits and Governmental Efficiency and Budget and Finance Committees in 30 days on the city positions by department and assigned in the field communities and those that are assigned to administrative positions, and that this report be no more than 3 pages in length with graphs and appropriate numbers.
So once again, this is an amending motion requesting a report back to committee. Zero fiscal impact. Mr. Labange, did you wish to speak on this item? And if not, then let's proceed with the vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on amending motion number 46. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Now to item 47. And a question has been raised whether item 47 is necessary given Mr. Labange's amendment to item 35A.
Yes, it is. It's a different person, different position.
Different position.
Yes, this is Mr. Willie Thomas.
Members wishing to be heard on item 47, Mr.
47
Ridley
is
Thomas. If not,
No, we did it.
then let's proceed with the vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on amending motion 47. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is adopted as well. Amending motion 48.
We're going to move that to committee, Mr. President.
Okay, motion is to refer that matter to Budget and Finance Committee. Is there any discussion, any questions? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That brings us to, I believe, the last amending motion, which we have held on the desk, number 36. Mr. Ridley Thomas, your motion?
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. In consultation with the Chair of Budget and Finance, I think it's universally held as a value that we support summer youth employment funded by State Cal Works program, and city resources, and the proposed state budget cuts CalWorks, as some of you already know, but it does not specify if summer youth employment will be cut. And so the upshot of item number 36 is to put $2 million in the UB as what may be essentially considered an insurance policy against the possible state cuts to protect what I think, once again, we all recognize as a very, very important program. Spending these resources would still require budget and finance committee review, so we would not act on the allocation proper, but we should move this item forward for the reasons stated. I do not believe we can afford to pass on this because of the importance that we collectively assign the matter of providing young people meaningful opportunities during the summer months. In addition, Mr. President, members of the council, may I suggest that we ask the CLA and CDD to report back on the status of CalWorks budget, and secondly, to oppose any a reduction in youth employment programs with CalWorks and instruct the city's lobbyists in Sacramento to immediately communicate this to the California delegation, and I would so move.
Thank you, Mr. Rudy Thomas. Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. President, colleagues, for the last couple hours, we've been listening quite attentively to Mr. Holden tell us that we need to be proactive and make sure that when we see something that we should be on top of it. Mr. Rudy Thomas has come up with a creative solution to deal with the issue of youth employment for the summer. We are creating a little bit of insurance in case the state does make the cuts that we anticipate. I think this is a nice middle ground that we're not allocating the funds today directly, but we are putting ourselves in a proactive position as Mr. Holden has instructed us to, and so I'm going to support the motion today. Thank you.
Other members wishing to be recognized? Mr. Holden.
You mean this is not going to committee? $2 million? Now, what I thought you'd do is stand up and say, this will go to the committee, be at the top of the list, and so when the budget is adopted in Sacramento, and you have a better idea what the shortfall is, then you will release this $2 million for this purpose post haste. But since you didn't say that, you're saying you want me to vote aye. And I guess we give you more credit than anyone has given you before, because you have 7 signatures on this motion, and mine is not included, which would make 8. And if I were to vote along with the 7 other people, you want to be on the winning side and make 9. And therefore, you can leave today by saying, never once did the entire body vote against you or your recommendations as chair of the Finance Committee, and that's a good record. So you can be assured you'll have that record.
Other members wishing to be recognized? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on amending motion 36. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Members, that believe dispenses with all the amending motions introduced today. We still have recommendations 100 through 105 from the committee report and attachments. That is page 17. Mr. Pacheco, before we act on items 100 through 105.
Including A and B, you want to do 100 or 105 first? Then I'm going to hold my comments to A and B then.
Yes.
Thank you. Then I'll hold my comments.
Okay. Members, we have before us closing recommendations 100 through 105, which make up page 17 of the report. Questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. And now we go to amending motions A and B brought in by the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. President, colleagues, amending motions A and B are the cleanup motions to close the entire matter and therefore prepare the resolution for Friday for introduction and adoption. Before we move on those, I just wanted to thank Sharon from the CLA's office for working so closely with us. And for those of you who want to send flowers and candy, she's in room 255. That's Sharon, TSO, T is silent. But no, seriously, I just want to commend all of you for patiently going through this process. I know it's been very taxing on all of us, but I think it's well worth for us to go through each one individually, and the city is better for it. So thank you all.
Sharon will
Thank you,
also,
Mr. Pacheco.
Sharon will also accept donations to the reserve fund if you would like to give it for her work. And also for the CA's office for all their hard work, too. Thank you for everything you guys did, too.
Mr. Rudy
Mr.
Thomas, before we vote.
And also, I want all the committee members to stand up right now. Please stand up and be recognized. Mr. Garcetti, Ms. Hahn, Ms. Misikowski. Nick, stand up now. Don't be shy. Come on now. Sydney? Where's Big Jack? Stand up, Jack. Don't be shy. You're a U.S. attorney retired now. All right.
Mark, sit down.
Mr. Rudy Thomas.
Mr. President, may I say this is truly an innovative legislative body. I've been here, this is my 10th budget, as I recall, and never before have I recalled that the members of the committee would be asked to stand and take a bow. Mr. Labange, you are an extraordinary legislator.
Especially in a deficit year. Mr. Holden.
Mr. Pacheco, maybe you should read the motion again. It says it's the legislative analyst and the city administrative officer being
Wait a minute,
instructed.
Nate, you want to start all over again? We're about to end this party.
When preparing the resolution for adoption of the budget, to indicate the amount by which appropriations, including salary-related costs, are less than foreseeable revenues as follows. And you detail the statement, decrease as transfer from reserve fund, and then also amount dependent upon the net of all council actions on the budget. What do you mean? It's how much less you have available, how much more you have available?
Mr. President and colleagues, this motion was written prior to all the council motions being reviewed, and this was simply in anticipation of any changes. At this point, the council was very good in not allocating anything except for the $2 million for our youth program. So that's what that was for, to make sure that we covered all the changes in today's process.
Okay, now how is this going to affect us as we adopt this and give the authority to the CLA and the CAO? What will they do now with this open-ended language?
The open-ended language is intended to cover every action that occurred in today's session so that on Friday, everything's nicely and tightly wrapped up for adoption. That was what that open-ended language
gives us instructions on what to use as the balancing account, which is the reserve fund.
All right.
As opposed to Mr. Ridley Thomas, this is my 24th budget, and that particular motion has been adopted each and every time.
All right, so fine, we'll go with A, and then I want you to explain B in detail as well, Mr. Deaton.
Mr. Reyes?
Just wanted to thank the mayor's office and their support too throughout this process. And I just want to thank everybody. Thanks. Thank you very much for all your good work.
Mr. Holden, if you have a question on motion number B, let's go ahead and get that answered now. We'll take up A and B for a vote together. Mr. Holden desires separate votes. Unless there's further questions or comments on amending motion number A.
Go ahead. No, nothing on A. I don't want to speak on A, Mr. President.
Okay, I see your name on the queue. That's
I know
why.
I inadvertently because you talked about combining them.
On amending motion number A, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. And finally, amending motion number B, Mr. Holden.
I think that it says here that you further move that the city attorney, in preparation of the resolution with the cooperation of assistant of CLA and the city administrative officer, be authorized to correct any errors and to make adjustments within accounts to reconcile them with changes in totals and otherwise reconcile changes as necessary so that the resolution will conform to the mayor's proposed budget as amended by the action of City Council. Can you explain that? It's a lot of talk. And what kind of changes were you authorizing you to make? Will the council be notified of those changes, if at all, that the CLA and CAO is going to make in conjunction with the city attorney's office? Would you explain that?
Mr. Holden, this particular recommendation, once again, is a wrap-up motion. We will only make changes necessary to comply with the intent of the council's action today. There may be some
No,
instances...
in the mayor's budget, too.
In the mayor's budget. Well,
So what does that
today's
mean? How
actions-
could there be a conflict, if at all? You have the authority, the broad authority to do what you want.
No, it is all in conformance with what your actions were today. We would not be able to add anything that you, as a body, did not approve today. It would only allow us to make any technical corrections between accounts, but there would be no increase in the reserve fund transfer or any additional programs that were not authorized by this body.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the explanation. The public thanks you also.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Thank you, Ms. So. Other questions or comments on amending motion B? Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. President and colleagues, I think for the public's benefit, I think what we need to really articulate here is that the mayor proposes the city budget, the council reviews it and makes amendments. Once we adopt our amendments, it goes back to the mayor's office for final ratification, or he may choose to make further alterations that would also be consistent with the mayor's authority. So at this point, the public should know that we are making our proposed changes to the city budget as proposed by the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Pacheco. Final questions or comments? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on amending motion B. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. And before we conclude, I also want to offer my thanks and congratulations to the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, Councilmember Pacheco, and all the committee members, but under his leadership, I believe did an excellent job given all the economic circumstances that this city and this state are undergoing at the present time. And colleagues, as a body, I think we now hold the record for a one-day, and believe it or not, a concise budget deliberations for an entire council. So I want to thank you for your focus and brevity today. I congratulate everybody on a job well done. And I do not have any further public comment or official business for the council today. So we are ready to adjourn and reconvene tomorrow at a regular meeting of the City Council. Before adjournment, Chair recognizes Mr. Rudy Thomas.
Mr. President, I want to ask you, I said point of order.
Okay, I was recognizing Mr. Rudy Thomas first, but
For the point of order,
if you so wish, Mr. Holden.
point of order is that by voting for A and B and the budget, my point is this: does that suggest that that's a vote for the budget, or do we wait until Friday to vote for or against the budget resolution?
Friday.
Pardon?
Friday, the budget
That's
will be
on
back
Friday's
before us.
vote. That was my point, Mr. President. I just don't want to give the wrong signal.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rudy Thomas, did you wish to be recognized?
Are we ready for that motion that you asked for about 8 hours ago, Mr. President?
Where you been?
Because I have an adjourning motion on the budget, and then, in memoriam to the budget.
Okay, before we adjourn, any announcements? Other adjourning motions?
On the budget.
Oh, man, I gotta stand on this.
No, only on the budget. Okay, seeing none, Mr. Rudy Thomas.
I move adjournment.
Is there a second? Any objection? Seeing none, This special meeting of the City Council is now adjourned. The council will stand in recess for tonight and meet once again tomorrow at our regular meeting at 10 a.m. Thank you very much.